And so there are some staff who, it's not what you think. And honestly, even if it were to work, I think it might, right? It would be irresponsible in some ways if we started to drive traffic from Boulder out to Gun Barrel just because they had a drive-through and they could pick up their books. Because if you read through the packet, the issue of convenience, like people do anything they can to be convenient, not have to get out of the car. And I don't know that we want to fully support a drive-up window if it was going to do something like that.
What about making a makerspace kitchen?
We looked at, again, very costly. We looked at a building right down there. I looked at a building for the district. That is an old restaurant, had a full working, gigantic kitchen. Considered it. It's a nice location, prominent visibility. But yeah, it was, the kitchen idea is a great one. It's inspiring people, they love it. But again, how do we run it, right? So the proposition of just the waste that we create, like what do you do with food that's not consumed? What do you do with food do you purchase food for programs? It becomes very, very complicated in a short order. And I think the amount of space, have you worked in a kitchen? So the amount of space that the kitchen takes in that restaurant is astonishing. Right? It is a major part of the building. So I don't know. I love the idea when the community suggested. There are some libraries that are doing some that have Philadelphia, Kansas City have full-blown kind of kitchens. I think certainly we would bring people into programs at least for a while, but it is a heavy investment to get started, and then also I think to run because of the I don't know, the idea of throwing away 100 pounds of lettuce makes my stomach churn. So.
Well, I think about it because there's tons of cookbooks, and I think that's a huge. I think probably still lots of cookbooks are big sellers.
Not so much, but it is. There are popular cookbooks in the sense in which there are cookbook writers who get notoriety.
Right.
But when's the last time you went to a cookbook for a recipe? This is one of the things that we're dealing with now. Is like people look up recipes online. Yeah. We are potentially getting a portable
culinary cart
that would allow for us to do programs around food and it ships, so we can ship it from location to location. So if we have a donor, they're not inexpensive either. It's like $20,000 to get this thing.
We're pretty close to securing that.
But yeah, so we will have that, and we will probably be doing some food-related programs because I think they will be popular. Cost of building a kitchen. It's like when we did scoped the one out at Novo, it was over $800,000 just for the installation, and that didn't allow us to do anything like there was no frying, the ability to then vent spaces outside. We vent the maker spaces anyway, but that's a more serious issue in the kitchen. So I don't know.
Yeah, the vector at Novo the footprint was not expanding at that point. It was shrinking, if anything, and then you start to say, well, okay, now we got a floor for a kitchen, but then what about storage? What about cold storage? What about freezers? And it's like, well, no. There's that one outside Kansas City that the library runs, but that's like a workforce development play that is massive. And that's a whole different vector to go in, but it doesn't have much to do with, and also come check out your books. It's a facility that's about
I was just going to say, there could be some small business development funding that could align with the kitchen, right? Because, if you get an industrial certified kitchen for entrepreneurs and all of that, that could be a whole other angle that isn't necessarily owned by the library, but the space is, but you could sort of contract out and create a whole different unit, right? So
we applied for a federal grant exactly in that round. So during the pandemic, we applied for a federal grant. We didn't get SNF, and oftentimes on federal grants, they're looking at the economic affluence of a certain area,
Yeah.
and the fact that there were 2 already commercial kitchens in Boulder. There's one at 55th. There's no, I mean, I think there's plenty, and so they didn't. That was not an investment we wanted to make. But we did a whole pitch about, you know, workforce development and getting people back in, and restaurants are going to reopen after the pandemic, and it was, I thought, an idea worth exploring. But yeah.
You know, I was just
So
at this. Excuse me.
No, I'm just wondering. I don't like what kind of programming would a library do in the kitchen? I think
Well,
I
we
don't
would hire.
just-
We would probably hire outside people. So the thing that, in talking to the chefs in Boulder, like what's the thing that could work? I don't know, Chris had conversations. I mean, there are people that have, like, we could do training. So there's workforce training, and then that's complicated
Oh,
partly
okay.
by the fact that I can't think of a shittier job with worse pay than working, you know, training kitchen workers. Like that didn't sound appealing to me. But a lot of other chefs had mentioned, like, what about, like, for production of video production? And so that was also something that was of interest to us. Like, could we rig up a small kitchen that had enough video that they could do high quality production of images and video of
Okay.
highlighting their kitchen? So that was something that was appealing. What were some of the other ones?
Well, like the DIY maker movement kind of ethos, you know, like the idea of, like, you know, can I turn mom's famous
Salsa.
fill in the blank recipe,
Right?
salsa
Yeah.
recipe or whatever. You know, a new American wants to create a business, and this is an incubation of, like, you know, the collective where, you know, hey, we're having a tasting hour, you know, on Friday afternoon. Oh, cool! All the other makers that are working on their recipes and stuff are in the kitchen helping you and tasting things, and
Okay.
and then it's not just about putting the recipe together, but it's about, okay, now we have classes on entrepreneurship, and here's some books you might want to read about that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was missing that.
Yeah.
Some of you know Juana Gomez. So Juana Gomez was on the library commission when the Boulder community recommended that they would have a kitchen. I think that was 2017. And so then I went to speak to Juana's architecture class in Denver, I think. So 8 final studios. They all designed libraries around the centerpiece of the kitchen. And so they were fascinating to see the kind of ideas that the students came up with. And it was everything from, you know, and again, this one appealed to me because I thought we're right there near EFA, like we could can extra produce from
Wow.
stores and stuff like that and give it away. There was some that had a brewery, which we know which direction breweries have been going, so that didn't seem like... There was another one that I think, the whole thing was, like, it had a gigantic... you could, like, take a whole cow and cook it, like, into the thing. So they were just... they were all over the map, the kind of ideas that the students had, but there were some compelling ideas, and certainly the note, that idea, right, is one that's compelling. People find it of interest to think, like, the library's primarily organized around food, right? So that was...
no, it's interesting.
yeah.
Okay, just to keep us on track here, it's 9:30, so I guess we officially call a quorum here since we're all here. Not to always come back to this conversation later in the afternoon. But yeah, let's get started, I think.
So
Yeah.
the first part,
Yeah.
the agenda. And so I want to say, like, so I hope you had a chance to read through the packet. We tried to present information in a lot of different ways. I still don't know, like, what is the best way to present information to you. I tried to make simple spreadsheets that were not even necessarily down to the dollar amount, like broad in millions, I think it is, so that we could start thinking about some things. And then, I sat down to write a couple pages about where we are, and it wound up 2 hours later being a 9-page screed about everything that's going on in libraries. So I don't really know what's beneficial at this point for each of you. And it would be, one thing that we could get out of this is, like, this really is helpful or not. You don't have to have read any of the packet, but your job, right? Like, you are here both to have a responsibility, the governing responsibility of the library, but I think one of the real advantages of having a citizen board is that you have the perspective of just a resident, right? The person who's here, and what can the library be? So I value that highly. I hope that today We don't have any big technology. We don't have any big stuff to do. There's no quizzes. There's no tests. If we could just have a nice conversation about stuff that we're thinking through and bring your ideas to the table, that I think we'll have made like a huge progress. So if you want, we'll start. This is kind of not the presentation, which is this document. This is a PowerPoint presentation. There will be, the plan was for 4 of us to present to the county commissioners. At the end of this month, the county commissioners, as you know, emailed us and said, like, no, thanks, we don't need anything. So I don't think we have to do it, but we were planning on using the same.
Can I just ask, so who was it that communicated that? From the
I
county?
don't have my phone.
There's
Their head of comms.
Their
So she's the
person
woman
that,
who's
like,
been.
just does their schedule and
Yeah.
stuff.
I think they must have just decided, like, they thanked us for the annual report.
Mm-hmm.
They thanked us for the amount of time that they went into it, and said that they felt the meeting wasn't necessary. There was a slight edge of disappointment that the city had not agreed to the date that they had chosen, and the city never did. The city was like, no thanks. I don't think the city wanted to have a joint meeting. But since there wasn't a joint meeting between all 3, the city council, county commissioners, and the board of trustees, they felt like we could wait till next year and try to do that. I don't know that we'll ever be able to pull that off. We're not the big dog in the room. And unless the big dogs want to do it and invite us, we're probably not going to get them all to come to a meeting that we invite them to. So,
I got this, I mean, like, I just kind of think that things are running fine here, and they're not necessarily, wanting to involve. I think as we get further away from the ballot measure, that they are going to probably want to have less and less involvement, including even with the appointments and things like that, just because, So
Okay.
Yeah.
I
There
know
are
I
two-
asked because, Claire has always been like such a advocate for a public sharing of where we're at and what we're doing. So when I run into her, I just want to know that who we heard from and what we heard.
Yeah.
So
we can send you the name of the person. So so Claire comes into the library. I mean, I don't know if you know Claire. She comes into the library. She comes to programs. She's interested in how things are going. I mean, she'll
Yeah.
stop me on the bridge and talk for 15 minutes about. But she's usually there to pick up a book or to attend a program, something like that. She is an active, maybe the only active elected official who I see in the library these days. There used to be some with city council, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're not in the library much anymore either.
Well, and to be fair, she's the commissioner's home is Boulder.
yeah,
Yeah.
she lives nearby there. So okay, thank you.
So the presentation that we had done is what you have in this packet. It's a PowerPoint presentation. We will dust off the same thing for City Council. It's intended to be about 15 minutes, and then for you to have 45 minutes to do Q&A with City Council and ask them the things that you want to ask them. Those are not in here, and for them to ask you what they want, which they've not expressed. So we don't know what that is. The gist of this, and I think we can do it pretty quickly. Table of contents covers just the formation of the district. Several of the things we've done. We go over the 2024 operating budget, talk a little bit about what we're doing for 2025. The county commissioners had led us to believe that they were interested in issues around equity, and so we had put together a presentation on the outreach program that we've begun. You guys have kind of seen it before. It's the one that Kate Kelsch has done. I do think that probably is a program that both the county and the city would likely be most likely to say, oh, this is interesting, can we help? How can we help? That would be a great outcome. I don't know that they're going to, but I think we still keep that part in. The other part that we had done for the county, we had planned on doing for the county, was our hiring practices, which you just saw Libby do a month or so ago to talk about equity in hiring. But it starts out with Doug. Doug has an introduction, a new chapter, and then the checklist, the promises made to the ballot. So this is something we're going to be going over all day, right? So the things that have been checked: NOBO, restoring hours to pre-COVID pandemic levels, increasing staff to support programs, and it shouldn't say the rental, it should say supportive activation, I guess, of the Canyon Theater, improving collections, restoring staff positions for Building 61 to 24 makerspaces. And then the things that are underway but not yet completed, the facilities maintenance backlog, gun barrel library, taking care of our assets, safety and security around our buildings, considerations for the Meadows Library, and restoring the Carnegie Library for local history and resuming open hours. So all of those things are underway in some manner or another, and so Doug would highlight those. And then I thought, Doug, you might want to take the NOBO opening, even though you were the only board member who didn't show up for the party. You could still talk about
Probably
it.
the only one in Boulder, it seems like.
Yeah.
Definitely North Boulder.
And then maybe touch on the gun barrel library. It's either way. I could do it or you could do it. Depends on how you want to do it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I could do that.
Yeah, and that way we focus the attention of City Council on the Board of Trustees and not on me. And I think that would be beneficial. I'm more than happy to go through the budget. I will go through the budget part, and then we'll jump and answer any questions that they may have. The budget that we're presenting is the 2024 budget. I'll mention briefly what we're planning on for 2025, as we will here today as well. And then we go into the literacy and outreach program. Yes.
So this will be the budget you give them?
Yes.
Highlighted like this?
I don't know that we'll highlight it. This was part of a PowerPoint presentation, so it kind of popped up various things to focus on the amount of revenue, what the cost of sale. That was really for your benefit. So whether we do that for them,
Well, the reason I asked David is that rather than to get through and you lay everything out and then they're going to ask you questions that you've already answered in the presentation, then you're going to answer it again, is to give them the document, give them a minute to read it, and just say, we have highlighted the things that either surprised us or we had to manage this year, and this is how we did it, because that's where the questions go,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and the big one, which we'll talk about today ad nauseum, I think, is probably around the facilities and capital costs.
Yeah, because that's the big, yeah.
And that could very easily become a topic. Whether it is this time or not, it will become a topic eventually with City Council.
Yeah.
Before you leave, like the North Boulder Library, and I'm just looking at Gun Barrel and what you say there, I was just remembering that there were all the library card like sign-ups that people, were in that line there. I mean, it'd be nice to have that statistic shared at the North, that opening.
Yeah, I wonder.
I
I think
heard
Tim
that-
has it.
I think we have a number. 'Cause
There
I
were a
heard
couple
the
hundred
number,
new
yeah.
cards issued.
Over 200 or something. like
Yeah,
that.
so that would be interesting just because you have Gun Barrel here and we expect the number of households with library cards to increase from 50%. I mean, so it'd just be interesting. It'd just be a nice highlight because there were so many people in that line there, it seemed, to get
Yeah.
library cards and then get lunch tickets, food tickets.
Yeah.
It was, it'd
To
be a
that-
good number.
To that point too, like it was visible, a number of intergenerational people, most of them people of color.
Yeah.
And you've now got the deal to go into the manufactured housing behind. And I think that you ought to talk about that. 'Cause
Yeah, that was-
that's an equity thing that you made an adaptation to after the building was.
Yeah. Did you get that, Maria?
Yes.
And I will talk to Kate to get some.
Yeah, that was like one of 4 or 5 elements that were critical to the program was the access.
Yeah.
Right, and you have to remember that many of those council members weren't even a part of it, of that land when it was the Safeway and then everything that followed in all these years,
Most of them
right?
didn't know the story. And
Right,
the 2 council
so-
members that went up there to help us negotiate the easement with the manufactured home community, because they didn't really want to do it. They wanted to do it, but they didn't want to do it. They're not on council anymore.
Yeah, so, but to just reflect the diversity of the community and the diversity of the people who were there to follow your point.
Yeah.
Anyway, so continuing on then.
Yeah, so with the budget, it just kind of highlights the basic kind of principles. Like, I think
What do the red squares mean?
this was a part, I can't remember exactly. We were doing it in a highlighted form so that it would be the same picture. It goes on a slideshow.
Yeah.
And so then one thing pops up as a prominent.
Okay.
And the next thing, and so I think in the end when we print it out, it all shows as prominent.
Exactly, okay.
But I mean, it essentially, what this shows is the budget for the budget for salaries, which we're going to go over again, like it is roughly 60% of our overall operating expenses. This budget for collections is nearly double what we've ever had before with the city. So that's a very impressive number. And then how much money is in capital at one time, and that's a difficult thing to wrap your head around, but it is that is an ongoing, as you see later today, an ongoing part of our budget is about 20% of our budget every year, a little higher initially, goes to facilities and maintenance.
Is debt service is just what we owe the city?
I'm sorry?
Debt service is what we owe the city?
Yeah. So, I mean, some of that's already
So
been
that
paid.
line disappears for the most part in future years?
Yeah, in December, we make the final payment. In December, we made one payment last, or 2 months ago.
Yep. Cool.
I think one thing they might point to or look at is the board governance. So I think, in addition to the added to supplies for the 1,000 variant, I would like even indicate what that goes for. That was like primarily legal counsel and support, because it looks like, oh, that's a lot for like some nameplates and some badges.
Yeah, legal.
Yeah.
That's probably almost 95%
Yeah.
legal
Yeah.
expenses.
So
Yeah.
just maybe indicate.
Yeah, we may take the variance line out entirely. So we're not trying to explain the variant, because this document is one that does explain in some ways the variance and cost. When in fact, all we really want to show them is the approved and adjusted budget. Or actually, maybe just the approved. That now the adjusted budget is the approved budget. So that
legal,
maybe it's just that
auditors.
line,
Yeah.
and we explain what's in each of those.
But and then I would.
I mean, is it worth showing? I mean, I don't know if in this context, but I mean, what's been interesting to me is to see what was approved and what we've actually spent.
Oh,
And like that's obviously not
That's
in here.
true.
So I don't know if that would be in that context if that's helpful or not. Because there's some of it where it's like in some cases we're way under budget. In some cases, I don't know. If I were them, that might be one of my questions too. Is like, okay, so this is the budget, but where are you at?
yeah, we can do that.
I mean, that's what
Yeah.
I mean. I don't know if it's useful
I think
in this
that's a
context or
little
if that
harder.
opens a weird.
Well,
I
we
just
don't-
kind of think they're used to looking at things as it's been budgeted, so it's been spent. That's how I kind of look
Well,
at
we
it.
don't know what we've spent because the 2024 is not done yet, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So it would
Well, we
be
know we've spent
year-
to date.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's hard to compare that against
Yeah.
these other numbers because it's not a linear spend.
Yeah.
And it would spend we'll spend. My reluctance to do it would be we would spend an inordinate amount of time talking about
Yeah.
that. We really just started.
No, that's why
hiring in March, and
Yeah.
we're mostly completed now with hiring, but we're not going to have a single month of accurate expenses until I don't know.
But that
Yeah.
also would be
October.
helpful to be in
Right.
an earlier presentation, was all the people we lost during COVID, how the district allowed you to do that back, how in an amazing 6-month period of time you have boosted this, replenished the library staff.
Yeah, I can do talking points on that. I mean, maybe within the budget. So I think that's a good idea.
I mean, again, they're not going to, I'm just looking for things they pick on. The other thing, David, I don't know, is it worth having as an appendix to this document, the deferred maintenance and other costs, capital? Because that is the big thing, and then, as Andy pointed out, that debt line's going to go away. Someone says, well, what are you going to do with that $12 million next year? Well, we're $50 million behind over 10 years or whatever.
Yeah, we have to have a way of broaching that conversation with them. I mean, I'm hoping when they see 20% of the budget, if their brains are turned on, they're going to see this number and think like, $5 million for capital? And I was like, yeah, that's the old buildings that you dumped on us for free, basically, but all the cost of maintenance is ours. And that's a major lift to the district. It was always a part of the planning. There were people on city council, there's only maybe one left, but who questioned that was any of that was really necessary. Because the city, I mean, I think they've changed their tune over the last 3 years. They have been talking about budget quite a lot in private meetings. They have a finance committee, and I know that they have finally wrapped their heads around the fact that they have a massive holding of lots of buildings, none of which have been properly maintained, and that it's a hurdle. I mean, the facilities department presented to them in 2021 the facilities master plan, which basically says we'll be bankrupt in about a decade if we don't if we don't start taking care of the buildings now. It was one of the best reports I ever saw from the city department, the facilities department. It's worth a read. I may have been the only person who read it. I don't know that city council read it. I'm not sure the city government read it. I read the thing because I was like, the library was noticeably omitted from everything. We were not buildings deemed to be worthy of upgrading. They were that far gone. And I think they were also thinking that we were going to be leaving. But they only listed like 20 buildings out of the 80 holdings that were worth starting to invest money in. I mean, it's a fascinating report. And it's very bold in the sense in which it talks about how you pay for it, which most city master plans don't do. They never get into. We did. We were the first, and then the facilities department did a similar thing by trying to explain. And most council poo-pooed it, that report. I mean, I was there that night. And I thought like, this is the best report they're going to get in another 10 years, and they kind of like, meh.
The biggest thing is the report says they need to divest. I think 20 to 30% of their facilities because they're just be gone. They're just too old. I mean, the land underneath them is worth something, but the buildings are just liabilities, right? So like, and that's what we pointed out to them. Also, when we were having the conversations around the leases versus divesting the buildings, is like part of your master plan is to get rid of these buildings. So just go ahead and do it. And it was more about politics and appeasing a certain interest group and all this other stuff than it really was about actual governance. I think.
Yeah, no, truly. And that came from the city report. Right?
That was from the city report.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the
they
city,
said get rid of these buildings.
A previous city, getting rid of them, but the value as well. So
Yeah.
like the city had produced a document in like 2016, I think. I had it. We shared it with the library commission, but it showed the value of all of the library buildings, and then also side by side with that, the projected cost to maintain them. And so in each case, with the exception of Maine, where the value of the land and the property is so extreme, it's like $28 million, something like that. The cost due backlog of maintenance was higher than the value of the building and the land. In the case of Carnegie and in Reynolds. And so it's like, what are we dealing with here? Are we talking about an asset or a liability? And the city doesn't do depreciation, never has, and so they don't depreciate assets. It just remains an asset. But when you look at it from a simple balance sheet, like it has $2 million worth of repairs necessary, and the value of the land and the building is $2 million. It's like, what would your company do?
Yeah, I mean, we just do it by the numbers. It's like you got to follow the numbers. But yeah, I don't mean to get. We're going to talk about buildings later.
Yep, we will.
So I want to.
But I think that's good. I can go over the.
It's a good. I mean, my takeaway is, when we talk about bricks and clicks or whatever, most of our budget is spent on bricks and IT stuff. like the programming is actually cheap compared. Like, books are 10% of our budget, but that's it.
So the next part is the literacy and outreach focus. And you saw this presentation from Kate. She's trying to slim it down to about 5 minutes. To City Council, we'll definitely bring some of her staff. If City Council says, this is fascinating, how can we work together? How can we partner on this? Whatever, then we'll be prepared to, make the contact so that we can engage further. I did provide today, this came from EFA.
What's just under language?
Yeah.
It says 15%, 49,000. I guess that's that Boulder County.
Where do you see
Yeah.
this?
Under outreach.
Underline.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's Boulder
there's the
County.
asterisk there.
Oh,
US
Boulder
Census
County.
data
Data for Boulder County. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Boulder County, sorry.
Yeah, so most of the data they have is for Boulder County.
Boulder
So
County.
as you know, and we were just talking about this morning before you came, it was like, so for our polling numbers, it really is, we are about a third of the county. The Boulder Public Library District
Yeah.
only represents about a third of the population, and not quite a third, not nearly a third of the space. It's just that Boulder itself makes up more than a fourth of Boulder County.
Yeah.
But Longmont, this data, and we use it because the Boulder Reads program serves Boulder County, and always has. It's probably skewed slightly, right? And I think for the longest time, everybody in Boulder would have said it's profoundly skewed because none of that exists here. It does exist here. It is probably slightly skewed by Longmont, which has a higher rate of poverty, higher rate of languages, households that speak the language other than English. But Boulder does as well. I wish we could get the data for Boulder, just for Boulder and the immediate vicinity, but that would be cost us like $50,000 to get a survey done.
But I think it's important to acknowledge that because I sat on this committee and was a part of this, and I was always bringing forward that this doesn't necessarily reflect the library district, right? What we are funding and what we are meant to be, what's in our zone, right?
And there's no way to narrow that data down.
No, we don't have access to the raw files. I mean, if somebody were to share the raw files with us, I suppose we could.
Yeah.
If people filled out an address when they did it. So, I'll ask.
There are census blocks.
We don't have a GIS person on staff.
No, there used to be a guy with City GIS who was just fascinated by data, and I could ask him to do pretty much anything, and he was just interested, and so he would do it. But we don't have that now. But yeah, they would.
But I think finding a way to just represent that, that we're reflecting Boulder County data, but it's, we acknowledge that, we acknowledge that we're a third of that, the population, but this is the environment that we are in, and you can't restrict people by the boundary lines of the district. So you have to acknowledge that, I'd say, up front. Because we don't have that, and you can't just exclusively say, well, But that has just been my issue with the report. We're not intending to be serving Longmont. Longmont's library should be serving Longmont folks, in their way too. But anyway,
someone on council will bring that up.
Well, we could always ask. There's some folks. There's some data science folks at CU that have a graduate level class. We could ask them, could you do a program around?
I'm meeting with them next week. So we'll see what we can get.
Yeah.
If we had the raw data, I'm sure we
but I
could
think
parse
even
it.
just talking about it though, so that they don't bring it up.
Yeah.
No, we can have Kate start there just as an aside. I think it's a good idea. Everybody will do, my experience, everybody will do everything they can to exonerate themselves from any responsibility or any accountability. And so anything that's left unsaid, they will find a way to then not accept any responsibility for any of this by saying this doesn't, it's not us, right? And that's been Boulder's MO from forever. Yes.
The meeting is being recorded.
This meeting is
Queries are recorded.
Okay. Well, just saying. I didn't say somebody. I said anyone and everyone will do anything they can to exonerate themselves from taking responsibility for issues that are right on their doorstep.
But we also reached out to the city, and Kate and I wrote an email. So we are going to see if we can get more Boulder city data. So we are working on it.
Yeah,
But
we're
for
looking at
today-
that for a lot of different things because we want to replicate. So when we did the master plan, we used GIS. We limited it to certain zip codes, and then the firm that we hired limited the survey to people that were in the prospective district at that time, which is larger than it would have turned out to be, but we had good representation from non-city district addresses. And we can do it again, but we would have to probably replicate. We'd have to do the survey ourselves. And I don't know that we'll be able to extract the data from this report, which is where we get most of the things. EFA commissioned a report with the county, I think.
I would say too, a lot of it, the people that start to fall behind in Boulder, not to use a terrible term, but they self-deport to other cities. That they move, and that's the kind of what you see happening.
Yeah, and I might want to know if I'm on council, does Longmont Library have similar programs to Boulder Reads?
We started a satellite. Program with Longmont. So I don't know if it's still running. So they've gone through all of their changes as well during the pandemic. But we had started a kind of a chapter of Boulder Reads in Longmont Public Library.
Pre-pandemic.
Pre-pandemic. But the Boulder Reads program has always served Boulder County. So that's been its guys from its inception 40 years ago. And people do travel from Louisville, Lafayette, Superior, wherever. They do travel for Boulder. Most of the users are, a plurality of users are concentrated in Boulder and in North Boulder and in the eastern portions of Boulder.
Okay.
And then I don't know that we'll do it for the city. I honestly think we probably will not. I think it's a better idea to fold the hiring and just briefly touch on that in the context of framing the budget and what we hired. Because I don't want to seem, and I don't want to seem preachy to the city. Because I think the county was interested, and that's why we put this in there. They were when we talked to them before, they had questions about equity in hiring. I mean, the city has been going through their own process, and I don't want us to seem in any way braggy or preachy when we sit down with the city to go over the hiring practices. The council has nothing to do with hiring of staff, or little to do with hiring of staff. And so I think we'll probably leave that portion off. We could focus it on something else if you choose to.
So you're saying you would be taking out these slides?
The hiring slides, yeah. We probably won't. That was done
The
with
building or staff section?
Yeah, with the idea of the county in mind, and really talking about numbers, but primarily around equity and diversity.
I think if we're going to go to the city, I think if we want to talk about sort of safety and security around the downtown thing, we might focus there on some issues we see around, and just say we're a partner in this, and like how do we work together, using we're in the our staff is there day in day out, and where's the way we can collaborate with the ambassador program, with the downtown Boulder business district, with the city, to sort of make that place enjoyable. There's some days I go down there and it's like a big party and everybody's hanging out at the creek and it's beautiful and nice, and then some days you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? So how do we keep it on the brighter side most of the time?
Yeah.
And we might highlight something we're thinking about doing, with the underbelly and with trash pickup or whatever. But
Yeah, I think we won't have any idea at that point. I mean, I'm looking today, obviously,
Yeah.
I read through the memo
Yeah.
for intention, and I'm fine either way you guys go. But
Yeah.
but until you say like you're kind of okay with it, I can't even begin the discussions because it will cost us money. It's not that.
Yeah,
That's the
that-
realization. It's not free, and the city's not going to do it for us. What we have now is what the city is willing to do for us,
yeah.
and that's been they're spending tons of money. It's not like they're not spending money.
Well, it's kind of like my kids. If I ask them to clean their room every day and they never do it, but then I want my house to be clean, so I might have to go in there and clean up the room more. But you feel like you're shirking your responsibility because it's not really technically our area, but it is in our zone of.
But it impacts our safety and
Impacts us.
security.
Yeah. So.
Can you take the whole personnel thing out? Is that what you're thinking?
That was the plan. I don't know if you guys would like to have it in there. Libby would love
So-
to come and do it. I don't want our presentation to be too long.
Right.
And I don't want to distract from things that you guys want to talk about. So we did this one with the county in mind.
Yeah.
That was 20 minutes. or whatever.
So I was thinking about like just 3 points. One would relate to, and following some of this other overview stuff, but then was deferred maintenance, valuing employees, and safety and security. Because deferred maintenance is like a big piece of the budget.
Huge.
The valuing employees piece, I think, not only, talking about the hiring, but what we invested in this whole personnel package, right? I mean, and how, that was really boosted up and, involved employees, and so it represented, valuing and keeping the employees, and whatever that statistic is of how many employees continued on, because it could have been a mass exodus, right, of employees, and we kept, a solid, 99% of the employees or something. But I think it's important to say that, particularly to the city, because they were city employees and they're under the district, and so, and just in terms of budget, I mean, that's a, significant chunk there. So to make mention of the benefit package and valuing all that other stuff, and then safety and security would be the third area.
And the other one I was thinking of, anecdotally, we had an increase in our hiring of bilingual staff.
Yes.
So if
Yes.
if that's a meaningful increase, that's something I think to point out to council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of our service to the community. And that was intentional.
And then those three pieces could then,
Yeah, I like that idea, but I think we could leave it in somewhat throughout. Like, I could highlight these things in the budget conversation as well. And then we could come back to it at the end as, unresolved, valuing employees is an ongoing kind of thing. I mean, we have had success so far, but it won't matter what we do going forward. And then, the facilities backlog, deferred maintenance, that's a better term. The deferred maintenance and the safety and security of the buildings are ongoing concerns, which seem like they could be an endless pit of money. But I don't, we can't afford to do that. But what can we do together with the city?
yeah.
So before we leave that one, is everybody comfortable? I don't know who else is going to come to the city council meeting. It's basically, you're going to be there for dinner. They do this. They sit at tables. It's prior to a meeting. It's an informal discussion. They're munching their potato chips and chicken stuff, and you guys are as well. Are you comfortable having a conversation then about serious issues, deferred maintenance and safety and security? Is that something everybody's more or less comfortable with? Because they can't really, they don't do anything. I mean, that's not like, they can't instruct the city manager like, go, do this. That's not going to happen at that meeting. There will be no action that comes out of it, but it's a conversation
Yep.
of what concerns are top of mind.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of acting as like lobbyists, right? We're just representing the interests of the library.
Yeah. You're basically like 7 interested citizens who happen to be running the library, who are there to talk to them. They don't deal with very many, independent government entities. Like, that's not something the city is in the habit of doing. The county maybe more so, but like Doug said earlier, like there's 2 other library districts in Boulder County. The county commissioners have nothing to do with them at all. They don't appoint their trustees. They don't.
They do. They just but it's here's the trustees, and they approve.
It's a sheet of paper.
Yeah.
The interview process.
I feel like we've been very open, or trying to be very productive, with our different establishing entities, is what we call them. But I think there is room for improvement there between themselves and each other, and I think people have said that for over the years for a long time. The city doesn't talk to the county doesn't talk to the city, and so hopefully, we can change that a little bit. But we'll keep offering and keep a conversation going, and I think that's the most important thing.
We don't actually have any cogent asks for the city, though, right now.
Well, we
do
might around this. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's, I guess,
I think we need to
figure out
talk about it
today,
later. Is especially around the main library, right? So, safety and security at the branches is pretty much a non-issue, right? It's the main library, and we'll see, with the door counts and stuff like that, it's less. And so I don't know, and I think some of that has to do with people not feeling comfortable, safe.
They inhabit the same area.
Yeah.
Ostensibly, it's been pretty spotless around the Muni building lately, and I mean, most people that I've talked to have been unaware that there's something. I mean, in city government, they're unaware that less than a block away, it's a an encampment with 40 people and trash everywhere. Like, and I have expressed that I find that more objectionable than you just telling me you don't care. Like, if not knowing is worse, in my opinion. But it's not that city council can do anything on it specifically. I don't want you to put me and or other city staff members in the crosshairs of a fight, because if we do decide to move down this road, even with a minimal investment, I have a lot of work to do. I mean, I literally have to go from department to department to test interest, to see which people are capable of doing something. And in the end, the planning department, like with a lot of things in Boulder, has an outsized amount of control in what is feasible. Like, they could tell me I can't put a rock in an area because it would, if I did, I have to dig a hole that offsets the volume of water that would occur by setting that rock there. So there are a lot of things that have to be taken into consideration. I don't want to make light of them. I mean, they take it very seriously. They take their job seriously. The flood engineers. I used to joke around with the staff. It was like the order of power in the city was the flood engineers, the city manager, and then the arborist. And those people had the most power and control over certain things, and you don't mess with them.
So when this conversation that we're having, may or may not have, is mostly about encampments to the west of the library?
They're there now, yeah, to the west. Underneath and to the west. They are also in the parking lot. I mean,
They're in the parking lot, yeah. But the big thing is the thing to the west, when you say they're 40.
that's where it is today. Yeah. It's not always there, but yeah. So a month ago, there was a large encampment right in front of the north building, as well as behind the north building. I mean, multiple tents, a lot of trash, a lot of property. And then that was cleaned up just, a week or so, 2 weeks ago. And then they immediately reoccupied the area west of the library in the labyrinth in the downtown. But I mean, I think the takeaway for me, and I've relayed this to city departments that are, I mean, the area has been occupied, habited, far more than it's been uninhabited over the last 4 years. There are more frequently days where there are extensive encampments than there are days with none. I can't think of a day since the pandemic began when there are none. I can't think of it. Like, there are always encampments. Size varies and they flux and they move in and out. Like, it is, we've become quite familiar with many of the inhabitants there, and I'd say there's probably between 25 and 40 who've really not ever left the area. They get moved, and then 3 of them will reassemble in that area, and then others will come to join them and separate, and they kind of flux around all kinds of things. And the things that would happen in any fluid neighborhood, right? Like, if you say something mean to my wife, or you kicked my dog, or you stole my drug, or whatever it is, there are means by which the camps split up and then reform around other things, and it's a constant flow of activity of inhabitants. I mean, I most frequently, when I talk to them, I'm like, we're neighbors. Like, I'm not the cops. I can't do anything about your tents. I don't care to do anything about your tents. I need you to clean up your trash. I need you to stop defecating right by the building. I need you to stop using illegal drugs. Stop building fires. And we have those conversations, and some groups briefly may respect that or not. It's not by any means surefire. There are some groups that will clean up their trash. Like, they'll say, yeah, we want to come in the library to use the bathroom, so we're going to clean up our trash and to come in. But if they don't clean up their trash and we've made eye contact and we know who they are, we don't allow them in the library. That's not effective either, because they just say, hell with you, and come in anyway.
Yeah. Well, and the trick's going to be like, what else? I mean, we can have this discussion later, but like, what else were we made to the city here, right? Because you don't solve this problem without some pretty significant changes to city policy. And
Well, then it's also staffing and what you have to create, for the organization. And so there's Josh, right, and his role in the organization, which is a new position, right?
Yeah, Josh no longer works for the library.
Pardon me?
Josh no longer works for the library. We are refilling that position.
And that position title
It's
was
a,
like
it's
the-
a community connector.
Community
Yeah.
resource connected.
Yeah, but we've not had that kind of position before, right? And so I think that's also like a part of this to highlight, like just in terms of what we've had to programmatically, do that we didn't do when we were under the city, right? I mean, that's, and I think about like Denver Public Library has a social worker, right? Has that kind of team of people, on board, and we hadn't envisioned that we'd have to go that route, right? And what's the city's role in this, I think, is the
Yeah, that's such an
conversation.
interesting topic, right? So to be clear, right? So even when we had the program for the Resources Navigator, and we still do have the program, we just don't have Josh anymore. The program is designed to form better partnerships with resources throughout the community, and then also the goal is that position is someone with knowledge so that they can help staff deal and cope with situations where they're having to deal with the unhoused and or other groups in the library. That's the objective of the library. It has never been and never will be in the near term creating a point of service. Right? We are not. We could do programs like where we bring in some outside people to do. We have a program coming up on a writer's workshop, Writing
Yep.
Through Hard Times. Like the target audience is some of the people who are in the house as well as others, but it's not the intention of the library to create a separate service point for the unhoused, for the mentally ill, or the drug addicted, anything like that. That's not at all what we are trying to do. We are trying to, in fact, facilitate, in some ways, what the city and the county's programs are, is to put them into the programs that exist already. And go through the point of entry and service points that the city and the county has. So that is the objective of the role. And it's to facilitate the programs that are already in existence, really, and form better partnerships with those organizations. The city of Denver's program grew out of an intent of the mayor. So the mayor, Hancock, when he was there, he wanted this very much. They put social workers and navigators. That program has grown exponentially. I think they have 4 social workers and something like 12 navigators at the main library. They cannot show you one bit of data of anything they've done. And that's discouraging to me because it's a major investment. Because the city is a city library and the mayor wanted it, nobody tells the mayor no. But they have a lot of really great stories, a lot of really great anecdotes about a guy. But we've had a person in the position for 5 months. We had 5 great stories. 5 great stories doesn't deal with an issue or a problem or necessarily facilitate any long-term solutions. And I'm not going to be here asking for stuff that lets us just tell a nice story. You have to be able to measure. That program has been in existence now for over a decade. They have virtually no data on anything in terms of placement of housing, job placement, anything. It's just they have stories, and they're great people. And the social worker, I've presented with her at conferences. They do great work. But they've also, it's a means by which resources have gone into that, and the staff the general library staff no longer take any responsibility for any of those kind of questions. They just refer them to the social workers and I don't think that's an effective way of doing it. You never want to in customer service, you never want to hand a patron off. Like, if you can deal with a question that they have, like where is the nearest place where I can get a shower, then you should answer it, not send them to the social worker. If they're problematic in terms of patrons, they shouldn't be there, right? Like they shouldn't be in the library. And so I don't know how successful the Denver program has been. I think somewhat.
Yeah, but I think it's just it's the volume, it's the traffic, it's all that they have to deal with, and so it is to sort of facilitate, move people, away from the library patron arena to other services. So
Shift.
yeah, but I just think it's important to highlight like this role, this position, and I'm sorry that person isn't there. But that could often be a transitional type of position anyway, I guess. But
It's our job.
yeah, and that it is something new for the library to be taking that on. But we don't want to be in that business of,
service connected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it takes away from the kind of core mission, like literacy, community.
Yes.
But if I'm on the staff, that's why I want a guy like
Right,
Josh.
right. Yeah.
I don't want to be answering those questions or
Oh, yeah.
thinking I'm a social worker or a mental health counselor.
Yeah.
It's a tricky line.
It is true.
All right.
If you'll indulge me for a second, part of my gripe about the existence of public libraries in our country, inevitably when, and I had a mentor advise me on this a long time ago, and I still adhere to those words. Like there is no shortage of things within governmental programs that have no funding. Right? They are mandated and yet have no funding. And so I think the first instance that I saw of it in public libraries was tax forms. So libraries became the main distributors of tax forms when the federal government would no longer mail them to your house. So the experience of some people of the public library was only the association with their taxes. They would come into the library to pick up their tax forms. It was enormously costly for libraries to do it. We had to have storage area, tons of stuff. We had to assign and hire a person each year for tax season just to get tax forms out to distribute to the public. And why was it a responsibility of the public library? So the same thing happened during healthcare the Boulder Public Library, prior to my coming here, we did do information on healthcare programs and that kind of thing. There was a whole section on the second floor. It's because it was a mandate that was unfunded and nobody else wanted to do it. We're experiencing the same thing now in the last decade in social services. Nobody really wants to fund social services. Everybody says that they're a terrible thing for our community. And so the expectation, because we're free and open to the public, is that somehow the library will take upon that responsibility. I think it is, in all of those aspects, it is ill-conceived, and we cannot afford to do it. If we only take on the things that nobody else wants to fund in our community, guess what? The community itself devalues us. We become associated with the things that nobody else values, and so we are constantly get stuck in doing all this work that nobody else is willing to pay for. That's not a good strategy for us moving forward. And I would caution you to be resistant to notions of like, let's take this on. Let's take this on because nobody else is willing to do it. We are a library. Whatever that means in today's environment, it's changing. But like, we're not social services. We're not a healthcare provider. We're not the place where you go and get your tax.
That goes back to like what I'm saying about the outside area. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of go, well, if we take that on, then the city's going to be like, well, they're responsible for it, and then and they don't value it, and so now we're paying for stuff that it's not even our bailiwick. Anyway,
Yeah.
like I don't want to. We can talk about that more, but
Yeah.
all right. So
Should we take a break?
yeah, let's take a little break and like maybe come back in 5 minutes or something. Check out the bathrooms.
Check out the bathrooms.
Fun topic of budget.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk a little bit about the 2025 budget. We don't have anything ready for you guys to dig your eyes into. That'll be September, October, but I can outline kind of where we're going. But I thought more important than that, than getting started, was really, we had planned on doing a budget primer when the two new guys came on board. We never did one with the original board, but we had kind of one, but I realized like my 30-page, 40 variable data was probably not the most effective way of presenting the information. So this is a more rudimentary version. It's a 10-year financial sheet, which kind
First,
of...
let me just say, like, these pieces are all great.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Jennifer likes them too.
Yeah, I like it.
I like
Heavy stuff.
Yeah,
this
it
one.
really is.
This is
Yeah.
like a great like placemat, right? Like
totally is.
place setting that.
Good job.
It's like-
Chris, you could have these at the gala.
How much it costs? The price tags, yeah. Well, good. I'm glad you like it.
settings.
That's one of the things I wanted to know.
Stuff boards like.
But the sheet that we're starting with is the one without the pictures.
Yeah.
And so essentially what this shows, so Doug and I think one of the others of you have been asking, like, what's it cost to do these things? And so we don't ever really break it out for you in the budget where we group staff salaries of a program along with the non-personnel expenses. So, and we won't going forward either. Like, but I did go through the budget to break out the approximate amounts of the cost of personnel plus the non-personnel expenses within each of the different groups. So you can kind of get an idea of what things cost. So like, I remember when we opened up Gun Barrel, we were planning on signing a lease. The primary question I heard from the board was, can we afford it? And I was thinking, like, we could afford like 12 of these, but that's not the purpose. Like, it's like, yes, we can afford it, but I wanted everybody to be able to have a sense of like the relationship between various things. You know, the collection development, I'm super proud of, right? Like, so the cost now with staffing, which really is staffing and the contracts and the books that we buy, equal about 14% of our budget, 14, 15% of our budget. It's close to $3 million. That is a best practice, right? The more money that we can devote to that, and the staffing actually facilitated quite a bit as well as the contracts. Because most of the books we buy, they come in ready to go. We still have to do inventory checks and upload them into the library catalog, but it's a kind of critical component. And it dwarfs the cost of running a branch, right? So the cost of running a branch, non-personnel expenses are almost negligible because we don't break them out that way. They have a small budget for buying supplies in each one of the buildings, but it's really mostly a staffing cost. Here we have rent, so $150,000 on top of what the other places have. But in general, the branches run pretty lean. And if we have a $0 rent or $1 rent, running a branch library, it's less than $1 million, right? The facility staff, again, quite small, but the bottom part then is where it's, oh, thank you, Leo. I appreciate it. I walked out this morning without my phone. Mm-hmm. So then the revenue side of this thing, there's a ballot measure, 2 ballot measures, maybe more this fall on tax reductions. And so basically I did this rate at less than the worst one, right? So the progressive growth of this is calculated at around 3.5%. The historical average in Boulder over the last 50 years is nearing 5 now. Nearing 5% is the increase in terms of assessed values of homes, and compounded with growth, right? So growth, new housing, new buildings, different values of buildings. So the historical average is around 5%. The average over the last decade is 13%. So like when you look at last time's assessment, why it was such a historical aberration was that it was nearly 30% assessment increase, which is profound, especially if you consider that the historical average really up until about 2017 had been tracking at around 4%. So right around that time, soon after the recession, 2013, 2015, there was a short spike, it dropped back down to a normal rate, and then we had 3 in a row where it was like the assessed values went up by 10%, 14%, then 10% again, and then 30%. So that is totally messed with the historical averages of assessed values. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out because the 30% was commercial, right? Residential value did go, residential value went up 30%. Commercial value has been more or less flat for the last 2 cycles. So commercial values, assessed properties, are not what they used to be. Like this building, we probably could have bought it for $2 million if it would have been market rate. Nobody's willing to sell it at that rate because, 4 years ago they would have gotten 2.5 or 2.8, right? So nobody's really selling commercial property right now. But the assessed values of the commercial properties are flat, which affects our taxes somewhat. So we don't see when the residential property rate tax goes up 30%, we don't see a 30% increase because in Boulder, unique to all communities in Colorado, It is about 50% of all of our revenue is from commercial real estate at this point. So most communities, it's heavily skewed towards residential properties, but Boulder has a nice balance. Part of the reason why Boulder has been resilient during various recessions. But so this calculation rate, so the governor signed last year, or this year, bill that caps property tax increases at 5.5%. Schools are exempt, home rule cities are exempt, organizations that previously debruced are exempt. We are an organization that the government entity that previously debruced, so we are exempt from that cap, but there will be pressure on us. I honestly thought that was going to be the topic of conversation when we met with the county, was that would we reduce taxes, but we're not meeting with them, so the revenue side, we cap out. I capped out for the purpose of this document at 3.5. So there is a tax ballot on this fall that caps property tax increases at 4%, plus resets the assessment rates lower than what they currently are. So currently, residential property is assessed at around 7%. Commercial property is assessed at about 4 times that, so 28%. But it drops those progressively down, and caps them permanently. So that's what people will be voting on this fall. So if the worst case happens, this is kind of where we wind up. It's not terrible. It's not ideal either, because if there's a bad year, they don't make up the difference. And I'm projecting no bad years in the next decade, although in that 15-year model, it is interesting to see what happens in one major recession that actually impacts Boulder, which has not happened since 2001. But nevertheless, recessions do occur that affect property values in every other part of the country, just not Boulder, for the last 24 years. If one did happen, we're sitting around talking about what building do we close and how many people do we lay off, because it is, the effects of that are not immediate in the sense of like what the city experienced. It's being contingent upon sales tax, but we'd have a 2-year window in order to get things straight, right?
So do we have, or are we building a rainy day fund?
Yeah, we do, yeah. We have a contingency. We also, at the end of this year, we don't know yet. I think our contingency, which currently we have we had a plan to carry over about $2 million this year. It's going to be in excess of that because we just can't ramp up fast enough. We already had a carryover of $3 or $4 million that was designated for what do you call it? Contingency.
I think we'll have about 8 to 10, probably 7 to 10 by the end of this year.
Do we have it like as our goal to eventually get to a full year's of operating expenses or something like that?
Well, we were only going to carry, when we talked about it before as a board, our 8 to 10%.
Of annual
of
operating
reserve.
expenses?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like a month.
A month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So that's a pretty, that wouldn't, I mean, you could build a fund that would let you withstand a downfall
Yeah.
as long as it didn't last more than a year.
yeah.
But it doesn't sound like that's what we're currently planning to do.
We're not, and, given Boulder's been, the 2008 recession had virtually no effect on property. In fact, they went up. The last time it had a small, an incremental impact on property values was 2000, and that was less than 1%. But the assessed values dropped in that year or stayed basically flat. It just hasn't happened in Boulder, and there are all kinds of rationales as to why. Partly the amount of commercial property and the federal entities who are here as probably, and Ball Aerospace, all these different groups probably stabilized that market. So whenever the past where we've seen recession, people swoop in, right, and buy. So during the pandemic, when it looked terrible, Boulder twice set the record for commercial property real estate in the state of Colorado, right? So the
Well,
two highest value.
they're still doing that. It's just
Yeah.
I don't think there's any empty, but they're still paying taxes on them. So that's the benefit. I mean, like, I think another thing we should do besides just this is the budget and what we're
Yeah.
budgeting is we should calculate under the current, like our current. If they didn't do any tax measure. I think this is the story we need as a board. You know, if 150 or 108 weren't happening or don't pass, whatever the current kind of regime is, like what would our revenue be versus under
Yeah, so the
50 and 108?
We did initially put it on the document. We took it out. 'Cause it got
Okay.
to be too confusing. So I mean, I calculated at various rates. So the that spreadsheet that I work off of calculates it off the historical average, which is increasing, right?
Right.
So the historical average is probably a little over 5 at this point.
Right.
And so that's the number that we're using going out. I did do one based on.
But it's probably 20, 30 million bucks that we.
Oh yeah,
You know, over 10 years, or maybe 40 million.
Yeah, it's about $40 million.
Yeah.
So it is over the 10-year time. If we do it at the current cap, which is Polis signed into law this year,
Yeah.
it's 5.5, and it puts us at about. It was around. Do you remember what the number was? 300. It was.
No.
It was in that vicinity, right? So 300.
Okay, yeah.
300 million was what the.
So 33 million.
Which makes me less concerned about our ability to take care of the backlog and do whatever we need to do in
Yeah.
Meadows neighborhood. Like, then it's like it seems all easily achievable.
I don't know if you saw in the paper, because CU published if 50 or 108 pass, it's going to be between 43 and 125 million. in lost
Giant
revenue.
tuition increases will follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're abnormally badly impacted, though, right? Because basically the way it works is it forces the state to pull money out of the general budget to reimburse people like us and CUs, where that money ultimately is going to come from.
Yeah.
So like we win where they lose.
Yeah,
I think
in
is
that
part of how it
instance,
works
yeah.
out. Yeah.
But it also, they can only pull money if they have the money, right? So like it also is like, it requires us to have a decent sales tax year, but if you have a sales tax recession and people aren't spending money, then there's no money to pull and nobody gets backfilled, you know?
But you have the compounded impact of Boulder being the home of the flagship
Yeah.
institution too,
Yeah.
right? And just how that impacts, residential. I mean,
That-
and
that
just
does
the
impact
property
us, yeah.
and everything else, right? So
Yeah.
there's that multiplier that you can't even factor into any of this stuff here.
Yeah.
Makes it complicated.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
No, that's good. In a sense, right? Like, so the main thing to show, I wanted to show the cost of doing things, which is a question that's come up a couple times in the board, and I hope this gives you a general idea about where the money goes to support what services and programs and that kind of thing. And then the big one, the big dog in the room, which is more played out, is around the facilities deferred maintenance. And so this includes both deferred maintenance and then also the potential acquisition or taking upon a lease for Meadows, right? Once we open this building, we're kind of at capacity, right? Like we are, and that's good, right? Like we didn't have plans to build 10 more libraries when we went for district. It was to do Nobo and to do Gun Barrel. So once Gun Barrel is open, but then we do have a issue that will arise with Meadows, and then there's potentially, I don't know, there may be other things that crop up if growth really occurs along East 55th Street in Arapahoe. I don't know if that would mean another small location. Maybe things happen around the rail yards. But that's all down the road, right? Like there's no in the next 10 years, probably in the next 15 or 20 years, there's not something clearly on the horizon which we are going to have a need to address with the library. So this kind of covers, it doesn't get us through the main library's facilities needs backlog, but for the deferred maintenance, this covers everything at all of the branch locations, but it also is it's speculative on Meadows because we will have a need to replace or get a new space by 2020.
2029 is when the lease ends.
2029 is when the lease ends. I mean, we could do something next year. We could do things in 2 years. We don't want to wait till 2029 to think about it.
Right.
And
I think
honestly,
you're going to have to make a decision in 26 about Meadows. But like, you know,
Why 26?
well, just if you're going to have a new building or new facility, or
Well, sure, if we're building, yeah.
or if we, you know, leasing, we probably need at least a year and a half.
No, this 3 point, I mean, none of these numbers assume we'd be building something though, right? This is lease or buy.
no, I would not recommend it. Like building, yeah, we would lease or buy.
Lease or buy.
And honestly, that's the part of the reason why we're talking about it today is that the commercial property market right now could never be better. And so if an opportunity were to present itself in 2025, I would want us to seriously think about it. We have the money now
This is to place
Meadows.
to replace Meadows. We wouldn't have to necessarily do anything with it. It was a building that was occupied and for sale. We could just leave the tenant. We could leave the tenants in there for a couple of years until we decided what it is exactly we were going to do. We could do it either way, right? But so I wouldn't want to accelerate. I mean, next year though, who knows? Churches are going out of business. Vacancy rates are high. There are buildings that are coming up for sale. People are talking about them coming. Banks don't have a need for people anymore. There's a lot of things that might present themselves, and for us, the primary consideration is location. The Meadows location is in a service area. So we haven't really done that yet either. We do it periodically with the mapping. So we map the service areas within a 3-mile radius, or roughly. That is our second largest service area. It's between 25 and 30,000 people within the service area of the Meadows Library. People in Gun Barrel go to Meadows now. Like that's where they go. When you ask them where they go to the library, they go to Meadows because it's on the highway. There's good parking. It's like that is. They will not be going there. But all the other service areas, Table Mesa, it's about 16,000. Nobo, it's about 16,000. This will be about 16 to 18,000.
Do you know what percentage of the frequent users of Meadows come out of Fraser?
They are definitely a constituent that we do not want to ignore. But as far as the user base, there's a lot of families and kids there at Meadows. Meadows, fits the design of our branch libraries to a T, which we focus a lot on family services. And Nobo is another good example, but Meadows is the youngest demographic in Boulder. Reynolds is the oldest. It still works. Like it's still a working library. Gun Barrel's kind of in between. Nobo after Meadows in terms of age.
Yeah, and in any of the future development that happens in that east side too, there could be community use components that are going to be required of these developments. So there could be, just like the Safeway plot of land, right, that kind of thing. But it could be like a dedicated land to a future library or a future community use. So there's potential there that we can't ignore.
Yeah, if it were to come forward in that context, then that would be worth considering, right? So,
Yeah.
Prior to now, we couldn't have afforded it, but we were frequently approached by developers. I was approached by 3 different developers in Gun Barrel. Would we put a library into their building? Should they build it? And like, how much are you willing to build for us? And there were some that were more flexible than others, but it was kind of like what happened in Noble. You get a footprint but if we could go into a partnership with them, which is something we also discussed in North Boulder, it just became more complicated of doing a public-private partnership because the city would not guarantee that the library would accrue the income. But there was a logic in North Boulder about doing it in public-private partnership. The developer wanted some things, which I don't think he was going to get, but yeah, it would have reduced our cost to putting the building together, and then we would have probably had a smaller footprint. But we would have also earned revenue from commercial rent. Right? So there was a incentive, and the city's always interested in, or at least at that time they were interested in exploring those options, but there was no benefit ultimately for the library to do it. We took all the risk. I had convinced the developer to build his parking lot, as well as like we would contribute money to do a 6,000, half the size. And it wouldn't have been as successful as we have now, but it was an idea when we had limited resources.
Yep.
Well, I do like this layout. This is very helpful.
Mhm.
So thank you, Maria. Thank you, or Jennifer, for
Yeah.
this is. I think that really helps put us in perspective about what we're spending, and I think like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I think.
So I was wondering about Andy's point earlier about reserves, or his question about that, and just wondered, is it fair to say, like at what year might we increase reserves and begin to like have that?
That's entirely up to
Priority.
you. When we had the discussion last time around, so the city tries to keep 20% on hand, and so we had that discussion at the board last year.
Yeah.
And the feeling was that since we're a government entity and the taxes keep coming, there wasn't a need to do such a large amount, unlike the city who's dependent upon sales tax. And so we set it at 8, I believe. So we carry currently an 8% reserve. That's the goal. We will have that in the budget, but the board didn't sense
Yeah.
the need. And I get it. The city needs at least 20% because of the event of flood, and if sales tax goes down because of a flood, everything is a disaster mitigation. There's less impact of obvious impact of a disaster for us and how it would impact services. Like if Maine washed away in the gigantic flood, I'm guessing we would rent a warehouse and stand up services somewhere else, right?
Carnegie.
We don't really have we don't have the capacity to take out significant debt because we don't actually own any assets that we can use as collateral, right?
No, you would. So the way the debt works, from what I understand when we talked about this last year, is that the buildings would help, but really what you're debting and bonding against is future mill levy. So you're just basically committing
But is that
portion-
bonding we'd have to go to voters for, or like if we just unilaterally wanted to go get a
No,
loan
you'd
for
commit-
$5
you-
million,
You
we
could
do
just
that?
you'd just be committing
Okay.
a portion of your mill levy, promising that to the lender.
Yeah, it would be good to understand because that's the other way that's your other emergency source, right?
Mhm.
Like potentially, if we know we have financing that we could get lined up quickly, that means you don't have to carry as much in reserves because you
Right.
can finance in an emergency.
I think what most the districts they call them certificates of participation, and so you are essentially agreeing to share your future tax
Mill.
revenues, mill levy,
You're like, here you go.
with an entity for a period of time
Okay.
in order to get a loan.
Yeah, I'd be curious just to know, like how much of a loan could we get today if we had to? Like, it would just be a good number to have in the back of your
It'd
head
be-
when you think about emergency
I think it's
planning.
something Kim knows a ton about.
Yeah, I'd just be like,
Yeah.
like
I
what?
I feel like this has come up and I just don't remember.
yeah,
Kim.
it
Kim
would just be
can-
a good number to know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he probably knows pretty comfortably. Like,
Yeah,
You
we'll
can-
ask next time we're with Kim. I can ask
yeah,
him as well.
I
But,
think you can.
but yeah, I do think it would be interesting to think about. I mean, I think this looks good for now. It would be interesting to do a projection at some point where we have a year with a 5% decrease in property values, and what does that actually do to the budget? How does that play out over the next decade? And just run some of those simulations.
Yeah, so I have a document. You're welcome. I'll
Yeah,
happy
you've
to send
probably
it to
done
you,
this,
and you can play around with it. Too.
Yeah,
It has
send it to
about I don't know how many 20 some variables. Like you can change projected cost increases, and you can also change the rate of taxation. So yeah, it's fun to play with.
What,
Can also be terrifying.
Yeah.
one thing I
Just
was
be good to
looking at
understand.
is this programs and events. We have 1.8.
Yeah.
Under here we have 529. So I don't know if you added other stuff into that
Yeah. So
one.
the cost, what you're seeing in this document. So the budget, which we show you, is salary and benefits are one line.
Yeah. Okay.
The cost of non-personnel expenses, right? So not benefits, not
Yeah.
salaries, not retirement, none of that stuff is included. That's the cost that you see. That is the cost that you will see every year in your budget.
Mhm.
We don't break out the staffing per each department.
Right.
In
Okay.
but that's what I did for this document.
You brought the staffing.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so the 1.8 million that you see in programs and events, there's $1.3 million in staffing
Yeah.
that are almost
Yeah.
in that department.
Got it.
It's all the Building 61 staff. It's all the Carnegie staff.
Right.
It's all the theater staff. It's other people like Kathy Lane, who you may have met. She's
Yeah.
a program.
Right. Okay.
coordinator.
I get it now. Okay.
Yeah.
thank
So
you.
this includes in this list.
This is like
It's
when we
personnel-
say what a thing costs.
Yeah, it's
this is
personnel
the
and
actual
costs.
cost, and with the staffing put into it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
breaking it out on an average cost. Not so we're not going to track for you
Dollar for dollar.
specific data,
No, it's-
dollar for dollar, on
no.
whether or not somebody's getting benefits or not, right? But
Got
you know,
it.
that data doesn't come across.
It's helpful, I think.
So
See.
what's not represented between services and capital investment? Like, is this the entirety of the budget? Is basically these two, are the entirety of expenditures are these two lines?
You know, no.
Okay.
There was something else that I was thinking of that I should have included on this document. I can't remember what it was now.
Okay.
It's incremental, but not
Yeah.
not of it is of substance, but I don't remember exactly.
You don't have to-
Because
and
right
it's
now
not
our
really-
revenues, our revenue's a little over $1 million above our expenses. If you just look at this balance sheet, so is that like actually extra money, or is that money that actually goes to something else? That
No,
just
in
isn't
the
represented?
first 2 years, we have banked on building out a capital fund. Right?
Okay.
So that we in the first budget that you approved, 2024, we were planning on having. I think we were planning on like close to $2.5 million in excess of the revenue was in excess of the expenses that we had and that money, we'll get that money again next year, right? So I don't know if it's 2.5, it won't be, but it will be in excess of the budget that we're planning for. The thing about forming a district, and like you do it once in your lifetime, right? So you form the district, you are cash rich for probably the first 10 years, right? Like you hope. I mean, when we built the model for this thing, I mean, we were trying to get 30 years, like before, so you never have to go back to the voters and ask for a tax increase for 30 years. That's kind of how you do it, right? And so in the first 10 years, or 15, you are cash rich. Then you hit an element of like, there's balance, and then in the last 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, in some cases, if you can't pass a mill levy again, you're struggling with cash. So this is the case for Adams County, right? So Adams County passed one. They were stupid rich. They overextended. In my opinion, they have enormous amount of debt. Like 25% of their budget is debt payment. We would never really want to do that, but they went that direction. There are a couple of library districts like that have excessive amounts of debt payment. They assume that at some point it's going to reconcile. I don't know. They desperately need to increase their mill levy, but the last 2 times they've gone for a vote, they've lost. And partly because they have such a big debt payment. There are other districts like High Plains, oil and gas money, where they have, I think, 2 years of money in reserve. Again, it would be interesting to hear what you all think about that. I think that's irresponsible, right? Like, my opinion is that the taxpayers gave us money to run a library and do it as best we can, not to put the money in the bank and earn income off of it. That if they wanted to earn income off the money, they could have kept their own tax money and done it for themselves. That's not what they voted for. And so my sense is the amount of money that they give us is the amount of money that we should be building the budget toward, and we should be spending it and counting on it again the next year, but not like saving a bunch of money unless we have a real capital interest in doing so, and certainly not going into debt.
This is our last debt payment. Continue. We have more.
In December, we'll pay the city $6 million,
We're done.
and we're done.
We're done. So
'Cause we carry
we go into next year debt free.
Yeah.
But also interest-free debt.
Right. I mean, yeah, this is easy debt. We're making money off this debt
Right.
because we're not paying the city anything. We're earning interest off it.
So yeah, admin includes, I was looking at this, security and probably cleaning, right?
It's a bunch of contracts.
So that's
I think cleaning is under
1.9, I think, is security and of the 2.2.
I thought security was about 700.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
closer. Yeah.
I thought we upped it a little bit to 800.
It's maybe 800, 850.
Yeah, but I don't know if we're spending that, but yeah, and then I think, didn't we say it's like 900 on cleaning? Or it's been
The cleaning contract is under facilities.
under facilities. Okay.
Yeah, the cleaning contract, I don't
Under
remember.
maintenance. Okay.
It's not $1 million. How much is the cleaning contract?
No, it's like 400.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Half a million.
But to Doug's point, security lives under admin, not main. Is that okay?
So security, cleaning.
Isn't that correct?
Kind of live. So there's
Or not?
actual extra, a little bit extra costs.
It's
Just-
fine for this discussion, but
Yeah.
it's actually shows up in the facilities line item.
Yeah. Okay.
This shows up where? I couldn't hear it.
In your budget reports, security shows up in the facilities line items.
Okay.
But those are different than the
Yes.
specific projection.
This is the correct name. As I think
Oh,
of a
yeah.
balance sheet and the
Oh,
definition of
sure.
a balance sheet, it's not this.
No. 10-year financial, what do you want to call it?
Statement of activities.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that we'll ever use this again. I mean, I'm happy to,
I love this, but I think this is
Well,
great. I
I'm
think it
happy
helps.
to
It is
tease out
helpful.
once a year for you the cost of each service, but it's not like something that we do. I suppose there's a way to manipulate our financial system to do it. I did it with just taking numbers from Jennifer.
I mean, for 2022, 2025, we're looking at a modest increase of
Yeah.
$500,000 in revenue, and you know, I think we talked about when we were doing the budget, you know, some more graphics around that, and just to explain it to public while we're going through the budget process, and I think this helps for that, and you know, you'll be able to granulize it in for 2025 when we go to the public outreach, because we will have like we have to do like 3 readings of the budget, I believe, before we adopt it.
No, you can.
Or
We'll do.
Two.
We're planning
Two.
on 2.
Okay.
You have to do a reading and then you can consider
Public
passing
hearing.
on the second. Yeah.
Yeah, the reading in a public hearing, and you know, we talked about how do we present it. Not that anybody came or commented on it, but you know, we will have to do that. So, and this is helpful. You know, I think something like that, like this, especially like this slide, is kind of nice just to wrap it up for folks when we do 2025. We're at 11 o'clock, so we had 30 minutes for that, I think.
I don't know when lunch is coming.
But
I don't know.
I don't know if we are ready for lunch yet, but
No. Well, no.
well, we got. We can move on. Let's see.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the 2025 budget? It's it's
Yeah.
a modest proposal, I think. So it's not ready to go yet. We have solicited, like, I don't know, a couple months ago, we asked for all the ideas for things from staff. We're putting together a facilities plan. But yeah, so
back up and just, like, what kind of ideas did you get from staff, or what kind of feedback? What
Modest
did people, like,
Yeah.
give us an example of something?
So the primary place that was looking at it from an expansive point of view was literacy and outreach. Right? So they were, I think, so obviously the biggest part of the budget for 2025, the addition is gunmen. Right? So we have to add 8 or 9, 10 people. That's the biggest cost that you have associated with the budget, and we knew that was coming. We suspected some increase in literacy and outreach because it's a brand new program, but they put together a full-blown set of requests for the budget as well as for the foundation, and they did a really nice job. So it's very compelling. It's probably more than we can. I don't know if we're going to go all the way there yet, right? Like, so it's a little, but it's like building out the department. I think there's 4 people or 5 people in it now. It's adding another 4 or 5 people, and so it's a big jump. Not that I think it's wrong, because I think I said when we were starting it, like, we don't know what capacity is. I don't know what the limits of it are. They've been having some really amazing success in their first couple of months of existence, but I don't know that we're going to go that far. Aside from that, staffing-wise, and again, staffing is 60% of your budget. There are a few adds through administrative services, so with finance and HR, There was one position that we still haven't hired, or two, with HR, so they're still in the budget for 2025. So there's a small expansion there. But the primary thing is gun barrel, followed by literacy and outreach, and from a staffing perspective. As far as the non-personnel expenses, again, extraordinarily modest. What we are proposing are some changes to, which I talk about in the longer narrative, around getting an adequate assessment of Carnegie about what the cost really would be for making that building work, and doing some of the repairs, and then beginning full-blown on the deferred maintenance program at Maine, which will cost us a chunk of change as well. So that's kind of outlined here. So that is probably the most costly. That part of the cost increase is the largest, right? So over close to $2 million in expenses around just deferred maintenance and an assessment of the Carnegie building for a future renovation. But that's basically it. The finance department and HR department, HR hasn't hired all the positions they have, but they've kind of seen that there's directions that they need to go, unrelated to how we had initially had budgeted. And then finance is just, they're working 7 days a week. So we need to provide them some help. And that's it. Gun barrel's the big thing for 2025.
And we'll have carnival rides and
We're building a train.
prizes for big party.
Oh, for the big party, yes. We would
Party.
definitely have a big party. Yes.
I missed the last.
Yeah, we'll have
Maybe we can
bands,
take
stilt walking, balloons,
Right. No, it'll be
party
good.
favors. It's
But
gonna
that
be
cute little train that runs on the Pearl Street Mall.
We'll get
that would be
Tebow to
kinda
come
cool.
do his train.
That'd be kind of cool to just have that going around here.
We could build our own. It's just a lawnmower, and we could build something and
We
measure
should
it.
ask Tebow to do his train.
Yeah, I know. Just an
Probably
electric.
say, well, I spend enough to the library, he'll say. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so any cool programs that we're looking on putting on in 25? Like, that we, the One Read Boulder thing? Or
One Book, One Boulder will
what-
happen again in 2025. So
Yeah.
there's not one in 2025. So we're doing it every other year.
Yeah.
So we will have it in 2025.
Did you guys already?
Do you remember what the book is? I don't. They-
You had a book and then it did change.
They did change it.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the author couldn't be here.
It was with the author. He
Yeah.
was a Stanford guy. And it was around bridging divides and things. It was a good choice, but something came up with the author.
Yeah, so we crowdsourced the topic, and it was overwhelmingly bridging the divide. I can't remember what the other choices were. There were a host of like 5 or 6, and people voted. A lot of people voted, and that one was overwhelmingly. And then it was a matter of finding a set of books. They narrowed it down to 3 or 4 authors and had chosen one, and then he's going to be in China or something. It's not like I'm going to go out to dinner that night. He just couldn't
It was
come.
not.
So
I
I
don't
think
remember what the other one is.
they have gone down to the second choice. I can't remember what it is.
okay.
But it is on the same topic, right? So it is the topic of bridging the divide. And it seems to me that it was a personal story.
Yes, a
Of a-
memoir.
a
Yeah, I
memoir
just can't remember
of a
the name.
of a maybe an immigrant.
I can't remember.
I can't remember. either.
Yeah. so sorry, I can't-
It sounded compelling. All the books they picked sounded compelling.
I think that's a great program, and I like talking about that more than buildings and security. But like,
Programs.
so yeah, I mean, anything like that, I think that we're bringing the community together and around the library, I think is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, so literacy and outreach is one that's doing a lot of outside programming is coming to the library. Right?
Yeah.
So that has probably been the most exciting thing, which I didn't really anticipate, but we have had, I think, 3 things now up at Nobo, one of which had like 400 people since the party.
Wow.
Right? It was a workforce job fair kind of thing that the outreach and Boulder Reads team did in conjunction with the manufactured home community. And so that was a huge event, awesome. The Book Rich Environments actually was at you went to that, Tantra community. So those things, there we are investigating whether or not some of those groups would like to come to the library to do programs there. So
Yeah.
what we wasn't really in the plans for outreach, but what they're finding is when they talk to people is like people are interested in coming to the space and using the space because getting the space for their event
Yeah,
is
exactly.
impossible. So that is something that we will see an increase in.
Yeah.
I think in 2025 through the rest of 2024, we have seen program proposals. I'm trying to think of something that jumped out at me. I rely on that team quite a lot, and so I think we're really kind of in the measurement phase with Building 61 and Studio 24 to see how
Yeah.
those go, and then also the theater.
Yeah, that's going to be the most interesting to me to see what people end up
Yeah.
doing there. you know?
Yeah,
I think-
it will. We've got our first.
Potentially.
We have our first two that are potentially controversial, right? So that it's open. You could have a Trump rally there if you want. We do not restrict the access, and so the first two things I told them to alert me. There is a program coming up on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is an after-hours event. We expect it will be. We're going to notify everybody that needs to be notified in case it is a controversial event. But we are there just to facilitate them having their program that they want. And then the second one is around, it's a group that has booked it monthly around educational stuff around the use of psilocybins and in treatment of PTSD and other health. And I don't know how that's going to go because, it is legalized in Colorado a couple years ago or last
Well,
year.
Europa just announced they're going to create a whole program there to teach people on the usage of it. So we're in the right community.
Yeah, so I don't know how that will be, but they're coming soon. I think this next month.
I think the Israel-Palestine thing is alternative radio, right?
I
Is
don't
that
know.
Barsamian?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
that
the
it?
that's the
Okay.
one. He's very respectful. He's very good, and the guy they have coming is a Jewish man, an older Jewish man that's going to speak about it. Not Norman Finkelstein. That's a little more controversial,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's Rich Forer, Forer. He's a Boulder person.
Okay, good. Well, you know them, and that's awesome.
Well, I tried to get him to come in to do a live show there.
Yeah.
That's the one he picked.
So we don't sponsor programs anymore. We don't really even curate. Like we're
Yeah.
not. It's open to the public.
Right.
And so I knew that would become. It will become. There will be. It's meant to facilitate what the community wants to do, right? And so that's the whole idea around the theater, and what the community wants to do, we'll find out, right? Like.
I think I wonder too about the budget. Like when we're talking about the budget, is could we do any programs around like kind of participatory budgeting where we allocate a portion of the budget for community, or it's more of a formal thing where you're publicizing, saying, hey, we have a grant to do programs in the library for, let's say, and then we put it out, people propose, and then the community votes and they get the grant to do it. I think we have to put some guide rules around it, right? Like that it has to be free and open to the public and all that kind of stuff. But
I think we could if that's what you guys want to do. We'd have to test the legal. So like it is. We recently had a question about sponsoring, like financially sponsoring events of other entities. So I think it's legal,
It is.
but I don't know.
But I don't mean it like that. It could be like a makerspace program. It could be any. It doesn't have to necessarily be an event or an author.
like do you want to bring back Weldon or whatever?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, yes, no, but I mean like, but like, it. We look for people to put in proposals,
Yeah.
and then they have to present. We probably give them a format so that they can put it to the, and then we publish those, and then maybe you do a first round and eliminate half, and then the second round eliminate the other half, and then you get to like 3 or 4, and you people can pick, like, and then we would allocate some resources, within guidelines to those people to put those programs on, and then it's more community driven.
So
Yeah.
there's
There's
so I have two thoughts on that. One,
That's just a thought.
I've seen some of this go sideways in Cambridge with
Yeah.
and it's because people see the opportunity to go in and drive their agenda.
Right.
Not a lot of people participate. That's one.
Right.
Two, there are softwares out there that you could create this. One is a thing, it's an expensive program called OpenIDEO that does just that. You vote things up. We could do it ourselves. I have a platform that we could, I could even gift it for that kind of community conversation if we wanted to engage the community around a discussion on how to address X with our Y amount of programming. My interest in it, I think, would be, and I was about to ask you, David, about the teen center, is I would look to it as a way, is there a pot of money we'd want to set aside to have engage high school students or middle school students in designing programs?
That'd be awesome.
Because
yeah.
that's the group that's missing in the library in a lot of ways, and that's the group that isn't reading. So I was hoping to have this for this retreat, and I didn't get it. But there was a CU student that graduated and went back to England, who was a student of one of my friends, Jim Walker's, and who was a graphic novelist. And she and her now wife, they have their own series of sort of queer graphic novels, but they became advisors to this bookstore in northern England and totally turned it around as to how they presented graphic novels in terms of who came into the school. So to me, like, what are we doing with that around the teens in Boulder? Is there a way to take a pot of money and have a contest between Fairview and Boulder High?
Yeah, or
Right, like-
New Vista. And,
Right,
yeah.
so that, because again, all they've heard about public involvement was the fight over the unhoused referendum.
Right.
Nobody in the community is reaching out. I mean, I'm not saying you're not doing that. But, and you
No,
want to
our-
expand
our-
the size of that space,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
that-
You showed me that you want to blow that out all the way to the windows, right?
Yeah, or do away with it altogether. I don't know. I don't have a clear cut answer
Yeah.
as to what we should do. So I mean, it's a small amount, but in non-personnel expenses, like we did put like 100,000 into assessment. So we plan on doing assessments of programs. We have multiple ideas about how to go about it. It probably means a couple of consultants. It probably also means access to software. Maria's background is in marketing assessment, and so that's something that we'll probably do some of that in-house. But there's a lot of stuff we've paid. Like, if you remember the first one book, that report that came out of that was really one of the best. I mean, it was like a deep dive. Like, they stayed together with people who went through the whole program and reported out on impacts. So I think we're looking at a balance of ways that we can start to assess some of the programs. Certainly the teen audience is a big demographic that does not come to the library.
Yep.
So participatory budgeting, I mean, that is a big civic engagement movement, like in communities. I mean, I just think that'd be really interesting because Boulder sort of stepped into it in a small way, the city of Boulder, some years ago, and has talked about it again. And it, sort of relates to other engagements or like around the comp plan and how they're going to treat that process and doing citizen assemblies as a part of that, right? And so I just think that whole element of participatory budgeting would be really interesting to take on as it relates to the district. So I
Yeah,
think
maybe
it's
target
worth, like,
target
exploring.
teens or target
Yeah.
some maybe
Like
target
that
seniors
piece
too.
of it.
Specific about
Right,
it.
yeah.
Not this document. But
No, but
No,
I mean,
no,
I
not
just think,
this document.
but I think we'd have to be careful about other grant programs, right? So it doesn't look like it's a, just a grant program.
Correct.
That it's a element of budget. And so it gets to the question I had about just thinking about our public hearing on this budget and actually doing some outreach to let people know that we are, we have this hearing coming up, and, it goes back to, trying to say to the chamber, like, hey, show up to our meeting and don't, debate this issue in an editor, a letter to the editor in the paper, right? But come to one of our meetings and, here's our budget, that we're planning, to put forward, but to actually invite people to come to our meeting to speak about the budget and, be a part of this public hearing. So I was thinking about,
Like that.
about doing that with like just some key groups. So there's like the Chamber, the Boulder Valley School District, CU, and others. But to think about how do we at least get like 3 entities to come to our meeting so we could say like we had our second public hearing and, in the time that we've been in place, and we had, we invited people to come to it, or organizations and individuals, right? But, to actually have an audience there.
If we're going to do participatory budgeting, I think one of the things we basically need to do is we need to tease out how much of this is actually discretionary, right? Because we can't just take away the money we're spending on NOVO, right?
Right.
So it may come out that there's $500,000 of discretionary funds in here, and that's what the community gets to weigh in on. The rest of this is pretty much already spoken for. But
Or
that's what we would
maybe
need
some
to.
smaller increments.
Yeah, we would need to do
20,000 or
something.
50,000 at most.
I think it's a pilot.
Well, if it's 50,000 at most, Chris might have opinions on this too, but at some point we also get into the discussion of some of those extra community desires is stuff that the foundation can potentially fund. And I know Chris has his own outreach that we're doing too in terms of what does the community want to fund. But at some point that becomes the same discussion, right? It's what does the community want to fund? How much of it exists in the library budget? And where there's a deficit, how much of it can we turn to the foundation to help support? And that's really probably the comprehensive version of that discussion that needs to happen.
But to this year and this budget, having that event, or
Inviting people
or
to a
even
public
just
hearing?
inviting them to a board meeting
Yes.
in late
To
September.
the public hearing.
Yeah. To do it. Because in that Kate Kelch thing that you and I were a part of, we were supposed to reach out to 5 people or whatever and interview them. Payer was not. I interviewed him. What was interesting to me about him was how little engaged he was with the library. How much he hated the makerspace. Why is the library doing this? Right? Don't think about
Like what?
This shouldn't be in the library's role. This is not why are libraries having spaces like this, right? And then that op-ed comes up later, and so I'm always looking ahead to that moment when that crowd says, "Oh, you got to lower your mill rate because we can't, it's hurting us bringing in, whatever."
No, I mean that's the thing, right? I'm perfectly fine with doing it. I don't know where you all. I believe in democracy, right? It's whatever they tell us. is what we
Exactly.
do.
That's the
So if they
point.
come in and say that we want all the money to go to the cafe, we have to put all the money in the cafe. If they say they want it to go to trash cleanup, and it will also invite people to say, why don't you give the money back? So that will be a thing.
Do it this year. We're 2 years in. We've already matched our campaign on this. We've made our promise. Now we're moving ahead to actually make up for what the city didn't do for decades, which is the deferred maintenance, which comes back to this report you're talking about. Now, they're still not going to deal with their buildings. We're dealing with ours.
Yeah.
And so this is our runway for 10 years.
And I do think the trick with any participatory budgeting would be who participates, right? It's only democracy if everyone in the district participates, and we know that's not going to happen. It's going to be the 10 loudest voices, and those 10 loudest voices are in no way representative of the district as a whole.
Well, there's ways to kind of control for that, but I think.
But you'd have to control for that. If you
yeah.
just say, show up to our meeting, it's going to be the chamber and the folks that are basically paid to do this.
And that's what happens now at the city, when it's the loudest voices that show up to their
Right. And we know they're not representative.
So, I guess I'm trying to. It looks like lunch is here, so I want to. But if I'm pulling anything out of this as a board, action items for David and Maria, I do like the idea of what Tom said is targeting the high school kids, or I mean maybe we allocate a small part, and that's something the outreach team. Do you guys feel?
We do have a teen advisory group, right?
Mm-hmm. We do.
Is it active?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of fluctuates, but yes.
I mean, it would be interesting to have them, if they wanted to, talk to us at some point. But also, if we really want to put our money where our mouth is, we should just give them some budget and let them decide what they want to do with it.
Yeah.
We will. I mean, so we are planning on doing a second floor refresh, or at least partially. So, and they'll obviously be involved in that because I don't know. The teen room, it either needs to be a lot more to accommodate different uses, or it needs to go away because the uses that are occurring can happen anywhere, right? So I don't know the right answer, but I've been in libraries where we did both. You build a teen space that's either active or becomes cliquish, or in other cases you do nothing and you may have the highest rate of teen usage. So it's not there's not a magic bullet. I think the room that we have, I mean, I've heard from enough people at this point. It's become a game room, and it's primarily focused on the boys that show up that day to play games, and that needs to change, right? Like that, not that we have to get rid of it. We could keep that, but there needs to be something else.
If they're game rooms, is it like board games or is it
Video
video
games.
games?
They
they're
play
just
board
video
games. Their kids are reading. Their kids
Okay.
do. But
My
it's
kids went in there and cross knit or whatever.
But it's predominantly boys on video games. We have a lot of. We update games. We have cool games.
Yeah. I think
But they're
on
just
Monday-
accessing the Wi-Fi to play
In a group.
through their own devices?
In a group.
Or is there...
No,
is there
there's a big
monitor?
TV screen.
There is?
Yeah,
Oh, how very cool.
with all the little
Okay.
gadgets and really
Okay.
comfortable seating.
I know
It's
that environment.
It's
yeah.
my 10-year-old's dream
Yeah.
to be able to be in that space.
And there's
Okay.
some desktop computers.
Yeah. No,
And
I
think
just
it's-
hadn't seen
it's
it
nice
activated.
Especially for the main, it's nice because if you're uncomfortable about sitting out in the main area because of, different elements, it's secluded. There's a librarian in there, it's safe, walk to the bathrooms, whatever. But yeah,
Nobody could come in
yeah.
over 18
Right.
unaccompanied by a child. Yeah, so
So it's
that's good.
um, go ahead.
If y'all really do want to lean into the teens advising and pockets of money and stuff, recommend talking to the Community Foundation. For 20 years, they've had 15 Forever.
Yeah.
And the idea was that they raised an endowment that spun off $15,000 for 15-year-olds to decide how to grant in the community. In your version, you're profoundly different because you're talking about what can library programming look like, and you're asking to apply some budget to that, and that's actually like cooler.
Yeah.
It's less like charitable sprinkling. And there's also a church in town that brings teens together to allocate a couple grants.
I'd heard that 15 Forever, though, having been a former board member, right, of
Right.
the foundation, that wasn't as active as it had been in the past.
I think they've continued to do an annual grant cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, there you're just looking, okay, what's the gist of this? Or are there lessons
Yeah.
learned? The other thing I wanted to mention was, and David and I have talked about this, but once we get past our gala with this strong partnership with Boulder Bookstore, when they have their monthly big author talks that are like drawing a bigger crowd than what they can fit in their store, they've been going over First Congregational Church, and sometimes like when Bonnie Garmis a year ago came, it was 400 people, and I'd love for them to bring those crowds to the library instead. And I think that if the library can provide the space and the foundation can buy enough books to make it worth the bookstore and the books distributor, publishing house's time to bring, then the bookstore provides the free top shelf author, then that triple partnership, I think could help make author talks have like a really awesome kind of center of gravity at the library.
In the theater.
Yeah, for the theater, and then when you're expecting more than 190, now that we bought US Stage for the upstairs on the south end of Maine, start looking at, okay, we're expecting 400 people. How do we rent chairs and set up the stage and make that awesome?
So
And if the perfect formula is all the foundation has to do is buy the first 50 books to the first 50 free tickets, that's a formula that you see like in DC, where the library provides the auditorium, the local bookstore provides the author, and the foundation provides the
Poetry
first
and
50
prose?
or 100 books.
Yeah.
Poetry and prose.
That's what
Which bookstore?
in
Boulder.
there
No, in DC.
Oh.
in DC it's Ebony. Mahogany Bookstore. It's a black founded and owned bookstore that specializes in books by black authors. in their case. But indie bookstore partnering with library, partnering with foundation can, I mean, our big picture is trying to get numbers up at Maine in that case.
Yeah, and the second floor is, you've seen it during JLF, and you'll see it during the gala this year. My idea, like the whole place is really a platform for the community, and so if things were to happen, we could probably have some staffing involved, but so that's your main cost, right? Your main cost in all this is like, you got to think about how the staff fit, right? How do you do it, or are we able to successfully get volunteers for it all? But the cost of doing it, other than the staffing, is probably negligible. Or we repurpose staffing to do it. I don't know. Right? Like there's options for doing 20 events a year, 30, 12, 5, whatever. Right now we can do 2. We do JLF and the gala is happening.
What's the capacity of that second floor? If like for seating?
Oh, we had 450 for initially in JLF. Now we typically set up seats for I think 320, and I think the gala is doing 350. So yeah, you could. You could seat more there.
No, you could go way more if you didn't have tables.
Yeah.
It's reasonable to assume that like some authors or local authors that maybe would get 25 people. Is it conducive to that as well without having to rent a bunch of stuff? Like you bring the stage up and a mic and you assemble people around. That's in some ways simpler for us. Like you don't have to have storage for chairs or rent chairs for $8,000 to bring them in for the event. And like if you just had enough chairs on the floor and you can reassemble them and throw up the stage and like anybody can give a talk on the book. That's another way of thinking about it.
And so when you said U.S. stage, you mean like the foundation has a contract or has bought some staging platform stuff?
Yeah, we've bought you all $40,000 worth of stage, AV,
lighting,
live stream video equipment, lighting. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yes.
This year will be the first year for the.
Well, and thank you.
Initially for the gala.
It makes an amazing home for an annual gala event.
Yeah. Okay.
So just circling back and, so I think I'd like to explore this teen thing. Yeah. And so maybe something for like November. I think if you're going to have to run this program, you kind of want to run it in like February, March, because that's when the kids are in school.
Yeah.
And so that so it's going to have to be put together pretty quickly if you want to do that. Or I guess you could do it in the fall. I think it's a great excuse for kids that say, like, for their college entry thing, like, hey, I proposed a program to the library and it got funded and then we conducted it. That's a huge leadership thing for kids. I think we could pitch it to the high schools like that as well. And
I think it's great. So
I guess you guys figure out. Maybe come back in like November or something.
Well, we do a program summit every year. I think we'll float the idea of the program. So the program summit, like this happens at every library. A lot of the librarians get together. It's a half day. We don't close Maine, but we close the branches that morning. Mm-hmm. All the librarians get together and talk about the program. So in past libraries where I've done it, like the librarians come in the morning, talk about their programs, and then in the afternoon the public vets them, which is an idea that we haven't done here. And I've wanted to have some input from the public. Because it's not, we see it in numbers, right? Like, or not. But this might be it's an idea that we could certainly float with that program summit and get them to talk about how would we turn part of that program summit day into a public proposal for teenagers or whatever else. I think they would welcome the idea. I mean, certainly since it's coming from the board and since they know already. Prior to this meeting, I said the board's going to be most interested in programming, and in fact, that is partly true. Like, and so everybody wants to see some things happen, and so I think they're probably prepared for something coming.
Do we observe the program summit?
We don't want to publicly notice it, but if you
no, I'm not talking about the public. I'm talking about the board.
If we all go, you have to publicly notice.
Oh, right.
But certainly about 1 or 2, and then you could rotate times in and out if you wanted to. Yeah. Certainly, it's September sometime. I don't remember when.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then we did just recently talk about the need to incorporate the outreach team. We didn't have one before into that summit, so we can have lessons learned and best practices and stuff. That's not happening this year. I think the outreach staff some of the same staff are going to grow. It'll be interesting to have them all thinking about the same stuff.
You can get a different program.
Yeah. And I don't know how they would feel about your presence. I can ask them. I don't know. I mean,
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys want to take a break here, grab lunch, and
Yep.
we can bring it back. We could maybe take 15 minutes and bring back lunch, and then kind of work through that way, and then maybe we don't stay till 3 if we get all the way through on.
so I think.
Yes, thank you for.
For spending the Sunday release. Yeah, I mean, so we've kind of covered the facilities thing. I don't know that we need to go into that any further, but that's what this is. This chart is kind of designed to show the minimal cost, which it's just really, we don't have, and I'm going to have to find, we'll have to find somebody different to do it. The Cummings report, which you all received, it outlines immediate needs, secondary needs like 2 to 5 years, and then 5 to 10. And so this encompasses all of those things. Obviously, we're finding other things along the way that were not discovered by Cummings, costs associated with it. But this is the cost, $55 million basically, and that this assumes no cost escalation, which is a bad assumption, to begin to address all of the facilities backlog. And the parts that it does include, which we'll talk about later in the 2025 budget and probably in 26 and 27, is Carnegie and Meadows. Right? So Carnegie and Meadows are 2 buildings that we have libraries there, and they, Carnegie is in by far the worst shape. Meadows, we're losing our lease. So those are 2 things that we have in here in red on the sheet that you have, because we haven't committed to doing any expenditures of money there, but and this is beyond the cost of facilities backlog. It's that capital investment. Does anybody have any questions about any of that stuff?
We're using the lease at Meadows, we're not opting out.
The lease was a lease that was with the city. They have sublet it to us. I think we'd have a hard time negotiating as a new entity. And I think we've outgrown the facility. We've outgrown the facility a long time ago. So it is the one library that showed up heavily in the course of the 2018 master plan that we intentionally left out of the master plan because we were trying to put together a proposal that seemed to the city affordable. In the end, it was not. They didn't deem any of it necessary. But the Meadows Library was the source of quite a lot of consternation from the users, how hidden it was, how small it was, couldn't we do something more? And so it has been, in the back of my mind, really, since that 2017-18 master plan, that we needed to find a better space, probably on the front side of the mall. Now that we're a district, I think the options are wide open about what we would consider. When Marks, I think it was Marks, went out of business in that mall, that was one that we were already in, but I would have jumped at, right? It was like, at that point we were already kind of underway with the district conversation, and it sat vacant for a long time, and then now has a pharmacy. But yeah, we're in need of a more square footage there. Right now it's a little difficult to tell, but prior to the pandemic occurring, they were, each year separating themselves from the other branches by the time the pandemic landed, I think probably 20% more volume in all respects than any of the other locations.
So you think, let's stick to Meadows here for a second, because I think your timeline is going to be too far out. So do you think you'll exit, or do you think we should exit? I guess from my hearing is the community and is that we exit the current location, find another location in that area, in the vicinity. So just looking at this in 2028,
we have to make a decision by that.
no, I think you're going to have to make a decision in 2026, 27, because if you rent or buy in that area, you're going to have at least 12 months to, so, and then, because literally I won't be probably on the board then, but I would not want a break in service to that area. at all. I mean, maybe the current landlord would give us an extension or whatever, but like, can't be guaranteed that. And so I just say 28, 27 probably is the more realistic time frame where you're going to invest money. You know, you might do the plan at 26, invest at 27, and then get it ready by 28, 29.
Let me just clarify, but your preference would be to be somewhere else if you could.
What do you mean?
Bigger space.
A bigger space.
So why aren't we, and it doesn't cost us anything, there's no lease cost to this building.
In the current agreement.
Right? So
But
why,
that agreement, the city sublet the lease agreement to us, right? So I don't know that we will be able to get it. So it came about as a requirement of planning for
Right.
doing these
like
things.
if we were to leave tomorrow, we wouldn't owe any money. So why wouldn't we do like we did with this space and begin looking now?
Yeah, I am looking. I mean,
I was
I'm
just
constantly looking at it.
I was going to say that the conversation earlier suggested to me that David's already looking.
well,
That's what I thought, but I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're
all along
pursuing
the
now
baseline
anything
materials.
in that general geographic area that could be a better space than what we have. And if we found it, we would take it as soon as it was available.
Well, that's up to you guys. But I mean, I will be looking as stuff comes open, especially because commercial real estate's so low right now. So I don't know what I'm telling you. So the mosque is probably going out of business, right? That building's going to come on the market, if not this year, in 2025. So the mosque there along baseline.
But that's on the other side of.
Yeah. But it's not, it's a big building,
There.
clear, open
Yeah.
space,
It's
high
on-
ceilings.
What's it,
Baseline.
I don't-
baseline in what, 40?
No, it's
55th.
55th. It's about, it might even be
Cherryvale,
about 50.
or near Cherryvale.
Cherryvale at 50.
Has a good parking lot. So that would be something we
Yeah.
would look at. I'm not sure what the price is. I'm not sure if it would be suitable. I'm not sure it would be right. I'm not sure we want to go in after the mosque because people will be mad that the mosque is gone. But the bank is in a similar situation where there have been vacancies multiple times in that first bank that's right in front of the mall there. Got a Remax office in it. Like I don't know how many dentists, a lot of dentists, and it's a big building. We'd probably keep tenants. But yeah, in the event, it would be best if we didn't have to. I mean, so if we were to make a decision tomorrow, my preference would be that there are already people in the building, tenants in the building, right, on a lease that we could then figure out a way to accommodate them and grow over time. If it's a vacant building like this one, there's a lot of compelling reasons why you need to do it tomorrow, right? Like you need to open this library as soon as you possibly can. I'm quoting Doug on that. But if we go into an empty
Text them
building,
every day when we drive by.
it'll be harder. It'll be a harder choice to make.
So
A building that's occupied would be something that I think we would consider if it was the right space.
So to Tom's point, though, is I think that then we need to move this $3.5 million and put it in like a reserve
fund that we're
like
carrying
in
forward.
25 or something. If we have the money to put it in reserve, I don't know if we have it, but like.
What do we have sitting in our capital fund right now?
That's 5.5.
Or maybe
Okay,
it's a
so we have
million
it.
of that.
We do.
Maybe it's not all 3.5, right? Maybe you just.
Do it a couple times.
Yeah.
Well, if
Place
we have
it on the
5.5 sitting in our budget, we're already there because we actually don't even go underwater till like 2026 in this current balance sheet. If you have 5.5 on top of that, we never go underwater. So you can move that 3.5 up to tomorrow.
So I think as a board, just think about that. We keep our eyes. We don't have to move. But
Yeah.
if we see something that's interesting, we could move.
But I think it's a good public signal too, to represent
That we haven't.
and interest in movement,
Right.
right? Like that Meadows is on our list,
Mm-hmm.
right? So,
Yeah, but essentially this is what this
right,
is designed to show you. Like when
Right.
somebody says you need to cut your taxes, well, there's two ballot measures on this here that might cut them to the level that I have displayed in that one document here. And if you did do your math, which Andy did, it shows us dipping in, and in the end, by the end of these 10 years, we're negative. Right?
Yeah.
That's not likely to happen because I don't know that the ballot issue is going to pass this year, but I did just want to do it just for the sake of your money's tied up. I mean, if it turns out that we get 10% every year for the next then we're gonna, we can buy whatever we want and and give taxes back and do all kinds of things. But I don't think that seems to be more of a serious assumption. Well, the governor's bill is 5.5. Yeah, it is out. And we're exempt, but I think there would be questions.
But you had staggered these to take them out of Carnegie and Meadows for a reason.
Sort of, mostly for ground time. This is mostly to show the mechanical engineers. And, addressing the backlog and then the capital maintenance. So Reynolds is not in bad shape, right? I think we'll find it probably fully remodeling that building in 15 years. But for now, it's not necessary. Carnegie is kind of in desperate need of a change or leaving or closing or whatever it is we decide to do. We would not give up the history ever. My sense is that we could make it amazing, and without that being a major cost. There's still an access issue, right? So in the 9-page screen, like access and convenience have a lot to do with everything, but Carnegie's never driven numbers. And we're not doing Carnegie to suddenly bring thousands of people to Carnegie to do historical research. It's not going to happen. We're doing it as a symbolic gesture to the community that we are an entity that takes seriously the preservation of the history of the community. And so that we have a working archive there. You guys have been in the workspace. I can't think of one nice thing to say about it. I don't know that all the rest of you have been in the workspace. Yeah, it's the building's in need of a refresh.
But, and again, when you move a chunk of the archive to that room, some of that space, right? That's in the plan. Leads to this argument.
But there are people who are interested in history, actually. I mean, we have a regular flow of customers. We have regular people getting appointments to do historical research in Carnegie. So we're doing primarily by appointment now, and we'll continue to do by appointment as we run the surface and open it up to the public. The idea of opening it up to the public is that we will kind of clean up the space so it's not appear so cluttered, and it's more of a space where people would come for an event, right? Like you come to hear a talk or to see an exhibit, which we would rotate out given the collection, because that's how you show the community that it has a value. Is they're only interested in the tip of the iceberg. They're not interested in researching the full history of the thing in general. That's not their interest. And so, but there are people who are interested in it. Everybody has an interest at some point. If you buy a house in Boulder and you need to find out anything about the history of the property, it's there. The city uses the records heavily in terms of maps. We have all the plat maps, historical plat maps going back forever. So I mean, it is a valuable resource in the sense that people use it, but that's not solely its primary function. Right? It is also symbolic of the things that we preserve about our history. The archivist, since the pandemic began, have probably been doing the deepest dive on people of color in Boulder County and that history. There's an exhibit at the Museum of Boulder now, which is in part drawn from the research that our archivist has done on that history, and there's photo exhibit. So there are all kinds of ways to make it better, and I don't want to pretend like I know the total price tag. I think $3 million is easily something we can afford. I mean, that's 3.5 we can afford. Could it cost $10 million? If we hired an architect, I bet they would come back with a plan that was going to be $10 million and we're redoing everything. And I don't know that we can afford to do that. Nor do I think that's necessarily in the best interest.
So before we move, I do want to talk about. So I want to put a bow on Meadows.
Yeah.
I think probably 3.5 is a little low. I would probably, for building and any type of upgrade, probably So I'd say it's probably.
So there's 1.5 in the following year.
Oh, okay. So then.
So the 3.5 is based off of the first bank.
So I'd say for the budget and finance committee folks and facility folks, we want to move that into like the 25, 26 time frame. Okay,
So now Carnegie, I think, you know, what's the vision for Carnegie, you know, at the $3 million level?
Well, we haven't been in there with our, I mean, my idea was simple.
Keep it running. Right?
No, how do we clean the front of the space so it's an appealing destination for people to go to see elements of the history. So it's exhibit space, you can have a seat by the fire and read about, I don't know, whatever, something or other. But that the concentration of where the money would occur is in the behind the public scene, right? So, and behind is my limited way of seeing it. So other people would say we integrate it all. So the archivists and everything are obvious and they're working in there, but we make a significant change in the working archive so that people are actually in organized space, have access to collections, and we create an environment which resembles, I guess, in my mind, drawing a blank on it now, the History of the West that's in the Public Library. Don't know if you've been there. It's an amazing experience, so I'll tell you my story, right? So the first time I went, I did have something that I wanted to see. You know, you make an appointment, you go in, you may just have to wait. You go into a room, you know, somebody comes in with the gloves and the box, and they give you the piece, and you look at it, and it's an experience that feels special. Like it feels like you are being, you're getting insight into something that not everybody asked me. You have to ask for it. The second time I went in, I said, like, I want you to show me something interesting, which was even more interesting because that got a laugh from the archivist. They went and found me something and brought back a letter that Ted Kaczynski had written to Excel 15 years prior to sending his first bomb. And it was the most fascinating. I read that and I was like, oh my God, everything that ever he did later was all clear 15 years prior in terms of his sentiments. But you know, this is the kind of stuff that historical archive has. And you know, when you ask the archivist, like, show me something interesting, they were just like, okay, I'm going to show you. Like, what am I going to pick? But you know, we create an environment kind of like that. You know, right now we do appointments. They kind of sit at a desk. The room, if you remember, is pretty cluttered with a lot of different stuff. Sims Nelson, who runs the World History Library, meets with clients there and also volunteers. They kind of sit at a table and talk across the table. I mean, getting to the point where you actually do the interview is something else. We could build a professional level recording lab where we can invite people in to do a history and have a volunteer ready to ask them questions. We do it on site. So you create a semblance of some of the things that you want it to be in the space. But that's essentially a 21st century working archive. And then in the front space, when you walk in, it's not a matter of a bunch of clutter. You get exhibits, which if you've ever been to Carnegie for any of the exhibits, so I have the privilege of working here. I can say, like, I want to see the Hartling drawings. So we have all the drawings from all the homes that Hartling ever did. And so if somebody goes and gets them for me and lays them out on the table, and I get to walk in and look at this amazing archive of stuff that nobody's seen for years. I mean, they may note the curious houses, but I recently asked for the cafe. I said, can you just find me stuff about food industry in Boulder, like restaurants, cafes? Like, well, one of the archivists, I mean, like within hours, called me and said, I'm ready. I'm like, I'm not going to get there for 2 weeks, but yeah, then they set out like hundreds of documents of menus, of photos, of cafes that had opened and closed, and you know, they knew the story, right? They were able to tell a story. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, I just need 15 pictures for the wall of the cafe. But it was fascinating, right? So that's the means by which I don't know that we have publicly displayed the ability for what Carnegie can actually do. And the archives.
So what is it that Bob Yates is interested in that relates to the Museum of Boulder?
Yeah,
Like,
so
I don't know. I just know that he has, like, called me and, you know, I said, come to a meeting. This is my answer to him all the time. Like, come talk to us. And I know he's met with the two of you, with the new director guys, so I just want to hear. I want us all to know.
I ran into him in the cafe.
Oh, okay.
It was a horrible meeting.
Okay. Anyway, so I just want to hear.
Yeah, so that's kind of on hold, and this is, I don't think we can make this part of the public meeting. I'm happy to have the conversation, but we'd have to dismiss public meeting and have a
Oh,
conversation in private. I don't believe that information was disclosed to me for sharing. Their board is not entirely privy to all the discussions either, but I can tell you what I know.
Because I don't know, and I just know that there's an interest in Carnegie.
Yeah.
Either it relates to him or relates to the Museum of Boulder,
Yeah, so the short story
which,
is...
as folks know, is just
This is
adjacent
our-
to that property, right?
We're just at lunch, why don't we return to lunch and have a,
Because we're still.
Well, it's not public information. But
Yeah.
I mean, the
It's
museum,
a public.
the Museum of Boulder is in
do
some
it.
financial difficulty, right? Like, so that's the rub. They had approached the city for some conversations, and I was still with the city at the time. And then the city, we became a district soon after. The city asked for those conversations to occur between the Museum of Boulder and the district. So their board chair and Bob, who was the interim director, invited me to several meetings that had done to discuss their situation. And we were, the district has a lot of things that we promised the voters. Nothing to do with the Museum of Boulder. And in my conversations initially with Johnny when she was chairman was that we were not interested in taking on anything new at this time, and so I told them. So the district had no interest. Subsequently, the foundation had expressed some interest in the situation, and so we had several meetings between the foundation and the Museum of Boulder to discuss their situation and what pathways were possible for the future. And at this point, there's nothing happening. They hired a new director. I've met him, a nice guy. And I think they have hopes that they can turn it around.
See, yeah, like from my view, I thought it had to do with like their collection, and I thought maybe there was like some interest in storing some things at Carnegie or having an extension, or I mean that's what I was envisioning. I didn't know it had something to do with something else. So this is helpful because
historically we have it. I mean, we still do have a memorandum. I don't know if they've ever signed it, but we have a memorandum of understanding with the library and the museum, and so we are the holder and keeper of the photography collection. So it's a couple 100,000 items that are owned by the Boulder Historical Society, which ultimately became the museum. We took them out of boxes, cataloged them, digitized them, made them available to the public. So that was probably a 20-year, 30-year enterprise that we did that for, and then at some point, I don't know, in my tenure here, they wanted to claim exclusive rights to those images and claim copyright, which is ridiculous to argue with a bunch of historians about copyright because the Carnegie staff had record of every single photograph, every single photographer, the time at which they worked in Boulder, the time at which they closed, when the photographs were taken, and so we knew that none of it was copyrightable. But they wouldn't back off. They wanted to, I think, monetize the collection, but they never were clear. And so we, independently, the city approved of me getting a lawyer who worked for free to give them a cease and desist. So we have not always had it's been a good relationship, but time to strain them, and I think it's in a good place now. Again, we're participants on an IMLS grant with the Museum of Boulder. We're going to together on it, so that's an awesome program. I would like for us to build a stronger partnership with them. A lot depends upon the leadership from the museum. So our interest right now is like, how can we, help together, right? Build a partnership.
Okay.
What they were asking was quite a lot, and that's not something I think we're ready for. And I'm happy to talk about it, but not.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to share. I just have been unaware of like what the actual topic was or the issue. I thought it had to do with collections, and I didn't know it had to do with other things. So thank you.
But in any case,
What's that?
It has to do with the facility. Yeah. I think like that. My view of Carnegie, I go back and forth. I think we're going to open it up in September, and I think I get my head around it as this is a program or a service that we're doing for the community, but this goes along the lines of, it's not real, I guess it is archiving library services, but like it's a service we're doing for the community to preserve its historical sort of legacy. It's not going to bring in a lot of users. There's going to be a few thousand a year probably. If I kind of go back and say, wow, we're going to spend $4 million. That's probably just specifically. We'll probably spend, $4 million and another, $400,000 a year just to keep the lights on in that building, and keep it going. I've expressed this. I'm like, well, we could do the mission, the archive mission anywhere. We have another library 4 blocks away. That we could utilize space there. Anyway.
Probably gets into our discussion with council, not necessarily this time around, but at some point. But yeah, I mean, if we're going to go and dump $3 to $5 million into the building, I think it would be reasonable for us to ask the city to give us the building.
Yeah.
It's like it's not even our building anymore, right? And I think there's a larger strategic question here, which is, as a district, is our ultimate goal to acquire more assets or not? But like right now, we're a district that has no assets. I mean, other than the tax revenue and the day-to-day operations and collection, but like we have no real estate assets.
Yeah, so the collection would correct all the, I mean, we didn't
Yeah,
have...
it might be a good thing. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's something we should be thinking about here.
One of the benefits of having leased the building is that we're not necessarily committed to any of them for a long, long time.
Right, but that does imply that ultimately we are moving toward a world where we are acquiring assets. It may just not be the current assets.
Right, not the current ones. Correct.
Yeah, so the Carnegie collection, right? So it is an assembly of unique items, which we've never done a value assessment of. And even with the current insurance, we're loath to go into the path. We kind of avoided that discussion in the separation with the city because I don't think anybody wanted to go in and discover the value of the assets there. So what is the value of a unique document, right? Like what is the... And so I'm highly sensitive to that. Like we have a 3-panel watercolor of some woman's painted a map of all the train routes to every mile. It's a fascinating piece of history, right? Like, what's its value? I have no idea. We have a diary from a soldier who was preparing to go to work at Sand Creek, right? Like, so what's the value of that? I don't know. Like, but the fact is that there are thousands and thousands of unique documents there that assembled are what's there at Carnegie. That we do. So that is ours, and a major asset. I mean, not to mention the entire history file from the Daily Camera, all of the property records for the city of Boulder. There's a lot of things there which having ownership of them is of value, but like, so we have to, in some ways, as long as I'm here, we're not dumping. We have to find a place to keep them.
I don't think anyone's advocating that.
No, I think it's
just a matter of, it's a matter of, I think, if we get to the point where we really want to put money into that building, we'd want to think about who owns the building.
That, that, and I think, it's a service we're doing to the community.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily bring in users. It does, historians or authors, and I think it's really cool, but my thing is, like, keep the cost as low as possible
Yeah, but it could be that it's bigger than Boulder, too. And so I think about History Colorado, and I think about, sort of the state programming that is around archives and preservation of history, right? And so I just wonder about more of a partnering, from that angle.
But,
Because I think there's some ownership, right, that aligns with it.
are we having a serious conversation about this? Because this is going to be here before we know it. And if we can find appropriate storage and access in other facilities we have, are we going to entertain turning that building back over to the city and saying, well, here, it's a historic building, have at it? I mean, I'm willing to have that conversation, but if that's where we're going, we should have that conversation fairly soon, in my opinion.
I think that was the point of this today. One of the things we've kind of like is you know, especially with Carnegie being, I mean, Meadows, we kind of said we're going to invest somewhere in that community and build a library, right? So I think from our perspective is you know, do we just keep Band-Aids on Carnegie and keep it open and then we're going to move some of the collective section here, probably keep it safe, and maybe, you know, I do think spreading it out across town might be a good idea, because just from all your eggs in one basket kind of thing, but like, and we have lots of natural disasters here, but like, if we had infinite money or infinite resources and staff time, you know, that would be, but it just seems kind of off. It's not necessarily our core library. Do you think it's our core, part of our core library mission?
I think preserving the history of the community is
Okay.
a core part of
But
it.
is the building?
It's nothing in the building.
Yeah.
Although the building is history, right?
Yeah.
It's history
It's
because
the
it was
first public library.
Carnegie Library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think you as a board would be dealing with
Irate public.
a very irate public if you were to just say, like, we're moving everything out of the Carnegie and not doing, even though people don't, like when Jane Brodigan in the city recommended closing it, I don't remember when that was, 2015, 16. I mean, I never saw so many. There have been subsequently, there have been, but there were never so many emails to council. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Of
I mean,
emails.
I'd like to, before we actually go down that route, like I think like it'd behoove us to like reach out to the historical community and say like, hey, we want to find a reason to put this in our, like, I don't want it to be only 2,000 people go there. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, and I do think that's why if we do keep it and we put significant money into it, it is thinking about what are the other uses. Like, obviously there's all the historical uses, but as you noted, that's a limited number of people. But, you know, if we're building a podcasting studio, I mean, that's a community resource that now has use beyond the traditional historical use case.
right.
There's other things you could envision that, if folks are willing to kind of be flexible with how that space gets used, could provide significant community benefit.
Yeah, and like you said, the like kind of programming use if the space gets cleaned up. Well, it sounded like the first. Well, maybe not. I was going to say that it sounded like one of the first steps with Carnegie was to kind of figure out what the costs
Yeah,
are.
so what we're asking for, what is asked for in the 2025 budget is an assessment of the building.
Yeah.
About what it would cost to actually turn it into a 21st century archive. There is, I mean, in the Cummings report, there's $1 to $2 million of work that needs to be done. You know, if we can, I would argue that we have to do that, given what our current situation is, because frankly, right now we are not adequately preserving the history of the community because it is difficult to control the humidity and the temperature of the rooms in that building. We have a couple of secure rooms that, you know, behind locked doors with temperature controls and humidity controls, but there's a lot of stuff there that is not within that. And we spent with the city like years trying to get it controllable. It's part of the way there, and I think we feel much better than we did 5 years ago. But the building, you know, graded out as a D. The windows all need to be replaced. The roof needs replacement. There's leaks along, you know, along the outside that weaken the foundation. There's stuff. There's $1 million worth of stuff or two that needs to be done to keep the building held up. Now, Band-Aids may be one way. The city basically did it with Band-Aids for a number of years, and so what you see, in my opinion, is from a historical resource that was not well maintained. And so, like, you don't just go throw concrete epoxy to patch a crack in a stone building that is on the historical register and they used
Yeah.
man-made mortar with, right? Like you hire the guy and pay the whatever 20% premium to fix it, right?
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, you know, facilities went over and slapped down some concrete on a cracked surface, and that's what sufficed, and that's what's there now, right? But you know, we have do we have a responsibility to how far do we go, right? I guess that's the question. Like, we have to get the building secure, or we can, you know, wait and do the assessment first and say, how do we make it right?
I think if I'm just kind of, I think Q1 part, 25 is the assessment, facilities assessment, and then also, use that Q1, Q2 for like, a community sort of, maybe it's targeted, feedback on, because if we're going to spend the money, I mean, that's going to be more than we're spending in Maine, almost. Like, then we ought to, get some use out of it beyond the historical. And maybe it is something we you see what I'm saying? Like, that's my personal opinion.
I'd wonder if we use it as a leverage point to say that, we're not going to invest millions into it until it becomes ours, right? Until it becomes an asset of the district.
I think that would be the bare minimum.
Yeah.
The question would be, how much more do you want to leverage it?
Right.
Like, give us the rest of the buildings at the same time.
Yes, exactly. But which is Maine, right?
Or the opposite, where we say it is ridiculous to pour money into a building
Yes.
that is never going to be a 21st century archive facility.
Well,
City, you can have it back and create some awesome historical thing for
Yes.
the community,
Right.
and we'll do the right thing by our archive and
Right.
invest that where it will be better served.
right.
So
In the
what-
city, it could be your Sundance staging area, right?
Yeah.
For the
Well,
Sundance
I mean,
Festival.
is the plan already for the assessment
Yes.
to include like
Exactly.
layers?
Right.
Like, if we
There you
do
go.
X, it costs
Yeah,
this. If we do 2X, it costs this. If we do,
Yeah, I mean, fixing the problems with the building are one thing, and then the second part would be if we're going to do anything to the building, it's a high community. So we talk to. There's an architect involved. There are public relations involved. There's a lot of people that are going to want to come to the table to tell us what the right thing to do is, and we would have to engage. That would be a major. It's a major engagement. Like with Nobo, we spent we spent 2 years in engagement, 3 years. But this is at least a 12-month probably engagement process with the public
yeah.
about what they want the building to become.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, in the near term, I just want to make sure that as we're making this decision, that we're getting, like, not just, like, what does it cost to max out its capability in its current location, but, like, are there, like, interim costs, like, levels.
So,
Well, to Sam's point, it would be interesting, and the problem is I don't think we have another space today, but it would be interesting to see the difference between how much money does it take to turn that space into a state-of-the-art archive versus how much money would it take to build a state-of-the-art archive or buy an existing building and turn it into an archive. I
The
think
other
that's just what we don't
drawback
know.
for this building is it doesn't have parking.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people who access it have somewhat mobility issues. They're not going to walk 3 blocks.
I mean, the whole building's an accessibility disaster. Like, it has no elevator, has no ground level entrance.
Yep.
So it seems to me that we should be thinking about. It sounds like we're on track. We're going to find a new building for Meadows. I think we ought to really seriously be looking at that building also has an archive. It becomes this 21st century archival space. To your point, doesn't mean that Carnegie is something else. We were just talking about, we could make it the history of film in Boulder. We could do all kinds of different things that are.
Oh, you're saying the new metal building?
Yeah, like the new Meadows movement, like the Carnegie building itself could become something that's just about history. And we don't need to own it. We don't own it.
Yeah.
We could be in a conversation with the city at that point about running whatever that is. Because my guess is part of the pushback in 15 was about the building. And not just about access to archives, but maybe I'm wrong.
It was closing the facility to the public.
Right. And so, archives grow. That building isn't going to have any room to grow. We're already going to take space here as storage. And I was in there with you. Your archivists work on top of each other. I mean, that they can. It's the most dysfunctional space for working in that I've seen. that
And it always will be for this purpose. I
in
think.
in that building.
Right.
So I think if we're looking forward and we're looking at Meadows, big part of the community going forward, we're ought to be looking for space that also has the archives, the 21st, to your term, the 21st century archive space for both.
And that's
Therefore,
where
we-
our population is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hearing from the board generally kind of look for a new space for the historical.
I do think though, like we need to see numbers.
Yeah, I
Like,
just want to. I just
we're
want.
having this conversation without the context of
Right.
actual costs.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
I want more information before we really think about decision making, especially
Okay.
because this is such a sentimental space for the
Yeah, I
city
get it, yeah.
that this is not going to be a decision we get to make based on like hard facts.
So
But
how
we
do
should
we-
have the hard facts.
How do we get
and
that?
then-
Or what kind of facts are we looking for so we can give
Yeah.
it, go to David? And,
It's I think I have enough.
Yeah.
I mean, it can
Okay.
be merely accommodating an archive that we expand, and that's in a place that we can control the temperature and humidity, and more easily accessible. So I mean, it's just really adding square footage, and the square footage there is limited, so it's just adding that to another thing in the context maybe of Meadows or some other facility. We don't own this building either, right? So
Right.
it's not inconceivable that we have a different building here in 10 years, and maybe it happens in Meadows sooner, but then, you know, there, in the short term, we will have to address some facility needs at Carnegie.
yeah,
Uh,
for sure.
And in whatever moment we make the announcement that we're leaving it, well, whoever's on the board at that time, I should imagine, is going to be engaged in a 2-year-long conversation about why are you jettisoning the history where everyone goes to find out about all the demolished buildings in Boulder and all the erased history that we've had in the past. Why are you erasing the history of the library? So you are going to have that. You will have that conversation whether you want to or not.
Maybe Benita.
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
Yeah, but
So back to like your research on what's in archives. You went to Denver and that kind of thing. Do we have at Carnegie a list of what is like separated by, you know, either like national stuff or state history stuff versus local?
We only keep Boulder County, so it's
Okay.
only Boulder County history. So that we can get something that's enormously valuable, and we do. We try to find a home for it.
So you would send something to Denver.
Oh yeah, when stuff comes in that's not Boulder County, we
Send
don't
people
accept it as a donation, or if
I
it's
see.
been dropped on the doorstep, then we find a home for it if we can.
Okay.
So George Karakian, who owns the shop downtown, has been historically one of the most intermittent donors. Like he'll just drop off 2 boxes of photographs and maps, and then you look through them and it's like, none of this is Boulder County. And so then you're trying to find where it is and where it should go.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The Carnegie family, not the Carnegie family, the Paddock family is still kind of around.
Well, Lori Paddock died a couple of years ago. I don't know who.
My granddaughter works for Open Space. I know that.
Is that right?
I think there's a
Okay.
son. So they were one of the families that I know of that was involved in the initial formation of the library in the city of Boulder and brought Carnegie to Boulder for building that library. So they may be able to marshal some public resources to say how horrible this is. I don't know.
Well, and is there any option to expand Carnegie at its current location?
Don't know. That would be part of the assessment of the building.
Yeah,
Which
I think that's what we
may
need to
not
see is
do.
like just what are the range of options here. And I guess the question is how much money do we want to spend just to explore the range of options?
It's a lot of money for a very tiny, a very
Yeah.
important part, but a very tiny community. You know.
Well, the
use.
0.8 is that's maintenance for the year plus exploring
exploring some,
options.
Yeah.
laying out some options.
Yeah, I mean,
So what I'm
and-
taking it like just got some points here. It's a clear vision for the historical collection, location. You know, not necessarily Carnegie, but another option would be if we revamp Maine, we could put portions of it there. You know.
Well, and like I'm not convinced that the end solution is going to be that we like move out of Carnegie. I'm just saying, like, I think we should be exploring what does that mean, what does that cost, in addition to what does it mean to bring Carnegie up to the level we want it to be at. Like, we just want to understand what all of that looks like.
Well, I think we all agree.
At least I do. Like, I want to understand what all of that would look like before we start really deciding on a path.
We want a functional archive capable of preserving the material that's
Yeah.
accessible to the public.
Yeah.
Like, where that goes, how we build it, those are the open questions.
Yeah.
So I just as I try to wrangle this group together to make decisions, I just kind of want to understand a little bit more from you, Carol, like what kind of information you want us to bring back to you.
I think we're talking about. I'm just like
Okay.
we're talking about doing an
Yeah.
assessment of the cost to restore Carnegie,
Cost, okay.
and then
Right.
and like
could
at
you-
different
could you-
levels.
Yeah,
and
could
then
you double Carnegie's size if you busted out the back wall? And like, would you ever get permission from the city to do that? And how much money would that cost relative to buying another building like this and turning it into a state-of-the-art archive?
right.
Like, those are the things, those are the numbers that are going
Yeah.
to influence this decision.
Yeah.
But how much money and time do we want to spend on that?
Well,
Well,
that's
that's
the thing.
the-
We're doing it regardless.
We need the
No,
information.
no, I mean, but even to do that assessment, right?
But we're already doing
That-
it.
well,
We're
so
doing
that's-
that now,
Okay.
but yeah, I
That's
think,
the
like,
0.8 that's
Well,
budgeted.
the plan was to start
Okay.
next year.
And I mean, this
Could-
is
it could be
honestly,
2 years.
this is one of the things I wanted to get out of this, as with discussion exactly around Carnegie, because I want to see where people are at, and I think we need some public input or however we
Yeah.
can get that on. And I'd like to hear from the historical society stuff, and
Right. That would be another layer of information that I want
Right.
to see is what do people think and who thinks what and why.
like I don't think anybody's saying like burn the building down, but it's like
But I
we
think
are.
we do have a list of emails because to make an appointment you have to send an email, and
Yeah.
so we do have, and we plan to leverage that email list to ask other things like hours and things like that.
That's
right?
a good idea. Yeah.
Because we just opening right now, soft opening, so we just don't want to ask everybody. We actually want to ask the people that use it,
Yeah.
and then after that we can go
Yeah.
after everybody. But so we can ask questions. But I think if you ask people, would you like to have the convenience of a big building and be able to park or stay at Carnegie? Convenience may trump, the building.
Well, I don't think we're going to ask that question.
No, I know. But when you say that,
We should get some input. I think you're right. Like, it would be good to hear from the users of the library. Like,
right.
why are they going? What do they like about that? Do they like the historic building? Do
Or
they
they
like
like
access
that.
to the collection?
Exactly.
Like, what do they want when
What
they
is
think
the
about
end
this
goal?
access going forward? Like,
Yeah.
that's
It hasn't been open in 5 years.
right. Well, but people have been
Yeah.
making appointments.
Yes.
Appointment,
To
we
your
have
by
appointments.
appointment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
But
Yeah.
when we reopen that, so that was our promise, right? That's the ballot.
We just
promise,
open it,
right?
yeah.
So I wonder if we shouldn't be doing something like around that in some way, and very delicately.
We are having a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay.
When we
And
do
then-
the grand opening,
Oh, you mean
we've had a
feedback.
few things there during the pandemic. Hundreds of people show. Like when you do there's cupcakes and stuff, and the libraries put out exhibits
Is
of all
there a
kinds of things, and we do. So hundreds of people show up to the events, but there'll be plenty of opportunities for us to begin to gauge the public's interest in the space in the course of the next year and a half, 2 years.
But if I'm hearing from Sam, if this is a core piece of historical preservation and archiving, let's do it right. Have the right space for it. Have the right protections for the materials and collections. And maybe that's not there, but if that's a core piece of our history and we can commit to that as a board, then or as a district, then let's do that right. I think right.
Yeah,
Kind of what you're
sure.
saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and right, we're not. I haven't heard conclusively from the board that right is somewhere other than right. It's certainly investigating.
We don't
the
know.
possibility. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's undetermined on the location. I think
Yeah.
we're all in agreement that having a functional archive is
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, agreed.
But if it's like a $200,000 investment in a new space, or
Right, or
$14
$2
million,
Yeah.
Right.
It would be good to know that.
Yeah.
So I think we should think about how you're framing this for city council, right? And how you're going to make mention of what we're doing with Carnegie and soft pedal the whatever.
Yeah, no, there are some repairs that have to happen.
Yeah.
We'll concentrate on that in May next year.
Yeah, but I mean, they should also hear somewhere that they're,
Yeah, we
you
should
know,
preview this for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we start to soften them up a little bit on, and like say, hey, we are going to make significant investments. We discussed with you. This was part of my conversation with Bob in the cafe. Was that he's like, a little rich for me, but like, hey, you guys should ask for those buildings back, you know?
Oh,
and I'm like, you led the campaign to keep them from us.
That's
but,
right.
But you know, so I think,
Yeah.
you know, when we go to council, we'll talk about that. Like, hey, we're going to make a major investment. You know, we'd like, you know, to understand, you know, like that we are on doing that. We know it's part of. I think we'd say like, because they're having these hard conversations now because they realize that like they're at like a fiscal cliff year, like, and things start to look south to them on the finances. And so I say we just say,
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not zero carrying cost even for us to lease those buildings for them, I don't think.
no, the city staff's recommendation, if you remember,
Has
was
always
like
been.
that all
Yeah,
of
they
the
would
buildings,
happily jettison them.
all
Yeah.
the buildings would be taken over by the district.
If
And-
not for city council.
and ownership and
wanting
everything.
that.
Yeah, so it was a political discussion
Yeah.
about the buildings.
I mean,
And-
the time to do it would be like now, this year,
Yeah.
or 27.
But I do think Sam's right. Like,
6.
we need to decide if that's what we
Well,
want.
it's another election year. 25, 26 are back
And,
to
you know,
election years.
Mr. Chair, I just was wondering if our partner had any comments on this discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am trying to think about this through the lens of philanthropy historically with the library, as well as modern day kind of library foundation philanthropy. I have a few thoughts. One is, first of all, like, it's called Carnegie, and there's a lot of, you know, emotional attachment, I'll say, in the historic community about that. But I think your conversation has unpacked that appropriately. The attachment is really to the archive. And when you think about, well, what did Carnegie give? And that was a campaign led by the Daily Camera with Lori Paddock's grandfather, I guess, at the time. And that was about, like, what at the time was the modern day need was to go from a reading room that had never found a permanent, there were 3 of them, right, along kind of the Pearl Street corridor, to like, let's be legitimate, let's have a library. They got that done with that $15,000. I plugged that into my calculator. Like, in today's dollars, that was $450,000. You've experienced more than that in depreciation on that building. You know, from a donor appetite, current day donor appetite, to, like, you know, don't count on the donor community. For one thing, like, that's a niche that doesn't tend to have a lot of dollars behind it, that is going to be really emotionally attached to those archives in that building. So I would encourage, like, from a how do we get the community and donor community excited about anything about that, it would be about framing the conversation about, well, the library is about media, and that includes archives. The way I've heard it that resonates with me is, like, there's short-term, medium-term, and long-term memory in a community, and that's your long-term memory. Your medium-term memory is what's on your shelves and all your main and your branches, and the short-term is, you know, about periodicals and, like, you know, the generation of today's news, right? So media in short, medium, and this is a conversation about the community's long-term memory. So I think that you also, as part of this, want to think about the map of Boulder and what you were talking about with the future of Meadows and East, and not just where are the neighborhoods that need to be served by the system now, but also in the future. So when you talk about the geography of your physical branch assets, you know, like, you can't be thinking 100 years ago. And then the last thing I'll say about, like, how philanthropy can inform this conversation, look at the donor class that is really exhausted from trying to keep Museum of Boulder afloat after a big investment. You know, like, you can think of that as, like, the piece of the philanthropy pie in our community that's real interested in history. Like, that's an exact match with Carnegie. So what might be the appetite to, like, you know, see an enhancement of your millions you're going to put into that? I'd say maybe they feel tapped.
Yeah.
Especially, like, next door to a building that, you know,
Historical.
recently got over leveraged beyond what
Yeah.
local philanthropy was willing to support.
It does seem like there was a real missed opportunity here to solve this problem when they built the museum in Boulder and incorporate Carnegie into it at that time.
Yeah.
Those ships have sailed.
Which I thought was what the conversation was about.
Well, if you want to talk about that, there was the Lassiter House to the west of Carnegie that at one point was in Boulder Library, well, the city's portfolio that got sloughed off at one point as well.
No, it was Marcelly. It was a dream. The Marcelly's dream, like in '82, was acquiring that whole corner, right? And
That corridor.
That would all be part of the future of the historical park.
Yeah.
The museum, the Carnegie, and the house next door. But that did not materialize.
Oh, and one
It could
last
be that's
thought
40
about the
years
map of the city. You also want to think about the north end of Maine and what's the timing for the city to clear out of Channel 8 and all that. Just when you talk about available space in your system for your archives, I mean, that's just part of your matrix.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think Doug mentioned the same thing. I think that's partly a pretty ill-conceived idea because of the fact that if our desire is to drive numbers downtown, we know that Carnegie doesn't drive numbers. And stuff.
Right.
I'm not sure why we would take the most valuable real estate in Boulder and pile in more stuff that made it resemble a warehouse. So I don't know. There's a lot cheaper real estate to store.
Even
materials.
mentioning that is going against my own advice to not look backwards. Like I'm thinking about how when Maine was opened in 1961, they folded in what they called a Colorado room, and that was their archives. And then when they went back to the old and took it back from Parks and Rec that had been holding gymnastics classes in there for 2 decades, then that was like, well, it's because our Colorado room, we ran out of room in our archives, so now we need something bigger. And now you're in a conversation where you need something bigger than that building. So don't go backwards back to
A dance
trying
studio
to find
might
a Colorado
actually
room.
draw a lot of people down there. But yeah.
I mean, it's a cool building with a lot of things you could do with it. But yeah, like that's what we need to see the numbers. We need to decide, like, do we want to own that building? If we do own that building,
So
does it
what-
continue to be
what-
the archive? Is it something else?
What's the time frame that they should come back to us? March. When do you want to come back to us?
We will have we'll have more specificity around budgetary items for next year. I think it'll be under 800, but I put 800 in there for things we need to fix, right? Like in the short term. In that same context, we'll have to engage with an architect or somebody to engage the community around what possibilities there are and just get a public sentiment. I mean, we're talking about doing some assessments next year, as well as around programming and stuff like that, but I think we just fold this in and do kind of
I think
some kind of assessment, with the public, but it is going to have to be through a particular lens so that we can both say, so we can get the public to tell us what they feel about the building as much as tell us what they feel about the archive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly how to go about this.
So, I'd say we're paying for stuff. I know that, but we'll come back in maybe next September or something or maybe at the next retreat. If we do it next August or something, we'll have the decision-making things to make a decision about where we want to go. How's that sound?
I think that's
reasonable?
that's a great plan. If a building came available in the Meadows community that was 24,000 square feet and cost us $3.5 million, and it was awesome.
I'm talking about Carnegie in particular.
No, I know, but then if we were going to move, we could move.
Yeah, I think we could,
archive to Meadows, and we would be thinking about it in a different way. So it could happen before.
If that building comes up, tell us about it. Like, we can accelerate this discussion if we need to.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, to give you guys time to collect the data, and then we'll have some more building information on our from the so.
Yeah, you're trying to put parameter
I'm trying to.
It's not to say we're not going to discuss this until next September. You just
No, I'm trying to say
for staff purposes. Yeah.
I have to do a 12-month plan. So I don't know if you guys know this, but every week I have to meet with David. And then I'm laying out the next month to a year of discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys tell me you want to talk about something in January, so I put it in the January pot.
Yeah.
And so that's how I.
No, I'm reframing what you're doing, which is to say that which is not to say that we're not going to discuss this.
No, I'm just trying to plan for.
Yes.
I
agree.
When should they expect to have the information to us? That give people understanding of what we expect of them.
The one thing I just want to clarify, something you said, David. So going ahead and getting an assessment from what an engineering firm or an architectural firm thinks we would need to spend to get Carnegie up to a
Yeah,
level.
we'll get us a laundry list and we'll have to
Right.
make a decision.
And then you said something about getting the public engaged in that.
Well,
And I think if we do that, then we're kind of making a commitment to that course before we're ready to make that commitment. This is going to remain, Carnegie is going to remain the space with the archives. What I'm hearing Cara saying, what I'm thinking is, I'd like to know the cost of this. That we're going to be stuck with, how much? Is it $4 million? Is it $5 million to build this thing out? And then we're in a place to make a decision about, well, that just isn't the best use of our district funds over the long term. Having an archive someplace that is easy, convenient, safe, storage grows, one thing. Another is the building. But once the public's in that, then we're going to get all that emotion in the beginning of this. I don't know if that's helpful to us.
no, I don't know how to go about it because
I think-
then you also don't want to present the idea as if the ship has sailed. And
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
No,
Well, I think
but there's a balance to that.
The public engagement is not ask them what we should do with Carnegie.
Yeah.
The public engagement is asking them what needs does the public have from a historical archive, right? Like, what is it they're really looking for?
But that's not about the building. You're asking about.
Yes,
that's what
but
I'm
I think,
trying to
but I think
separate.
that's what we would ask about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
And if
And
part of what they
archival-
say is,
the
more
archive-
we
accessible,
love this, right, if part
more
of what they say is
accessible.
we love this historical building, that's something we factor in. If mainly what they're saying is they want accessibility and air
Better
conditioning.
parking.
Well,
But like, I think that's the conversation we drive, and we can drive it in the context of like, look, we have this, like, it's no secret that Carnegie is an aging building, right? We're going to have to make some decisions about it. You don't have to be a genius to look at it and go, part of the decision is whether or not you keep to use that building. So even if we don't say that, people are going to understand
But you can ask
that.
questions around that.
Yeah.
You know, as, you know, about the lighting, and I think you have enough, and you know, maybe we'll check in on it in March or something, and see, you know, or beginning of the year, and
Yeah, we will probably have begun scoping out the
February.
full-on price of. But again, like that shouldn't be what drive the price shouldn't drive your decision. That's not what we're here to talk about. It's the strategy, and
Yeah.
we had that conversation.
I think we know.
I think we did.
You know.
Had that conversation strategy-wise.
We're-
It's like it's not the building; it's the archive itself, and how do we make it accessible is a critical question, but not necessarily about the building. And so, that's a good place to start. Because you don't want to come. I get somebody who's telling me like, we could fix it and make it perfect for $1.5 million, and you think we got $1.5 million, let's do it. And that's not really what we want to do. And then in 2029, I'm saying like, let's move it all to east, and
Well,
you're gonna
so-
be like, we just spent $1.5 million.
folks,
I'm making it right.
for me, the buildings.
and then somebody's going to gut it and turn it
The
into
buildings
condo.
are tools. They're not. The buildings are tools that we use to accomplish the library's mission. You know what I mean? They're you know, they need to shape and bend just like that. And I think one of the freeing things for me when we lost the you own the buildings thing is to go like, okay, we're free. You know, we're free to. You know, I mean, I'm going to commit and pay for these buildings to make them nice and pristine while we're in them and all that stuff. Like, you know, I do think, you know, we need to spruce up Maine and get the carpet up and all that stuff. But like, and we're going to keep them top notch and clean and safe. But like, they're tools. They're tools for us.
And I think I would agree with you, with the exception of Carnegie and Maine.
Right. I get
So Maine people fought and are enemies.
I was gonna say,
forever
I don't think
about its location, and the same is probably true.
Besides
of
Maine and Carnegie. Yeah.
yes, but and I agree with you, but I think a lot of people don't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think, and especially around Maine and Carnegie.
Yeah,
Like,
specifically those.
they were-
Maine, we're committed to using that as a tool.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and Carnegie, I think less so, but you know, I'd like to find a place, you know, how we can do it.
That does indicate to me, though, that over time, Maine and Carnegie then are potentially the buildings we would want the city to transfer ownership of. Yeah, or, I mean, right,
Right.
Carnegie,
You put it that way,
modular
yeah.
this. But like, yeah, any of these buildings that we view as part of our long-term strategy, ultimately we want
We should own
that
them.
level of control.
So do you think we keep the 3 million with the footnote?
It's an asterisk now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Do you
very
think we
likely
keep
that
it?
that money could get punted to something else from this. This is all speculative, right? Like what amount each year.
No, I
it's not
just
a
mean
budget.
for public sharing, if we,
Well, it has an asterisk.
Yeah, I think
so
the
I think what, depending upon how conversations go in March and September was what you originally said, and I thought that's perfect because at that point we would have to make a decision on whatever plans we've derived in the course of this year to start working on them or not. We could say we'll take part of it and delay the decision for another year, but we wouldn't necessarily. September would be coinciding with the budget for 2026. So that would be a good time for a March check-in. I think we'll have stuff for you by then. And then certainly in September of 2025, we would have to be making budgetary decisions.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we can move on to the. Are we okay to move on to off a building and move to? We got digital provisions, we got library use and safety. So let's take a 5-minute break and then come back and hit that stuff. I think that was a good discussion.
The growth in digital presence is, again, also, we're not asking for a vote. It's really about whether or not, we clearly saw that there was a digital divide during the pandemic. It's not an impossible mountain, but it did seem challenging. We got a lot of grants, from the foundation, and then federal grants, which funded programs to provide free wireless access to people in their homes. I'm broadly curious of the board's appetite for us to further bark down this lane. Libraries did take it upon themselves in terms of making digital access available to the public for free as part of their mission years ago. Like in the 80s and 90s, it was really about public computing. Then it expanded to digital access and access to materials. It is a happenstance of our buildings and the laws in Colorado that we can mount access points on buildings. It provides wireless to an area, a radius. It's not been challenged in court. Neither has anyone shut them down. We do it now. We could expand that access points. I mean, there's just a lot of different directions that we could potentially go here, and I'm just curious about, is that a future avenue for us, especially with North Boulder? So it's not a all points, all places kind of approach. We would look at it in terms of potentially a pilot in North Boulder, and specifically with the manufactured home communities. So those two. We did. I think I mentioned this, that we did apply, and we followed down. I met with, Google flew out people from San Francisco and their head of government relations from Texas, and I met with them all about doing a program like this for school-age kids in Boulder. This is back before the pandemic, and they were very interested, but it never panned out. New York City did get a grant to do a colossally bigger program at the same time for all school-age kids, and it's heavy lift, right? You have all the devices and all the wireless, and you pay for the fee. They pick them up at the beginning of the school year, they bring them back at the end of the school year, and so it's a coordinated kind of effort. But I don't know. This is something that I know has at times interested council. When I had talked to a couple of council members about it, about what more could we do in that space. I don't know if that's the interest of this.
What kinds of things would we be thinking about doing specifically?
Are you going to answer?
You should answer. I will give my opinion after
initially, there are two things that we could do. One would be exploring the cost of a broader signal from our North Boulder building, right? So can we provide a signal that would then supply, wire, we wouldn't discriminate, so it's basically any household to 19th Street.
It would be a public Wi-Fi network, though.
Yeah, it's a broader signal from our building. It's like what you do, you create a larger I think it's feasible. I don't know how costly it
Yeah.
is. And then the second part of it would be we distribute wireless more. We scaled way back on that program. We were up to like 300, 400 at a time. I think we're down to like 10 or 15 at this point. They're frequently checked out. Some of them don't come back. We got them all during the pandemic. We didn't pay a dime. It was all through either grant money or gifts.
Hotspots, you talking about?
Yeah, the hotspots. We also gave out, as part of a federal grant, we gave out hundreds of devices, iPads, you name it. There were lots of things, and we shouldn't have been. When we did it during the pandemic, it was a whole different audience that we'd never seen before. Predominantly non-English speaking. I think that day we had one Spanish-speaking staff member in the building, and it was like, holy shit, we didn't get this right, and we kind of pivoted at the moment. But then, that was in association with Boulder Housing Partners. That grant came. So
Those people all lived in the city of Boulder, you think? Or?
predominantly, yeah. I mean, there were some that are next door neighbors, right? The main library, the people in that Section 8 housing right there next to us. But they were all over. There's a large affordable housing project on 6th and Pearl. That whole community basically came. They're predominantly Spanish-speaking community.
I was a volunteer during that program, and I remember giving iPads to older adults, not the oldest adults in the community, but I mean people in their 50s and 60s, and iPad access. I mean, it was like it was an incredible program. I mean, you did see people that you would see, and no judgment of people of, where people were coming from.
So
Some of those issues.
in my head, like, even more so than literacy at this point, one of the core goals of the library is access to information, right? And if we start to think about how do you provide access to information in the year of our Lord, 2024, it really is about internet access. It's about access to devices and computing and things like that. So I think I have interest in this. It's obviously my field as well, but I do think the question is the need there? Like, what would the resourcing for this look like? I mean, if we could provide free internet access to the entirety of the mobile home park that's next to the Nova Library there, like, that's potentially a significant benefit. On the other hand, if they all already have internet access they're happy with and they're not really wanting for it, like, maybe we're solving the wrong problem. I just don't know. But I do think it's interesting to explore those opportunities. The hotspots is less about physical location and more about people that just can't afford internet. There's government programs for that, but those government programs are undergoing a series of cuts right now. So if anything, a lot of the support the government's historically provided. To your point, like, this is another case of the libraries basically picking up the slack that other parts of the government have ceded. But maybe this is an area where we're okay with that.
Does the national broadband access, does that play into this in any way? And
Well, that's
this
what
state by state funding?
So the FTC for a long time had a program to basically subsidize internet access if you were, below a certain level of income. This is where I'd have to go and double check, but like a lot of that Congress has pulled funding for in the last year. So like a lot of the universal access stuff that historically the federal government has subsidized is now going away.
But under the Biden administration, each state had to develop a broadband, access plan for their state, and Colorado's, just got theirs approved. Every state, has one. Now they can apply for funding, statewide for projects.
Yeah, we could look at what Colorado's plan is. My guess is a lot of what Colorado's focused on there is probably rural internet access, and I think Boulder gets largely ignored in those plans because we actually have reasonably good infrastructure, but we then have these pockets within our community that just can't afford it.
Yeah. I just wonder if there's like some coordinated Boulder County thing or something.
The school district.
That could.
So the school district works with, I can't remember the name of the company. It's Comcast. What are the others?
It's Comcast or CenturyLink, or basically your options.
And they provide a discounted connection for school families with school-age children. So you can get a thing. It's not unlimited, which we provided unlimited wireless access in households during the pandemic. Theirs is not unlimited. Certain amount that you can download from us, and it's like $10 to $20 a month. You can buy internet services in the school through the plan that the school district has, and that's available to low-income students.
Kind of like what Tara was asking about numbers before about the Carnegie. Would it be hard to figure out what the cost would be to expand the reach on North Boulder?
Oh no, we could probably get that price for you.
Yeah.
To find
So
out.
why
I
don't
don't,
we
I don't
get-
know. I mean, we'd have to go into it eyes open that we're testing the legality as well.
Yeah, we might get sued.
Testing what?
The legality.
Oh, the legality.
It's never been challenged in court, but I was doing it in Highlands Ranch when I worked down there. Like we were jacking enough wireless that like whole segments of $1 million condos
Because,
were free internet.
Well, so
who
Boulder,
would-
Privacy?
no,
like a
it's
license
so
from the-
Colorado originally had a law that public governments were not allowed to provide internet access, which was basically passed at the behest of the cable industry, which largely
Right.
has its roots in Colorado. Now Boulder has voted to opt itself out of that law, which is
Right.
why we've been able to pursue municipal broadband.
Right.
What happens when the library, which was not the actual legal entity that the people of Boulder voted to opt out of that law, starts providing free internet access to a service area that Comcast traditionally competes in? What happens if the owner of that mobile home park is getting kickbacks from Comcast and decides to sue himself? There's interested parties that are potentially going to be on the out here, and they could find a way to try to find a legal theory that would pass this.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot of questions to answer, and that I mean, I'm not going to.
So I guess
bark down the road
like
unless you guys are cool with it.
how much staff time or like would you if you were going to go down this? Let's just focus around the North Boulder area right now.
No, it's
Or-
likely it's me and Amy and a consultant.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's not money. We're not spending money to find out. It's just, but it's time.
Time, yeah.
And it would be an inordinate amount of time because there's a lot of checks. I mean, obviously legal.
And then people would they like click on the network and have to hit the terms of use each time, or would they have like
I think that's all stuff we'd have to
to
decide.
figure that out? Okay. Yeah.
Well, and it may even be, depending on how we do this, it might be like, if you're in the mobile home park, we might have to give you an antenna that you would aim at the library, right? Like, it may not be as simple as your laptop through the walls of your mobile unit. Like, it's going to start to look a lot like point-to-point wireless in some of those scenarios. Like, the hardware's not that expensive, but...
Yeah. But it has to point to the signal.
Right,
and the signal has to be mounted on a building.
Right, you have
Right.
you have devices you're supporting. I mean, you're basically running an ISP now with
Yeah, I
all the
wonder
fun that comes
too,
along
like,
with that.
Could you just look into if there's an existing wired network that Comcast runs? Can you look into that?
I mean, we could look at what the infrastructure there is. My guess is Comcast has drops to those units, but like those are Comcast cables, right? Like no one else is going to get to use
They're not
those.
public cables.
Yeah.
Centrally.
Yeah, or they're phone lines, but again, they're privately owned phone lines.
Yeah,
They're not.
that's the whole thing
public
now. The city trying to
infrastructure.
condemn a few power poles and stuff like that. Yeah.
But it isn't exclusively though for the mobile home
No.
unit, right? Because
It
it's
would
like
be
the
a radius,
those-
right?
Well, it depends
those
how we
other
did it.
people.
We would
other
have to
neighbors.
think that through.
You'd probably do it directionally. So, like, yeah, it's not going to have hard walls because it's wireless, but it also
Right.
may not be a perfect circle. It might be like we aim all of the antennas toward the mobile home park or something like that.
Or you
Yeah.
create like a little mesh network.
Yeah. I mean, Boulder has what are called wireless ISPs, like service providers that basically do this commercially today. So it would look like that on a smaller scale and operated for free on public funds. Do we have any, I mean, this is where your community, the report here doesn't speak directly to it, but it's kind of like, do we have a feel for the need right now? Like, do we know what percentage of folks in the mobile home park have internet access or how much it's costing them?
I don't know if you have, I'll talk to Kate, but we have these community connectors that we work with all the time, that they work on this type of communities. They go door to door. You know, if we have an event, like for example, the Nova opening, we went door to door to get they have a relationship with them, and we can actually pay them and figure out what's the need. You know, we can get a good feel for the need, just one by one, and get the data.
We'd have to have the right survey, but
Right. I mean, that's kind of the phase I would be at now is like invest in finding out the need, invest in a little bit of feasibility, and then make this decision. But I would love to know the need, and if the
Yeah,
need's
we can figure
significant,
it out, yeah.
at least in my head, this does seem like the kind of novel and useful service the library is uniquely positioned to provide.
Does anybody disagree? Because that's all I'm looking for, is like find out more. Because that is kind of what we're talking about. Because that is not, it's not nothing, right? It's like a chunk of time. To
Well,
go
we'll probably
do
have
work.
to spend some money eventually, $250,000 equipment maybe,
Ultimate, but that's not what we're
Ultimately.
asking.
No,
here.
I know.
Yeah,
Ultimately.
that would be a future ask. It's
Yeah.
really about how, because there's some, we have to test the legal threats, like what risk is there in doing this, and then also assess the need. I can't imagine people are going to say like, oh hell yeah, go ahead and do it, right? That's not going to be. That's not the case. So it's going to be 10 different groups we have to talk to, and and determine if anyone else in the state of Colorado has done it. I mean, I know libraries are doing it. We're doing it outside of our buildings now, right? Like we have an internet downtown. Like if you're living in that vicinity,
Yeah, they have a
within a block or so, they're on our network frequently, right? Like, so we're doing it. Nobody's ever said like, why are you doing this? So it's not like somebody's, but this would be more intentional.
Yeah, the number of people that use the library as their full-time internet connection today is probably pretty limited, right? And this would be us doing a more direct expansion where suddenly now there's 1,000 households for whom that might be true.
And then once you do it, you're probably committed for some time, like.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question.
Yeah.
Can we connect to people in that neighborhood through their library card information or through their access?
Possibly, it all maps to one address, so they all have the same. That has the address of the manufacturer, Meadows. But we have a better way.
Yeah.
We go door to door.
Yeah.
We went door to door for the Noble.
Yeah.
Okay. Has any of this, have you discussed this with the owner of that park at all?
No, we have not.
Okay.
Who owned?
That's privately owned.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a company. The company's out of Texas. They're huge, but the management companies who we've started with.
It is not unheard of for property owners to get kickbacks from ISPs to limit which ISPs can operate within their areas. It would be interesting just to get a feel for how much pushback we might get from them.
Yeah. Well, we can reach out to the management company. It's on the list of things to do anyway. So asking these questions.
Okay. I feel like we made a decision there. to
yeah, that's
move
good.
forward. And then, so library use and safety issues.
So I'm, half the screed, I guess, is about the changing shape of library usage, and we're just kind of on the, some of this is conjectural, right? But looking at the data, it is possibly the biggest change outside of the Kindle that I've seen in my career. Like, there are more people just not going out, right? Like, it is, they use us from home, and just that change around the increase in digital use, which we have been experiencing for quite some time. And then now the increase in holds, the commission has heard the story before, the ones that were on the commission. It is one of the most expensive services we provide. And so, it's a lot cheaper for you to come to the library and look on the shelf of the book than me to pay staff to go and then we put it on the hold shelf for up to a week, that you might pick it up on 75% chance that you might look it up. So it's an expensive endeavor. I don't think it's going to change. I did a survey 15 years ago in another library, like, what else are you here to do besides pick up your hold? 80% of the people were, I'm only picking up my holds. They had no other use for the library that day. And that number has just increased again. It has been gradually going up, but it's a monumental shift from what we started with 30 years ago, where we don't have the book, or 40 ILL, right? Like, we don't have the book, but we can get it for you, which was great. Like, that was awesome. Now it is a matter of people really just doing it out of convenience because they don't want to come to the library, or they want to minimize the amount of time that they spend at the library. And it's, it's spread, right? Like, so my sense, having children, anecdotally, they only use the hold service. They're 8 and 10 years old. They do not come to the library to look for books. They look for books online. They put a request on them. It goes on hold. They make their visit. They pick up their books and they go to the makerspace, right? But I don't think it's going to change. In which case, it changes the nature kind of what we're doing in the building, which I kind of attempted to describe that. We haven't. The purpose of a building, library buildings, has not dramatically changed. As much as we've changed what we say and what we do, the building seems, to anyone who walks through, it's constructed around the storage and retrieval and movement of books. That's what it is, right? That is its primary function. I'm suggesting that that may no longer be its primary function. Like, the whole discussion we had earlier about program space, we devote a lot of space to programming. We probably can devote more. If the books were, this is not a realistic proposal, but if 80% of the collection was stored in a warehouse and retrievable by robots within a day, that would probably meet the needs of the majority of our customers, maybe 75%. And so, I really want it to be, we're betting heavily on bringing numbers back. We're betting that on programs and activities within the library, not on people coming in to start browsing again, because I think they're done. I think it's, I'm sorry I didn't recognize this 30 years ago, but it's looking at the data now, it's just like, holy shit, this happened really kind of accelerated during the pandemic while we were not looking, and it is a 20%, probably as much as a 20% shift in patron behavior. 20% of the patrons shifted their behavior during the pandemic to either exclusively going online and downloading books or using almost exclusively the whole service. And that's pretty simple. So I don't know that there's any major action that's required. There will be other actions that occur, like around the second floor redesign. We were talking about, let's bring back comfortable seating. Let's do all these things. Like, we may, we may downsize the collection. It could solve some temporary
Not
problems.
necessarily the collection, but the physical access to the collection as you walk in and browse.
Yeah.
You're moving from a book warehousing to, I think, books on demand. Kind of.
Well, we would
right?
obviously do some polling of our patrons as
Yeah.
well. I'm married to a heavy-duty library user who comes in and browses still, but they are methods. Someone I know's mother is one of these who is in the library every week. She has methods for how she browses the collection. Nobody comes in and walks up and down the stacks anymore and hopes to find a new book. They have methods of things that they look at specifically about how they go about it. And so it could be better understanding what some of those things are, so we can accentuate the access provided to those materials, new books, staff picks, lucky days, certain sections of the nonfiction collection, so that they're more prominent and available on the first floor, and not necessarily a function of just running and retrieving an item off the shelf.
Kind of how you have Nobo situated, where it's kind of new releases and then, but that's about it.
Is all of, other than the Carnegie
book.
collection, is all of the rest of our collection directly accessible to the public today?
And if you've been to Nobo in the last week, you've seen that the whole shelf is full. So I suspect we didn't put enough shelving for holds. We tripled the amount that they had from the corner library. It's packed. And I wish we would have, I suspect we probably should have put, I don't know. If we were to ship this way, then obviously it's even more, right? Because we're doubling down on the service. We're saying, you find this convenient, and we're going to start encouraging people to use it, right? Like that. It's not only, it's then how do we train my wife to use exclusively the holds instead of.
So, say again what I missed. What you were going to conclude? If you said if we were going to do it again, you would have done what?
We would have put a lot more shelves for holds.
Okay.
We've been open for a month. It's packed. It's not going to get less.
Well,
and the service we planned for when it was 20% of the service, which it was before the pandemic. Now it is a third of the physical.
Shelves,
Yeah, it's a third of the physical collection is checked out primarily by people browsing at home and requesting a specific book or a specific topic and putting it on a hold shelf.
And when you open this one, it's going to be similar. It's going to be people from Niwot, from up north, from east, probably all the way, your neighborhood, maybe even East Boulder coming up here.
It's moms with limited time, right?
Well, yeah.
And
Well,
just like ordering food to go, you just want to pick up.
it's like,
with
well,
you.
I had a book, or I checked out a movie the other day, and I'm like, well, it's on the shelf at Reynolds. Do I want to ride all the way down to Reynolds, or I just want to click this button and have it come to where I go every day?
Well, and also like if you read new releases, the odds of it being on the shelf today are low. So
Yeah,
you
it's a
go
wait
in, you
list.
place a hold, and you get it in a week or a month. Or
Yeah.
whatever. And so like that's for me why I do holds, because I know the book I'm looking for is not on the shelf. So I'm placing a hold so that when it comes back, I get it. You know. But
Almost everything my partner checks out, there is a wait list for.
Yeah.
So yeah, like there wouldn't be another option anyway.
The only thing I think kids still do the shelves for is kids. Like my kids, as little kids, they go into and they're like, check out as many books as you want. They're like, I want this one and that one.
Yeah.
And that one. You know.
Because they're not going to search by author.
No,
I don't think
that-
anyone's suggesting the kids section goes
No,
to
not
a
the,
whole
yeah,
total
no, that would be the only.
No, I mean kids' books account for almost 50% of all of our circulation.
Yeah.
What percentage of the digital circulation we don't know yet, but we are trying to find out desperately, because prior to the pandemic, I would say it was probably less than 5. I would not be surprised if it's 25 to 30%. So the only limit between my kids reading exclusively online is that we don't allow it. So we if a book is missing from a page is missing from a book in the library collection, we will download the digital book to show them. But we don't really. I mean, that's it. Like, but for them, they could have gotten the book that they wanted. They had to wait a week for, if they would have only read it online. We just are not
Yeah, the point is
encouraging
not
that
having
level. But I
it online.
don't know that many parents are making that distinction. What we've heard, at least, is that more and more children are doing audiobooks. And I don't know if that's exclusively audiobooks, but certainly, I mean, Laura Hankins, who some of you have met, the Collection Development Librarian, is, there's a large push around audiobooks for children who struggle to read or have dyslexia or a million other things to encourage them to explore books. It's been audiobooks. Audiobooks has been the fastest growing medium that we've had in the library. Digital audiobooks is one of the fastest growing mediums we have as a circulation item. So more and more people are, that whole podcasting world is like they're listening to audiobooks as well. And it's not, we can't make decisions about, we don't drive any of that, right? It's all about consumer behavior, and we just need to make sure we're staying abreast of the trends and adjusting accordingly. And it could very well mean that it changes the shape of inside the building.
So the point of this conversation is, can you repeat that point? Mainly, like, you may see changes in.
You're going to see changes. I don't know how far we go at this point. I mean, honestly,
Bring it to you.
Yeah. And we'll probably do some assessment, right? So how do you use the library? And I think a lot of people, it's like with ebooks when they first came out. Nobody said, I exclusively read ebooks. Nobody said that. I was at conferences and doing talks on the ebook thing for the entire time of 2010 to 2012. Nobody said I exclusively read ebooks. A lot of people said I exclusively read, but most people were pretty ecumenical about it. I wonder if that has shifted. I wonder if there are people who now exclusively read online, higher percentage. And I also wonder if there are people who exclusively do audio. And those are,
Well, there's a time that just to do audio.
yeah, e-audio. And that's not a measurement that we were doing in 2010 to 2012, but I think it's probably a real market now.
I know a
We've
lot
seen
of
it
people.
growing a lot. So how does that change what the libraries look like? What you expect to see when you go in? How does it change our buying patterns? Because whatever we say, we do a good job of buying what people are reading, and we discard things that people don't get read. But the reality is that probably we need to even function more heavily in that space of supplying what people want to read now, as opposed to what they might want to read this year. And it is a matter of economics. You buy a part of the collection that's meant to answer a question, right? But who's going to the stacks? Nobody's going to the stacks. Very few people are going to the stacks to find a recipe. Nobody's going there to find out how to build a deck on the back of your porch or what color to paint your living room. All of that is online. And so a large part of the books on the second floor, nobody's going to a book to find out how to code, right? Like, it's just, it doesn't, and we have all of those books, right? How necessary will it be for us to have them tomorrow, or more apropos 3 years from now?
No.
So I want to raise something you were saying, and some of this gets to stuff you brought in too. I know you do what you can with market research, right, or demographic data. But when was the last time you did a serious survey of Boulder County library users?
2018.
Because that seems to me, and I don't know if that's something that could be fundraised for specifically by the foundation, but we're in this age and disinformation is this big crisis in the country, and what's the library's role in that? You just laid out, the challenge of the convenience of holds, and there's different usages of that. You raised a whole bunch of questions. Seems to me that some of this stuff we ought to do a really good survey. It gets into a bigger role of what the role of a library is in this community going forward. That would answer some mechanics, like how many books do we need to have on stock versus what's in the programming lane. Are we in the, how much of it's kids? What do adults need? What do
So
And it's a new district. I mean,
It's a
there are a
new
lot of
district.
reasons
There's a
why.
lot of
Because
reasons
there's
why,
like,
right?
we have a different population
So we have a
base.
I think we can skip to that. We're talking about strategic plan. When do we begin the strategic plan? Is a topic that in our
Yeah.
and maybe that could be a interim step.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I mean, you pay a company, to design a survey around certain questions around library use, for instance.
I think it'd be good information for us.
Yeah,
especially after the pandemic.
there's a lot of information that we could use, how we read it, how much help we can provide in crafting it. Like the 2018 survey was fascinating and, tested people's questions around values of what the value of the public library was. And that was, I think, its primary focus. But we did gauge a lot of information about use, but it was less about use than it was about value. I know we could just seriously do one straight up on use, and it wouldn't take us. We could poll just people picking up holds, right? But we'd have to have the right survey. It'd have to be quick enough, not something to interfere with their time, because obviously they're already expressing their shortness
But I
of time
think
by coming
as
in.
a board, it would be interesting to know more about not just usage, but perception of us as the library as a community institution, the library as a community public space. And there's a range of stuff that we're talking about today that it would be helpful to know where the public stands.
And the public is different from users.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious
Yeah,
about
no,
Yeah, the
right,
users
I know.
are.
Yeah.
And in the course of the survey for 2018, we did. It was a user, not user and non-user. It was the district parameters as we knew them, as they were conjecturing they would be then. So they were out of county, out of city residents, and we have those boundaries, and we can replicate some of that stuff.
Yeah, and if I may, I think there's a couple of things, right? One is the strategic planning, right? In 2018, you guys did like a big survey, right? David and I have been talking about doing this annual tracking, and that will go into really learning how things are changing, right? So it will be, core questions that you were going to get about patron satisfaction, how do they use the library? We can address all these, do you, what they use the most, ebooks, like how do they use our resources? We can even ask about Carnegie, at the end of the, like we can always do these indirect questions that is going to let us, the information that we want. So I'm actually working with a company because, David said my core strength and expertise is in market research. So I've been working with companies for 25 years. So I know a lot of companies that do market research, and I've been doing all this type of work and analysis. So it's an easy thing that we can bring in-house, and we can do every year, and we can be consistent. And then if we want to, for like the strategic planning, something bigger, then, we might go outside. But I would love to bring that type of expertise to the library.
And I think the annual nature of it, like that's what I was going to ask, is like that's what's really interesting to me. Is like I want to see the trend over time.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
having point in time data every 5 years is like sure, it's interesting every 5 years, but it's not very useful if I'm trying to project the future.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I think we can learn too from the city, and were you part of the survey that the city did on community engagement? But like,
they keep change. I think they change the survey a lot, and so then
Right.
it's hard to get an apples to apples.
Right.
So I think, I'm all for that. Like, I think it would be a good benchmark to see where we are now, however many years after, 6 years after the strategic plan.
And not only that, but we can ensure that we have the quotas, right? That is representative. It's not just, whoever answered. No, we know that we want, at least, this many Hispanic, this many of each of the age buckets.
Yeah.
We can do by, people that use the library, people that don't use the library, people that don't use the library. Try to figure out why you don't use it. People that use the library, how do they use it? So there are many things that we can do on an annual basis, and it will be really, important to make decisions going forward.
Yeah, no, the city's survey process, I know what you're asking me about, but the criticism of this last round was that it was such a small population of people that they actually reached in their survey and those findings, and the work that I was doing had to do with better public meetings and civic engagement, but it sort of crossed over in one meeting. But there's trend nationally to do what are called survey panels, so that you're not just asking people one set of questions one time, but over time asking them about how your usage has changed as it relates to what they're reading or what they're checking out or whatever, right? So you begin to gauge your community, right? We gauge our district users over time and get a trend, so that we're not just going out every 2 years with a survey instrument, but people are regularly giving us feedback, so we can shape and move our budgets aligned with what people are saying they need more of or less of. But you create a community of interest, right? And which we don't have right now, right? We don't have that feedback coming back to us.
Can you clarify? So you're asking a question. You're asking the people who take the survey their patterns over time.
Yeah. So you're going back
and also
to
measure,
them.
and also measuring it over time by asking the same questions.
Not necessarily. It could be different questions.
But to the same people, I think.
They become a survey panel as opposed to just a one-time.
That's what the city was looking at doing, is like a 1,400 person panel.
You want like a cohort that you follow?
Like kind of your cohort.
Okay, because I will actually advise the opposite. I will advise whoever you whoever you survey this year, actually not include them next year if possible.
Okay.
Because what you want to know is how overall as a community we know how those specific people are changing. Because there are two different questions. I mean, we can.
I think it's both as valuable.
Right. We can. Right. We can. They answer different questions.
Yeah.
It depends what the goal at the end is.
Yeah. But you need, for a city of this size and the complexity, you need more than 400. And, that was like the whole criticism of Boulder's survey of this past year. And
when we did ours, we needed 1,800. I think we got 22.
So,
and it didn't mean, and the hard part in Boulder that they've never done a very good job of, we did better with the library survey, is the percentage of renters. Homeowners are 90% represented in the survey respondents, as well as low participation of people under the age of 26. So I think our survey, we got 4%, which was high, and then Hispanic family that we also got 4%. And I think the city's highest they'd ever gotten was 2. And so it's a challenge, right? Even with a paid company to do it, you wind up trying to overcorrect for a small sample of people that repeatedly do surveys.
Yeah.
It's the most interesting conversation when we were talking about the budget for next year was assessments. So I'm pleased. I don't know. I don't want to commit to a method that we're going to do now.
We'll do that.
I think getting a scientific study of certain things, but we collect. You can't imagine how much data every year. There are clearly trends in that data. You're welcome to see it. We've reported all over the state. We see it month to month. We haven't even begun to tap into stuff that we collected. We don't have to turn it to the state. We're starting to look at all of that. There's things that we can look at that will show trends over time. I'm more interested in some public feedback that will validate that, or invalidate that data that we're seeing.
So what?
I'm with you on that, and I'll be curious to see what else you come up. But part of this is attitude, right? Like there's this shift that's going on as you defined it, and some of your examples about it are anecdotal. But we know as a society there's this big shift going on, right? Like there's this sort of lack of connection, this loneliness crisis, there's, this increase of toxic polarization, all those different things are going on, and then there is also this organized effort to diminish the power of civic institutions, and we're the last ones standing. I think we as around the country, and so I'm interested in this in sort of that bigger context, and then inside of it, these patterns that serve the user or the customer in your life. And so I don't know that you're going to find that in the data that you have.
No.
But that data would be very, very useful in shaping the investigation.
Yeah.
So, just to put a bow on this, when do you think is comfortable to come back to us with some sort of engagement plan?
We'll have a budget item for you in a couple of
I know
months.
a budget item, but I mean,
and
then an
we'll
actual.
begin. So there's like at least 3 or 4 different tacks we'll take.
Yeah.
And I think each of them will be a different.
I mean, I don't care
time-consuming.
what you ask for.
Next year.
Just you ask. So, like, want to say April or March?
All
or
4 of them? No.
Just
By
one-
the end of the year.
Just a plan to
Yeah.
to not the actual results. A plan that you're going to say this is going to be our engagement plan or whatever.
Oh,
For the
yeah.
strategic plan?
No. Just the different types of surveys.
The survey.
I
think we'll.
I think February,
March,
March. Yeah,
okay.
we'll have a plan for like 1 scientific survey, 1 set of polling, a couple of other.
But then that
We
will
want to
feed into
reprise
the
part of the
strategic
2018.
And that would feed in at least into, I think that's another thing we should talk about, right? Because that's part of it.
I mean,
think that would be
reprising
the
the
point.
2018 survey won't be that complicated. I think there's parts we're going to want to take out because we were asking people about are they willing to pay taxes on the library.
Right.
But there were a lot of really good questions that
I think we should also ask around safety and security.
value. Yeah.
I think that should be
But
Well,
this
we
is
had
all
planned a
feeding
separate-
into the strategic plan.
I'm sorry.
This is feeding into the strategic plan, though, right?
Well, it will ultimately. I think what gets most of us excited in the library is that we now have the resources and nobody telling us. Well, you can tell us we can't, but we would like to do a deeper dive into assessing the people's perceptions of the library in general. Right? So a lot of different things.
So it'd be
Yeah.
it's more like stuff we could do now, like, hey, we saw that people really wanted, I don't know, ice cream in the cafe or something.
But I mean, all of that, though. I mean,
Yeah, that will
but
all
it's not
feed.
like we're going to then do another survey just specifically to the strategic plan, or are we?
Well, I think eventually when we redo the strategic plan, it'll be a much more robust community conversation. This is kind of annual updates that
I think
feed in.
this feeds into the general concept of having more outreach, more engagement, more understanding of what the community wants and is doing with the library generally. That this enables
I
us
actually
to do
think
that.
this will
The
be
strategic plan
valuable
will be
for
sort of
other
a-
libraries.
Yeah.
We'll
so-
probably be doing data collection because other libraries can't do this, and now we might be able to tap into that.
Yeah, so several things.
Okay.
Many of what we've talked about. So one, we had talked about dusting off the 2018 and seeing what we could salvage from there and doing a recheck-in. So that was a pretty full-blown survey. I don't remember how many questions. It was 20, 30 minutes to do it. It was a big survey, but we could probably redo most of it. We were also interested in questions around safety, specifically downtown, and for people who are both using and not using the library around safety. This question of use was one that has come up that it doesn't have to be a major endeavor. We can do it in a small way that would confirm or disconfirm stuff that we are already seeing. And there was a 4th one. Oh, the impacts. So there was impact specifically around programs and the outreach program. So can we measure with like Boulder Reed's patrons what the impact of the program has had on their lives? So that's a very different type of survey, which is it's 120 people and you're
I know.
talking through with them and compiling results and seeing what changes.
Just to,
Okay,
so,
that's clear.
okay.
Yeah, and for Boulder Reads, actually, I'm working with the team to really get an inventory of the data that we have today, and then going forward, how do we track the data, and what other data we need to track or would be nice to have. to really assess the, how we are doing, how we are growing, like have not just anecdotal data, but, facts. And,
Yeah.
that we can go and say, hey, this program is growing and this is why, and this is how we can show.
Yeah, I think like it's interesting because like you talk about just use and numbers. Like when I went to that thing at Contra, I'm like, well, there's like 400 or 500 people here, over the day. Those aren't coming through the doors of the library, right? But they are use. I mean, that was a programming event. Like maybe we should also track that a little bit and make sure. I mean, even we have rough estimate of
We do, and we
yeah.
turn those numbers in. Those numbers are turned into the state.
Okay, yeah. But that, I would add that into the use. Like, that is library, it's not filled, people coming in, but yeah. Okay,
But it's a survey of the district, not of the county.
of the district, yeah.
Okay.
So, we're kind of on the strategic plan. Is there any other points you wanted to so we're going to look at maybe in, having next year some surveys to go out and track annual kind of feedback. And you guys, I think, a plan for that in March timeframe.
Yeah.
If we have it earlier, that's good too. But
What do you mean by strategic plan? Are we talking about the next update to what used to be the master plan?
Yeah, and so what the city had done for decades, I think it's mostly irrelevant to us. I mean, it's a deep dive. You go out to find out what the community is interested in, but it's mostly of facilities. So the plans that city departments do are facilities. My recommendation to you would be that we get more in the habit of doing regular assessments. I would rather we didn't imagine a 10-year plan and we start looking in the vicinity of 1 to 3 or even maybe 1 to 5 if you factor in meadows. But we've already kind of made the assumption that it's around that we want to find out what's going on with meadows now. So I don't know how necessary it is to have a plan. We need to verify the assumptions that we have and figure out some of the data and understand to the ability that we can what real plans there are for East Boulder and some stuff like that would factor into the plan. At the same time, our master plan was definitely thematized around an increasing literacy gap and achievement gap around haves and have-nots within Boulder. So that was an important component of the 2018 plan. I don't think that's going to be solved by the next one. So some of it will be just a continuation of some of those assumptions, unless we hear otherwise. So I don't want to ever go through the whole 10-year master plan thing again. We fired 3 consultants in the matter of that event. Jennifer had to write the entire thing. It took us 2.5 years, but that's what we had to do to meet the bar that the city had to create a plan. And what we also set a very high bar for us because we wanted to have more community engagement than any other department ever had. I don't know the value of that for us anymore. We can do scientific surveys, we can do small polls, we can gather data, we can test impact. All of that stuff will feed into what we do over the next 1 to 3 years. And as far as a capital plan, I'm proposing that we keep a 10-year horizon on finances, always. Every year you're going to look at a 10-year finance plan, looking where we are, what decisions we've made, how last year impacted it. But as far as strategies for the library and what we're doing, I think 3 years is about the sweet spot.
I think we're kind of doing
5.
that today.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 to 3. Like right now, we're kind of still in 1 to 3.
Yeah.
It could feasibly be 5 years, but that's stretching it.
Yeah. Is that why you were smiling there when we were, I don't know, talking about plans or something about
Jennifer was probably remembering the 8 months that she spent writing that thing.
I'd much rather have sort of an annual update on use and community voices than wait every 10 years or 3 years.
Yeah, I don't. I am strongly against having 10-year plans because, 5 years in, they're useless.
Well, especially, I mean, we went through a major pandemic.
Yes,
and
so
the
10-year plan
that has
anticipated
definitely
none of that.
It definitely has changed, and we enacted the district. So which is a positive thing that the pandemic being a negative thing. So
I do think it's useful. I mean, having something like an annual plan would be great. I do think it's useful for us to sometimes try to look more than 3 years into the future, but we should do so knowing that we're going to come back a year from now and revise whatever that outlook looks like. So I don't think it needs to be a 10-year plan where you try to map out the next 10
I think we
years.
are, like, especially
Well,
with like,
budget becomes your annual plan,
Yeah.
right?
but we are kind of, because like we already today we're talking about Meadows. And
Yeah,
that's 5 years
I think
out.
so.
So like,
And I think as we start to get some of this data, we can start to have conversations about like what is the library 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and what do we need to be doing today to prepare for that.
yeah. Okay.
Can I say one
Go ahead.
thing? This is a little bit out there, but I don't really know how to categorize it. But I think about it in philanthropy, just in the innovation and digital space. And this is bigger than Boulder. This is libraries across the world. But, we're not browsing in our libraries, but in this information age, we're browsing more than ever. And we're being browsed. There's a whole anxious generation. There's a whole movement about trying to get kids off screens and into the real world now. And when we talk about our mission as a library about access to information, I think we're starting to understand that there's healthy styles of information. I know we're against censorship always, but this idea of like having something to do with media the way it's experienced today makes sense for philanthropy to help the library think as far as like this year, next year, because if we're stuck in thinking about like lamenting how people aren't wandering the stacks, I feel like we're 30 years ago compared to where our kids are right now. I mean, our kids are being browsed and they're browsing on TikTok and whatnot, and yet we're kind of talking about resources that our generation understands, but they also are involved in media resources way deeper than we ever were. And so forgive me for not having a neat little bow around this, but when David, you talk about, the fundamental shift you've been watching having to do with digital bricks and clicks conversation, there's this idea that I feel like libraries could have everything to do with, and it has to do with our connections to our phones. So, if there's some way that philanthropy can help move our community to a more healthy relationship with media as our community experiences it, I think that's.
Yeah, there's a former library commissioner who, on the way out the door, privately put me in touch with a anti-screen, anti-digital, and was hoping that we could explore that as a library. And I mean, to be honest, like, part of the reason for the 9-page screed is that, we are inevitably doomed to be behind the curve in terms of consumption. We will never lead the way in terms of consumption. And so at what point, we've spent a lot of time and energy trying to keep up in order to be appealing to our customers. But I remember when I interviewed for this job in 2013, I told the city, I said, like, if you're interested in having somebody grow your information business, then you should probably look elsewhere, because that's not what I do. Like, I'm interested in libraries to the extent that they build community. But that can narrow our lane significantly. If we embrace it fully, it can significantly narrow our lane, right? Like, we don't do Summer of Discovery where we're interested in getting 5,000 kids to sign up and report that they read X number of books. We focus on 2 classrooms, and we demonstrably prove that we improved their reading score. Right? That it's not. So right now we still do a lot of everything, right? And I'm totally down with that, because that's what appeals to people. But at some point, it is a reasonable question where we ask that harder question. I mean, you're not really doing your job if you're not skeptical about libraries. I mean, I've been skeptical about libraries for 30 years. It is a prevalent thing, and we should all be skeptical about what we do and what future we have and what best niche to provide with the amount of funds that the community gives us to use them. What is our What is that role? And I ask myself that question all the time. And you should too. But it is complicated, right? Like, you know.
Oh,
Yeah, we are the product, right? Like we're spending all of our time online, and we are the predominant.
well, the
product.
screens too. Like with my kids, I'm always like, well, I don't mind when they're interacting with their friends on their screens. Like, even if they're like recording a TikTok video together, or if they're like, FaceTiming each other or whatever. Like, that's a cool use of a screen. Like, they can get together. It's when they're like stuck in Roblox or whatever. But like, yeah, what did my kid do when she came to the library at Teen Space? She went and played Roblox on the computer. And David's like, there's never anybody in the Teen Space. And I went down, there's like 15 kids in there. So like,
It's mostly a ghost town.
yeah. But anyway, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Want to go ahead, Benita?
So I was thinking about community spaces, and sometimes we reference libraries as being like the community living rooms and spaces for convening, and oftentimes hotel folks often reference their spaces as like the community living rooms. But with Moxie Hotel opening there on the hill and the other hotel that's under construction, I was just thinking about that space, in those spaces, and thinking about how people are in that area nearby, the main library, and wondering about like if there's any information sharing that we might have there, or introduce the main library to the staff there, maybe some information just about the library, just in general, that could be left there for visitors who might come by or something, to maybe walk down to visit or something like that.
Yeah,
that
we can
could
do
be,
the program guides that we have.
yeah,
We can send
maybe
them
there's
there.
some tent card, table cards or something like that could be there, that could be of interest to do. But then it reminded me that Julian is proposing a redesign of that plaza space that is across the way there, and a lot of community concern related to that space that was, by design meant to be community plaza, community civic space. And, eventually, the library may be called upon to weigh in on that and the impacts there, depending on how they do access to that, because right now it's fenced in, so you can't access it from the canyon side, but they may propose, some access from that other side. Do you know what I mean? Instead of from the Walnut side.
You can get
Yeah, I know, but I mean, even from, it depends
Oh,
on
the
how
civic
much.
pad?
Yeah,
Oh.
that access, but that would have impact on, our side there, and, that the gated side that we know how to enter into
Yeah.
into the space there. But, all of that, sort of impacts, our footprint and our area there. So it's just an issue to be paying attention to as well.
Yeah, so the contact that we've had with the hotels thus far, they were interested in the parameters around the theater pilot. So they got word of it before we went public, and they did call. They wanted to know, like, what's this about? Like, and so we have a 190-seat theater, and so the hotels are interested. It is free to the public, right? We do not care if you're a billion-dollar business or if you
We had Sundance.
don't have anything. Sundance came
Yeah.
for a tour. Yeah, so that is an asset. And probably the program stuff would be of interest to them, because if there was enough stuff going on at the library that guests of the hotel would think, I'm going to go down and turn off the I'm going to go hear Peter Heller talk about his new book at the
Yeah.
library. That may be an attractive. That may very well.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And then the other thing I was thinking about is that there's a statewide initiative that's called the Belonging Initiative, that's being led by the Denver Foundation right now. And there's a group that came in nationally that did this study of states, and they found that Colorado ranks as one of the top states that in some measures of belonging and connectedness, it ranks high, and they want to study it further, and it's an initiative that aligns with the governor. And and so I just think about our community and belonging and some of these things, and so we might look at some potential funding that might be coming through the Denver Foundation, which usually focuses on Denver metro area, and they have a chunk of funding that through some longtime donors has to go to Boulder sometimes, but this is a statewide initiative that the Denver Foundation has never taken on before. So it could be something of interest that could align with what we're talking about here in terms of belonging and what the library's doing. So
It's interesting,
something to
isn't it?
keep.
I mean, so belonging is the term which is being substituted for questions around equity as well.
Yes.
So is it in that same vein?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then just one more thing related to Sundance, and she mentioned it, and the possible interest in the film festival is that I was recently appointed to the authority that is the Colorado Education and Cultural Facilities Authority. CEFCA is what it is, the acronym, which nobody knows about, but it is authority that does bond and tax-free funding of cultural and educational facilities. So charter schools, art centers, could be libraries, and other facilities. But the Stanley Hotel is in the mix and in the running for the Sundance campus and the facility of Sundance, because that is also a relocation prospect. So they want to move their, not only the festival, the Sundance Film Festival out of there, but also their whole campus. So Estes Park and Stanley Hotel is positioning that as a cultural and educational facility authority would be the financer of the complex of this campus at Estes Park, and that's what I'm involved in, but it's complementary to the other film festival.
Did the state buy the hotel?
When I served on the Economic Development Commission, provided state we gave them some funding for the purchase of that, and now it's an expansion of another hotel and a whole complex that hopefully the Sundance folks find very attractive, and it will complement the other pieces of that. So I just also, so for transparency, so you know what I'm doing, but also for the fact that it links to these other pieces as well and our support of these efforts. So yes, belonging, all of it.
Okay.
Did we skip the safety?
Yeah, we
discussion?
let's do
Yeah,
safety.
we have the last 45 minutes we can. So, I mean, the points that I outline are, I don't even know that we would get a proposal in front of you this year. But are we willing to, are we interested in having these data follow up with the possibility of maybe investing some money into changes, alterations, improvements outside that may deter how overwhelming it sometimes seems with the encampments in the area of the main library. And then furthermore, would we, it is a public position, I mean, and it won't be without controversy if we began to take somewhat of a more outspoken leadership role in terms of not the encampments, but cleaning up the trash. So it would be something we would test with call for volunteers, perhaps, monthly, weekly, whatever, trash pickups, so that we could. What I'm tired of, I get a complaint every day, if not every week. We have had inhabitants in and around the library for the last 5 years, but way more time than we've been uninhabited. I would say by probably a margin of 5-1. And there's not an easy solution. I don't believe there is one, but there are some things which I do believe would improve the area. There are a couple of places which they gravitate to underneath the library is the worst one. Back in 2017, I went under there for a long time until it was no longer safe. And then I had people who I knew in the house community going, at one point they counted 80 propane tanks, like there's a fire keg. At that point we shut it down, right? It was shut down for a while. It never has been that level of reoccurrence, but it is always a gravitational point. for either drug use, trash, or encampments in the winter primarily. And then the area behind the 1961 building. I'm sure if you have it, it's fairly well hidden, which is nice for them. It's also right outside the break area for all the building in the north, all the staff in the north building. So it's where they eat their lunch, and it's a constant. It has been occupied probably more so than any other area consistently since the pandemic. Fires, heavy drug use, crime.
Out there Friday, somebody was threatening someone else with a knife. They chased them out.
The week before that,
Yeah, it's something. It's like a.
they attack somebody. When they attack somebody, then the police are involved and they will do something, and that's great. Like PD has been very responsive in the area. It's just it's the persistent presence of drugs and
But
fires.
there's no police officer like walking back and forth, right? Like they don't.
They patrol through the area every day.
But just every day. But like you think that they would just have somebody through there every hour.
There's very little they can do, right? So there's no ticket for camping.
No, but they could talk to them or whatever.
And they do. The hot team.
Yeah.
The hot team is regularly in the area. They talk to people. We talk.
Yeah.
For a time when it was really bad, a month or so, I went to every single encampment with a couple of guards every morning and asked them to clean up their trash. And if they didn't clean up their trash, we were not going to allow them into the library that day. Some did, some didn't. No, it's at this point, it's more. I feel if we don't have something that we're trying to do, whether it works or not, we are totally complicit in this attitude of people just blithely walk by and say it's somebody else's problem. And frankly, I am frequently put in that position almost every week where I have no control over outside. But what am I doing? By doing that, am I pointing my finger at the city and saying it's their responsibility? Because the city's not going to fix it necessarily either easy, not simply. And nobody is willing to take any responsibility. And I think in the absence of leadership, we are the ones who are blamed. Like you're not getting the calls here. I can tell them like email the trustees. I don't. I tell them if they want to do something, here's the place where you fill out the Acquire Boulder ticket and all the things that we do every single day. But the reality is that nobody is willing to take any responsibility. I would prefer that we at least attempted to make some effort. I am willing with the city to take on a leadership role in trying to coordinate between the 7 or 8 departments that I would need to be involved to do something with the underbelly. Johnny said on the way up door, Johnny Senior was our commissioner for however long, and then a trustee, and she said I'd brick it up. Brick it up. That's not legal. We cannot brick it up. But I don't know what we can do at this point. We haven't begun the conversations.
Wait,
Yeah.
Why not legal? What's the
Flood regulations.
Yeah, you can't change the flood channel though.
so it has to be open.
Well, it could be. I'm
Probably
wondering
could be
if it could be
grazed or something.
perforated.
But that
Yeah, fencing has to be breakaway, and we've seen breakaway fencing that it does break away immediately. People just jump over it. So I don't think fencing is a good solution either. And there could be something more permanent that was perforated and breakaway. Yeah, the bridge on 11th Street, that's a breakaway bridge. I mean, it's a big fucking iron bridge that looks pretty permanent, but in the event of a flood, major flood, it will break away and go down the creek. Pivot. So everything has to be built along those lines.
So what you're looking for guidance from us to do, though, would be to pursue what effectively, other than maybe the trash pickup, the rest of the architectural changes aimed at discriminating against this use of the space, basically.
And there's a large, uninterrupted flat land with 2 walls protecting it, which is mostly sheltered. Anybody except running on the bike path, you don't really see them. But my staff are there every day.
Right. But it would be architectural changes with the ultimate goal of discouraging this use.
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily discourage a person sleeping overnight, but it would discourage
Large encampment.
large events.
And then I think
And then they're going to go 2 blocks down. I mean, because this is
Yeah.
the ongoing problem,
the
right? It's
problem.
like we might be able to change our space so that they go elsewhere, but the thing no one wants to deal with is actually building a space where they can go.
Right.
And the
that's
problem
what
is just going to keep getting pushed
advocated
around
for.
until somebody does.
I think immediately too, I think we should also include figuring out how to close off underneath if that's possible. And what are the options there, you know? And at least at night, you know, keep the skate park. My idea was to go in there you can open it during the day, you know.
I think it's supposed to just concern your liability.
Yeah.
The city self-insures.
Yeah.
They don't post signs. There's no
Okay.
when briefly in the IGA we had that, right? We
Yeah.
had the underbelly.
Right.
I started
yeah.
calling around. Nobody would insure it. I couldn't
okay.
get insurance for that area.
So we can't insure it.
And so I
Well,
said-
then we have them to do that.
Well, I don't think we want to regulate access routes.
Or just get close to skate park.
It's the same as where we were when the IGA was going in that direction. I called them and said, "Oh, since you're putting this on us, you don't care if I tear out the skate park." And then they suddenly were back engaged in the conversation. So they may have an interest in the skate park. Nobody's skating there.
I was going to ask you, when's the last time it's been used?
Well, in June when they cleaned it up and opened it up, there was a ton of kids down
There was
there
a
skating.
for one.
But then it just slowly.
Like in the summer.
They're not interested in the fight. The skaters aren't interested in having a fight with people who are sleeping there or trash. They do. I've talked to a lot of skaters of all ages in Boulder. They skate there in inclement weather, right? So that is a good place to go to have when it's snowing outside, or because they don't stop skating. Like,
It is cool space. I walked through there last night because I went to the film at the Canyon Theater, and the only place to park was in the senior parking, you know, and I know it's not called senior center anymore, but
because top-
whatever it was. But I had to walk up those stairs, and there were some young people there, and there were some dogs there, and the dogs were barking at me, and I asked the woman, I said, will you walk up with me because I'm like alone and I can see these folks around, and she was cool about it, and she's like, oh yeah, I'll walk with you up there, and so she did. But I mean, it's like you see that space, and it's like very cool space, but it's dark. And I thought, well, God, there's like no lighting around here. Like, what if you had like big lights? Would that deter anybody from being around there, or is it just make it?
we offered to, and I think we paid the bill for an improved lighting. I don't know that I think we got LED, and I'm not sure. I think there's a way to make the space nice too, and it could be appropriate for events. I mean, it could be even appropriate for skate events, like in inclement weather. But I don't want to have the liability of opening up every day unregulated to leave it for skaters or anybody else. And then, if it was closed, we would obviously have to have access. So the pump, little do you know, there is a large pump underneath the library which cycles all of the waste and everything that gets flushed down it. We have that pumped out every 3 to 4 weeks. So we have to have access to the space. So there would have to be doors and regular access. There would be to drive to get that pumped out. So you could do
when
other things.
it was fenced, I saw a ton of skaters in there.
Yeah, the skaters jump the
Well,
fence.
what's
Yeah,
the
jump
liability concern with fencing it off and opening it? Like, how does it suddenly incur liability when all of that is done?
No, the city, we don't. We would probably be sued, as with the city. We would get
If
our,
someone got hurt.
yeah, we would try to get our ways out of that by saying we have no responsibility.
But you're worried that if we fence it and are the ones controlling access, we somehow are incurring the liability of someone.
If we're
hurt.
opening the door every day and saying now you can go in and now you can't go out, we are definitely liable.
Even if we remove the door altogether, we're no longer liable. There's some slightly twisted legal logic at play.
Well, we could
If we put a door
agreement
there-
with the city, we could change the idea that they would.
So we're basically saying there's no door right now and it's not our problem, but if we add a door, then suddenly the fact that we're allowing people in only half as much means we are now liable instead of allowing them in all the time, which
Because
technically
now we're
would incur
exercising
greater
some-
liability.
Because now we're exercising some control as opposed to it just being
Yeah.
out of our control.
Yeah, the city is self-insured. I mean, they're not worried about it. They don't seem to be worried about it. But there hasn't been an accident so far. But yeah, when I called around to insurance companies about insuring a skate park, they had a lot of questions, and it was not insured.
So in skate
Not for-
park, probably
not for
not. But
anyone.
the city, but I would just say we could change we could potentially change the IGA where they just indemnify us for if they would agree that if we get sued for activity in the skate park or under underbelly, they act as our indemnity.
And like Colorado's outdoor recreation laws don't provide us indemnity already, like a
There would
speed bump
there
or
would be
something
some
like that.
Yeah,
would
I mean
have.
there's some like
Or a
assume the risk
14er
kind of
or any
stuff.
other kind of outdoor recreation.
There's assume the risk kind of stuff like.
It's such
Yeah, those are
It's an
constructed
insurability thing. But,
It's in such an interesting spot, too.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't know that even controlling access would solve this issue, right? Like, you put a gate there that you need your library card to open, it's only open during the day, but like, how long did it take for someone to prop the gate? I mean, I guess we have security staff that could check it every night.
When it was fenced off, there weren't a ton of people in the library from the...
Right, but that was totally fenced. That
Right.
wasn't trying to allow access for part of the day and then purge
Right.
access the other.
I mean, that was the sense I got from the security guards. They told me that they appreciated it being fenced off.
You know, there are opinions among law enforcement that it would solve some of the problems.
Yeah.
You know, it's dark. It's not visible from any spot until you're in it, really. When the fence went up, most recently it was a temporary fence. There was a guy that pitched his tent right next to it the same day the fence went up. He was openly smoking meth. When the guards approached him, he was like, "Oh, I'm not doing anything illegal." And I'm like, "What about the meth?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm it's like, so it's not. It is not going to prevent all problems, right? Like it is, but it. I don't even know if it's possible.
So we talk about
Planning
planning
department.
Are we willing to consider some recommendations coming from staff on this?
Yeah, and it would involve money, right? So I need to be at a table saying, like, can we do this? And I'm not asking the city to pay. The city's not going to put a dime into it, or they would have done it, right? The question is, can I start going to the places and saying, like, I'm interested in putting up some way
A barrier.
barrier to inhibit this area. We would comply with all flood regulations. What is possible? And when they say, like, there's no way we're going to do this. And then I say, like, if we pay for it, then they might say, well, let's look into that and see. Let's bring somebody in. And see. But otherwise, it's not going to happen. The same with Parks and Rec, right? Parks and Rec, it's not that they don't want to. They don't have them. Parks and Rec doesn't have the money to maintain and send cleanup crews in there every day. They just don't. Like, and the parks crews won't go and clean up the area around the encampments now because of the supposed, hazardous waste that's in the area. And so the city has trained hazardous waste people. They're in the utilities department, so they're housed there because of protection of the waterways. And that's the group that typically comes in, once a month or once every couple months, every 4 months, and cleans up all the encampments and picks up all the trash out. But I mean, I've been out there picking up trash, so like that's the point. Like I've been out there a bunch. Sure, you see a meth pipe. Sure, you see a needle. The amount of paper and the trash is infinitely great, and we could pick up everything and tell everybody, don't touch a needle, don't touch a meth pipe, or whatever it is we need to tell volunteers. We could be out there picking up the trash, and also if that was our goal, and we impeded permanent, temporary, but seemingly permanent encampments in those areas, there would be less trash. But you're right, it's not solving the homeless problem. It's not taking a position on encampments, in my opinion. Like, I don't think anybody would care. If they were all Swedish tourists, we'd all be like, isn't it quaint that Swedish tourists come and camp by the library every year? Nobody cares. I don't care about tents. I don't care about encampments. What I care about is the crime that occurs, the drug use that occurs, the trash that's in the area, fires everywhere, and that is what's creating a perception of not being safe. If it was all Italian tourists camping in the civic area every year, probably our numbers would be through the roof. Public would come down to interact with them, drink wine down by the creek with a bunch of Italian tourists. That's not what it is, right? Like so, but it's irrelevant that they are unhoused in some ways. So what our issue? Our issue is trash, fires, illegal drug use, which is prevalent, like every single day. We smell it inside the library.
That space is so, we should just all spend an evening there together just like checking that out, because it's like when walking by there like last night at like 8:30, right, when that film was over, like all the lights are on in the library. Like all the lights are on, so you see this like beautiful facility, right? And the lights on at night, and you see like that playground space illuminated, they're on the side, and it's just a stunning building. And the fencing was up because the taco festival was happening there, and so that's what blocked like a lot of parking, and that's what was like over on the other side there. But and you're right, like people could be hanging out. It could be like activated space with like real people, or whatever. But there's nobody around there, and it is kind of creepy, scary kind of thing. And it is, and you have that other space there. All the lights on inside, but there's no exterior lighting around, that sort of plaza area there, the playground, or you know, it's just dark, and
I don't think, I mean, you guys can think about it, but I'll be back to ask the same question again. This problem is not going to get easier, and in 2027, the city plans to leave for Alpine Balsam. And I guarantee you, in 2027, the city plans to move to Alpine Balsam.
Their offices there.
In its entirety,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, so it's like, if something doesn't change between now and then, it's not going to get better. It's going to get much worse. My sense is when the city is not there, like I can hardly get anybody in the city to even recognize that there's an issue, let alone have it come down there and see it. And so,
but I think we should like look at it with our own eyes and like just just go down there just to have the experience of ourselves, right? Like I would go back there again with somebody else, right? And I shouldn't be there.
I go down there.
You know,
I walk
I know, but I mean we
before
should.
each meeting. I usually walk under there.
I have no problem with David exploring with the city what the options are. I mean, I think we're going to have to come back and have an actual discussion when we understand what the options are.
But I mean, I think
we
should
should do it
just
before
check
the
it out.
winter.
Yeah, and that's the direction you're asking. You're just asking for direction that you have.
and-
That basically, if you have these meetings, you're not just like
and
that you have like backing that we might put money in this.
yeah,
That's all you're
and-
asking for.
and
Yeah.
if somebody came back in a week and said it cost you $200,000 to do this, I'll be back in front of you at my soonest opportunity asking you to spend money.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's urgent. I feel like it's urgent before the winter.
Yeah, and I just didn't know if people didn't have a sense of it to like go do it and go check it out yourself. But I mean, yeah, I'm totally in support of what you need to pursue.
External safety improvements I'm putting for October. Hopefully
I've talked to several.
So your plan is to go and do this now, and so we're approving the budget in October, the money.
Well, now you have a capital budget. These will be a capital expense underneath.
But it might be something
landscaping may not be a
short-term.
capital thing, but we could look at it. Right?
But it might be before next year's budget. I mean, it might be something that needs to be.
it'll be this year's budget probably.
Yes. Yeah.
It could.
It could be.
The planning department may take 6 months to even consider my idea.
Well, I think that's part of the conversation we have with the city on the 19th. And it's a dinner, and we're not recorded or anything. I don't think. So.
I think it's
Well, this
recorded.
is also where at some point,
Yeah.
I mean, this is outside of David's purview, but at some point we should think about whether we want to take a firmer position here and actually pushing the city to solve this problem properly instead of doing what they've been doing forever, which is push everyone around, and has created the situation we have today, right? But like until the city's ready to have a serious discussion about sanctioned campsites and alternative locations and a second shelter, all the things they're not willing to discuss today, this problem doesn't get solved.
I've had homeless people talk to me, and like actually last week when I was out, and they're like, they just go to camp, and I think there would be a good group of people.
Yeah, it wouldn't solve 100% of the problem.
Yeah,
It'd
but
make it
like-
a hell of a lot better.
There is no plan as far as I know.
No.
For any
No,
the city is
like-
unwilling to go down that path, and we're not going to force
Because they
them
can't
unilaterally, but we are one more voice that can put pressure on them.
Yeah, I'd be up for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote a piece about that last year.
Yeah.
Postal location for and the maintenance facility.
Oh,
So my one word of advice to you on this, I don't know that city council can't agree. Maybe you can. Maybe you can come up with a tentative agreement that the board of trustees all gets behind and supports the idea.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical of that possibility as a solution to that.
I think we got to do what we can do.
But if individually you wanted to go and lobby council members and say, hey, I'm a trustee, I'm only here as a person, but I am a trustee of the library, I'm down with that main library, and here's some things I think we should do. I think that could be that could be an effective
No, I'm going to
strategy.
be doing that.
I worry about the two boards, the board of trustees publicly lobbying city council. The city council can't really do anything. They can't come to any agreement.
Well,
They
city can do something.
they can do
simply
something.
refuse.
They would have to instruct the city staff to do it. It's an operational decision. Right? Like what happens
But we
is
may not be in agreement on what
Yes,
should be done.
we may not.
I know,
Right?
and
That's
that's the
the
part
issue,
which
right?
I don't think we really want to go. That's not
Because it
worth
sounds
going
like
down
we
this
may
road
not.
for, right? It's not
Yeah.
worth going down the road this path
Yeah.
if it's going to lead to dissension in the board about an issue that's really not within our purview. I'm not asking you to push on unhoused.
No,
or-
we have
Can't
external
answer.
safety improvements.
But it is, yeah. I mean, at some level, it is within our purview. That's this entire conversation, right? Like, we have a problem that directly impacts the library, we might be able to do some things to mitigate it in the short term. But like the only long-term solution to this problem involves the city taking actions they have thus far been unwilling to take.
Or the county.
Or the county,
and the federal.
But you know,
I
the
think
county's not going to. Yeah.
Multiple.
Sure.
Yeah.
But there is potentially an interest here where we could, if we, like, to your point, like we may not be in agreement, but if we were in agreement, I think there is advocacy there that would be more powerful as a group than we're ever going to get as individuals. So, something to think about.
David, we're saying you go explore, et cetera, you're there every day. You clearly have something in mind as to how you fix this space.
I mean, even though I pushed back on the idea right up until past Johnny leaving, I am inclined that the only thing that really is going to help is closing the underbuilding and only opening it for special events and doing something about the area around the North building. And so I think you were talking about a Zen garden out here. I mean, we could probably buy a lot of really big stones to impede a sprawling campground. We had talked about we have the Pooh sculptures, which we rediscovered after the 2014 renovation that disappeared. We found them in the storage yards. There was those Winnie the Pooh sculptures.
Oh.
We were thinking like we could make the home for misfit, public sculptures. We could do something to make it a playful area that may attract activation among kids. If it was activated by children and families in an area which was
The
kind
unused
of
sculpture
worth
garden.
doing, then it would be
Highlighted misfit
then
toys.
it would mitigate a problem for us. And it's literally
with
two
no home.
limited areas, which right now neither one of those areas have. Well, that's not true. So the behind the North building became an encampment again 3 days ago. So there were 3 tents on Thursday, and Friday it was still 3, but they had to spread out, and it probably 8 now. I have no idea. The Labyrinth has got at least 8 to 10. The Labyrinth is the area just west of the library in the low-lying area. From the moment the one was cleaned, it had 3 tents, 1 prior and then 2 immediately following, and now probably 10, I would guess.
Where's the
18
library?
to 20 inhabitants. Lots of property, lots of trash. But it's the area just when you're standing on the bridge looking west. It's that you can't actually see it from the bridge.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's a low-lying area. You see it from the second floor of the main library.
Yeah, on the backside.
Yeah.
On the
that's-
south
we
side.
call that the labyrinth.
yeah. South side of the country. It used to be called the Labyrinth. They call it the Meadow now or something like that. I can't remember. City renamed it.
It did
It-
have a labyrinth walk at one
Oh,
point.
I
At
think
one
it-
point.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that there's anything we can do.
No.
Well, it's not hard. Yeah.
Okay, well,
I
so
think-
Go get some brick.
Yeah, so you have the direction you need.
I do. I could start
The
talking
guy
to
who
people.
figured it out could do the brick.
All right, we got like 20 minutes. And
I got
think
your
we're-
guy.
I think you got your direction.
I did.
You guys mind if I wrap up here? I got points. I can kind of see we have like a 1 to 3 year thing. Some of the things we talked about were some team-specific budgeting and outreach to the high schools. Looking at that for targeting something to go on a program for if February, March timeframe or next fall during the school year. Kind of moving up the Meadow search, at least in the budget that from a finance committee that we can put away some $3.5 to $4.5 million. A clear vision for the historical collection. Like where is it going, cost, size, community kind of support. And then assessments I put assessments as based future library use and holds and stacks and kind of space planning. So exploring internet at Nobo to the, what's that look like? For March, a plan on surveys and annual surveys and community outreach and updates and how you're going to get community feedback. Sorry.
And then external safety improvements, investigation, probably for this year. Maybe another thing I think is lighting too. Maybe there is some, that might help too. It's pretty dark around the library at night, as we know when we come out of our board meetings.
The city is uniquely bad at lighting.
Yeah, especially right there. I mean, you're kind of like walking through this park and you're completely dark.
How easy is to just throw a rock and
yeah. What'd you say?
or how easy is to just damage them,
Yeah.
damage the light. It's too bright, you don't want to just throw a rock and break it.
Yeah.
It could even be ground lighting, right? Like it could be just
something.
solar lighting.
So external safety
Not even
improvements.
like, it doesn't have to be even up above.
Light
So-
pollution is not a community value.
Yeah, but I mean, so that's why I'm just saying, like, it could be
So,
ground.
so that's probably enough.
So I would just add, because I was like,
Yeah, go ahead.
just related to public hearing on the budget, like I would really like to focus on some very targeted invitations to get attendees to our public hearing on the budget. Right? And so that was sort of related to, this topic of participatory budgeting and involving youth and budgeting, that kind of thing. But it was also just to build awareness of our budget and to educate the community on our efforts. And we talked about that a bit last year, but I will
It'd be
really
interesting to,
take
like,
it, own that.
The people from like the Rich environment, the partners, they came and talked about the impact or
Yeah, I suppose we're housing partners.
popular housing partners. Yeah. Or the other stuff. So, but we can put together like an outreach, and I'm sure they'll do another. I mean, it was in the paper several times.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
yeah.
just saying. I mean, and we can say like it was posted on our website, whatever. But I want to personally just invite folks and say, hey, here it is, chamber. Like, here's our budget hearing. It's in this date, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Like,
I would just say if we do that, we should make sure we're getting other representatives of the community that isn't
That's
just
what
the
I mean.
chamber.
Exactly.
Like, you need
No,
to
no, I mean, I'm
counterweight
just
to that
saying,
as well.
yeah.
Because like we know what the chamber's going to say. They're going to say lower your taxes.
It'd be nice
no,
to
I
have
mean,
people
but
that
I mean
like,
to get people to actually come to our.
Yeah.
So it's not another one
Yeah, that's fair.
for a second year. We don't want to say like nobody showed up to our hearing.
yeah.
I want to say like at least 5 people, 5 organizations.
Amber Carlson was there.
Mm-hmm.
Online.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
She's still with the camera, or they changed her city reporter again?
She's still.
no,
yeah,
she's.
I think she's still there.
Didn't she
Done
just
pretty well,
cover something of note?
probably.
Tennis courts, right? Tennis. Steve LeBlanc and his tennis complex.
Can we have some tennis?
I was going to say.
Indoor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tennis court underneath the
Yeah.
library, David?
All right.
I think people will show up then.
Anything
Pickleball
else?
and
Have any
Right.
other things?
When I was staffing nonprofits and we would do retreats, I often left them thinking like, oh, we should have done more work on our plate. Does this feel okay, what we've talked about?
This is all what we wanted. I mean, we have a
Okay.
modest year. I mean, a lot of this is investigating, but it is. I mean,
That's a lot.
the whole hope for today was really that we'd have an opportunity without technology to start talking about. And I mean, big takeaway for me is kind of like where some people stand. You didn't say much, but like it was good to when you did. Like that's part of what this is all about, right? Where we get to know each other and understand each other better. I mean, I appreciate the input on what type of documents worked well and what didn't. I mean, none of them were heinous for us to put together. It was like literally I was drawing one of these things by hand until I showed them to Maria. It was like, we could do better than that. But I was thinking, like, if we have nothing, I could just draw it on a board. But yeah, and then the 9-page screed was really a 2-hour dump of time. But I don't know if that was useful or not. I think it framed a lot of things for me, so it was important to just get some of the thinking out. So I mean,
Go ahead.
It's the facilitator in me, but I just wonder if we could just go around and have, I mean, I said like 3 or 4 things related to things I was
Yeah,
thinking
that's a
about,
good idea.
that kind of thing, and I just wondered if everybody could just go around and just share some highlights or things that, came out as just observations or things that you'd like to say about the session or whatever. Like, no pressure, you don't have to, you could just say
I'll start.
pass.
No. So for me, this has been the best board meeting. So we've had an actual conversation. A lot of back and forth, building upon each other's ideas, challenging ideas. To me, it's what this is supposed to be about. So that was very fulfilling.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of thing that I personally need time to process, but I think it's always useful for us to get the opportunity and the time to take 30,000-foot view. You know, I think especially the last year or so, we've had so much emphasis on just getting stuff done, getting the district on its feet, getting, you know, the things that are required by law passed, and that's really been the emphasis the last year and change that we've been doing this. And so it's nice to get the chance to step back and just have more philosophical discussions and think more strategically and long term. And I think that's really valuable.
I appreciate Jen's T-shirt.
I noticed that as well.
I've been looking at that all day.
And appreciate the invitation to attend today. It's, you know, I'm keeping an ear towards, you know, how do we make this a more donor-centric environment. It's a challenge right now when the district's flush, and it's helpful to see out 10 years and start to understand the shape of things at full build-out and understand, you know, what's the answer to the question, how might donors enhance what you're doing? Starting to get some clues about that. I wish the Parks and Rec would just hire a 24/7 ranger staff around Maine. I wish I felt like we had some nationally innovative way to jump into the media slipstream that all of our children are experiencing and be like the opposite of irrelevant. I wish we were at the center of media in a healthy way. But mostly I just really appreciate the time to just marinate on, you know, a 10-year vision for the best public asset in town. It's an amazing place to be in right now. Like, the problems you're dealing with an expansion are great problems to have.
I'm just happy to be here to be able to support, you know, David and the team and the board. To, you know, I think it's really fantastic what we are trying to do, and it makes me think, you know, what Chris said about, you know, I understand following the trends, but you know, it kind of like made me think, what should we follow the trends? You know, should we step back and say, you know, is this the way that we want to get people to the library, come back to the library? If we keep following, making it, you know, easier and easier for them not to come back to us. So thank you. Made me think a little bit about are we doing, you know, what we want to do at the end. So glad to be here.
I don't think it's too heavy because we have the resources now to deal with the problems, whereas before all we could do is talk about the problems and wonder how we might solve them. No, this was great.
No, I appreciated this meeting. I think a lot of times our monthly to monthly meetings feel a little more reactive by nature of the fact that the agenda is set and we have X, Y, and Z that we have to get through, right? So being able to start to take more of a proactive view of things, I appreciate. And I think this question of like what is the role of libraries today is a question we're going to continue to revisit. And I think, you know, that's really a big part of our goal here. I mean, our job is to hire David to answer that question and then to enable the district to basically pursue that question. So I think that's a good discussion for us to continue to have. I appreciate staff taking the time today to join us. I know this is probably not your first choice for a Sunday, but thank you for being here with us. It's always very helpful.
Yeah, I think the subset of the role of libraries that's so interesting to me is the physical places. Like, what do we do in them? What do they become as patterns change? That's a really interesting topic, and that was a rich discussion. So thank you for that. And then I think we move the conversation forward on one specific thing, which is the history of the community's, the future of the community's historic archive, and the dilapidated but lovely building that houses it.
It has stone gutters.
Stone gutters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
That's not
I
practical.
have to check those out.
No, they-
I don't think I know.
I'm
They
gonna
don't,
get
they
some
don't
of those.
crack.
I guess
Yeah.
that's true.
That's kind of it in a nutshell.
Well, they kind of
stone
crack
gutters.
the seams.
Yeah.
But like you couldn't build that building. You couldn't build stone gutters on a building today for $15,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, so I think what I wanted from this meeting is sort of setting out what we're going to do in the next year. That's why, and as a leader of this organization right now, I think we're setting the foundation for. So this is like the first kind of real, staff meeting. I mean, we had the retreat I think in February or something, but like we actually have now staff that can support us, and what I was looking for is, I'm not just, I don't want to just talk about the problems. I want to okay, what's the plan and how are we going to address it? I mean, and this could be iterative, it's not like we're going to have one plan that's going to solve everything. It's like we're going to take different approaches at it, and I think that's what the beauty of the district is. Like, we can try something, abandon it, or build on it, depending if it's successful, and having the data to back that up, I think, is important. And so, one of the things we did today, I think, is decide, okay, we're going to get data on Carnegie, we're going to get data on usage. So when we sit here next August, we're going to have, hopefully, or whenever we do the next one, have that data to sort of make decisions about, and then we're going to build on that sort of stuff, build on that sort of foundation to plan 1 to 3 years or 5 years out or whatever, and take the 4 things. So whoever's in this position after me, hopefully they can continue to build that. I mean, we're going to react to things day to day or whatever, but that's what I was looking for, and I think we did some of that today, which was really great. So thank you, and thanks for everyone giving up their Sunday. I think I was like a little grumpy before I came here. I'm like, I have to sit here all day Sunday and then go to work tomorrow all day. So, but yeah. Anyway, thank you. Anybody other final?
No, you heard me before. I talking my hotel, all the other stuff.
I appreciate all of your input. So
Thanks for
Yeah.
asking.
Yep.
David.
All good.
No, I'm so appreciative. I've been looking forward to this, so I'm glad we got to sit down and talk and weigh some stuff. I happen to love the fact that you all also leaned into assessment, which was like the only interesting discussion that we had in terms of what we were going to be doing next year was the conversation that we had around how to go about assessing libraries. And I think we can actually probably, that there is a lot of interest among staff in digging into some of these issues more thoroughly and in different ways. And so I think that was great. That was great.
So we won't be meeting again until,
What's the date? September?
September 19th, I think.
September 19th. Yeah.
yeah.
Is that our meeting with the city?
Or 16th. We meet
It's
on
the
the
19th.
Yeah,
I believe.
yeah, and then we meet in the city soon after.
Is anybody not going to CalCon on the 5th?
I don't know if I don't think I can go.
No.
Are you going to be out of town?
I'm not sure yet.
It's only you and me.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, I was wondering if someone could
So it's
help
the
with
4th.
the
Isn't it the 4th?
CalCon?
Yeah, but the trustee track day I think is the
5th. Yeah.
It's the
4th,
the
5th,
conference
and
is the 4th through 6th.
Okay.
Well, we have that
Fifth or seventh.
Democracy in Action thing. I wonder if you could help table.
The what thing?
Democracy in Action.
Yeah.
There's a
You
tabling
sent me
from
the info.
5 to
This is
6:30.
September 4th?
September 5th,
I think I can do that.
5 to 6:30. on Thursday.
Email me, Doug, but I think I'm around.
Well, you'd have to leave at like 3. You, I don't know what time the track ends. I just don't want to be rushed back and miss it.
I'm happy to.
Okay. CalCon, it's in Breckenridge.
Doug, you'll send me an email.